TV, Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
You're listening to BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sports, pure live sports. Listen using BBC Sounds, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. On top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has sought to compete, to achieve, to push every fibre to the limit. The epic highs and the crushing lows. From the first Olympiad of ancient Greece to the modern day, athletes keep pushing, aiming to win, to inspire, to triumph.
Radio 5 Sports Extra.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport, pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Coming up in the next few minutes.
The Ashes.
Radio 5 Sports Extra is a dedicated station for the BBC's live sport coverage, with a flexible schedule to suit the occasion. Listen using BBC Sounds, both app and online, plus smart speaker, digital radio and smart TV. Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you more live commentary from the world's greatest sporting events. As 5 Live broadcasts one event, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra brings you something equally important. Uninterrupted, live and in full. And on top of the coverage you can already hear on 5 Live. Coming up next on Radio 5 Sports Extra.
The Ashes.
More live sport. Pure live sport. This is BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
England need one to win. Stark comes in, bowls to Oakes, steps away and slashes it for 4. And England have won. It's 2-1 with 2 to play. They've won by 3 wickets. And this is so like the scene of 4 years ago. Indeed, what a wonderful noise. Listening back to that again. Hello everyone, welcome to Old Trafford, where after a brief hiatus, which was brilliantly filled by the women's Ashes of course, the Ashes returns with Ben Stokes' team 2-1 down with 2 left to play in this thrilling series. I don't think we're quite at 2005 levels quite yet, but there's no doubt this Ashes has really captured the public imagination up and down the country, and I'm sure that's the case in Australia too. Let's not forget a draw here though is enough for Australia to retain the Ashes. England have to win to keep their hopes alive. What a prospect it would be to go to the Oval next week with the series standing at 2-2. That's the aim of England, of course. They're warming up just over to my left. Or at least some of them are. Moeen, I see, he's got a big part to play in this game. They're warming up playing that football game of theirs. Ben Stokes already loitering around here. He's got his cap on and his blazer, and he's ready for the toss. I can't see his opposite number yet, though. Pat Cummins will come out shortly and do all of that. Michael Vaughan's here with a coat on, which kind of gives a bit away because it was a horrible day here yesterday. It rained a lot. Quite muggy this morning, but with that little bit of a chill in the breeze. The way it's set up, what are you doing today?
I think England will bowl. That's the way that they like to play their Test cricket, chase the game. I think we fully expect a bit of rain over the next 5 days. I think by bowling first, you can control that quicker win a little bit better. I think Australia probably bowl as well. They've played all the seamers. No Tom Murphy, the spinner. Look, the pitch is rock hard. I've just whacked my hand on the pitch and my knuckles, and it was a little bit of a shimmer in the hand. It's a really hard pitch. There's a bit of green grass there, not a great deal. There's a little bit of dry grass. I think the ball will carry through okay. I don't think it'll be quite as quick as Headingley. I think it'll be just a nice carry week. There'll be certainly some kind of movement. You're kind of looking at both teams and you're trying to get a feel of who looks the most confident. Well, the skipper's been out here about 8 minutes with his blazer on. So he kind of come out here a little bit too soon for the toss. Others is there about to do the toss. He's got a smile. He's nice and early as well. But there's no Pat Cummins. And here comes Pat. So Pat, the Australian skipper's he's just made his announcement onto the pitch.
It's quite unusual because actually Stokes was early for his press conference yesterday as well. So I wonder if that just gives a little bit of... not nerves. I don't think Ben Stokes gets nervous, but this is a big game now, isn't it? I mean, having won at Headingley, which they had to do, of course, it really sets things up here.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant series. I mean, every session there seems to have been a talking point or an incident, a moment. Both teams have put, Test cricket into the forefront. I mean, I've been walking the streets, as I'm sure you have, Aggers, over the last week or so, and the amount of people have asked me for tickets, and I said, how do I get tickets? I just don't get them anymore. So everyone wants to be here watching this series. Everyone wants to watch, particularly this England side who have played a brand of cricket now for a year and a half that's been so explosive, so entertaining. And the way that they speak, Ben Stokes' press conference, his interview that he gave you yesterday, it's just, we're going for it.
Yeah,
Simple as that. We will try and make sure, if the rain comes, we will try and make sure that we push forward to get a victory this week. We have to win, so it's going to be very interesting to see. I hope he doesn't do it too soon. I hope he doesn't feel that on day one he has to be so explosive.
Declare it tea.
Yeah, I'd like to still see him play a sensible game just to start with.
We'll get a forecast shortly, but looking at the apps and things, it looks as if the first 3 days should be pretty good, actually. The captains have exchanged their team sheets. I'm not sure why they're bothering, because we know what they are. England announced theirs 2 days ago, after all. Australia confirmed theirs yesterday. They're not playing a spinner for the first time in ages. 5 quick bowlers, Marsh and Green, the 2 all-rounders, both playing. So Pat Cummins, who's smiling there at the moment with his hands in his pockets, he's going to bat number 10, which gives him immense depth to Australia's batting. We can talk about that in a second. I know Jim Maxwell's got some thoughts about that, and with the weather around and so on, whether they've picked a bit of a safety first team here. It does look rather like it, all that batting. And the all-rounders in there as well, but I don't think that Pat Cummins would necessarily agree with that. And let's not forget that he stands actually on the threshold here of winning Ashes both at home and away, which is quite something.
Yeah, I don't think it's a safe team at all. I think it's the right team for the players that they have available.
Let's listen. Here comes the toss. Ben Stokes has won the toss every time so far.
Tails is the call. It's ahead.
He's done it again. He's done it again.
England have won the toss. Ben, what are you going to do?
We're going to bowl.
No captain.
There you go. No surprise there. Pat Cummins, a rueful smile on his face. I mean, for a captain to win the toss 4 times in succession. I want to find out if Pat Cummins made a different call this time, but he's got one of those sort of resigned looks on his face. Stuart Broad having a little mention, he did call tails, yeah. But I wonder if he'd been calling others before that. But anyway, let's just run through these teams. Crawley, Duckett, Moeen Ali, of course, batting at 3. Root, Brook, Stokes, Bairstow, Woakes, Broad, Wood and Anderson. So that's how England will line up following their victory at Headingley last week. Australia, a couple of changes. Warner keeps his place with Khawaja. Labuschagne, Smith, Head, Mitch Marsh, who batted so well at Headingley, keeps his place. Cameron Green returns. Alex Carey, Mitchell Starc, Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood comes in at number 11. So Ben Stokes is having his conversation with Mike Atherton at the moment. He was on actually quite loquacious form yesterday. I mean, so many captains. I'm sure when I interviewed you, Michael, and talked about rain around, you say, "Oh, come on, don't talk about the rain. We'll see what happens." That sort of thing. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, we're going to go for it with rain around. I mean, it surprised me actually the way he was so positive about it.
Yeah, I mean, he shouldn't surprise you because he's pretty much spoken like that for the last year and a half since he got the captaincy. It's just the way that he goes about his business. It's very refreshing to hear someone speak exactly like that they're thinking in the dressing room. Of course they're going to try and push the game on. They've got to get it right this morning. I thought at Headingley on the first morning they were excellent. At Lords on the first morning they didn't get it right. Australia, they're 80 odd for 4 at Headingley on that first morning. You feel that England will have to do a similar thing here. They've got to catch better. I mean, they can't keep getting away with dropping so many chances. And with Jimmy Anderson back bowling from his end, I think Jimmy will be delighted that he's back in the series. Obviously bowling today, I think he'll have woken up this morning, seen a few clouds around and thought, I wouldn't mind getting that Duke ball in my hand today. Well, I think England have got exactly what they require.
Right, Ben Stokes has done his bit and he's lost. He's looking for I'm over here wandering off there like a little boy lost. But you've done 4 tosses. How have you managed that?
I don't. I've said last week, I said, do you actually win the toss if you're not calling? So, yeah.
Has he called the same every time?
Yes, that's why I smirked at him, because I thought he might have changed from tails to heads this week. Yeah.
Right, it was a good one to win. Just talk us through your decision.
Look, I think the overheads sort of, do that. But even if the sun was sort of out here, I think we would have looked to bowl. Obviously, I had to think about what gives us sort of a better opportunity of potentially winning a shortened game, and I felt that bowling would allow us to do that.
Yeah, I mean, is it preying on your mind a bit, the fact that Saturday does look dodgy?
Yeah, look, I mean, most people probably say, not thinking about that, but we've got to. We're in the position here where we need to win this game, but I think the way in which we play anyway, the first few days we can just go about our business as we normally do, and then as the test match gets deeper, I guess that's when we might have to start looking at maybe pushing the game on a bit more.
Yeah, and this last one, a return for Jimmy Anderson, home ground. What are you expecting of him this morning?
Well, hopefully there's a bit of swing on offer for Jimmy, but look, I think he's been disappointed within himself. The team has, or I've not been disappointed with those first 2 games, and he's someone who wants to make an impact with the ball. He always wants to take wickets, and when he doesn't do that, he feels like he's letting the team down. But he's definitely not. The break last week, I think, has done him the world of good, and I think he's very, very excited to be here playing a test match in front of his home crowd.
Good luck, Ben. Thanks for talking to us. There we go. We'll see him later. Quick word with Pat Cummins. I don't know what you're calling, Pat. What do you call the same every time?
Yeah, I haven't changed. I think we need to have a look at the coin.
Well, perhaps you just call something different.
I know, and then you regret it once it changes. So
that's true. Well, I mean, what would you have done? You'd have bowled?
Yeah, it would have had a bowl. I don't think it's a bad toss to lose though. Sun's poking itself out a little bit. Looks like a good wicket. So I'm not too upset.
Yeah. Big opportunity for you here, isn't it? I mean, Ben Stokes kind of talks about the weather. Are you a bit more reticent to, I think, the other day? But I mean, is that in your mind that it could be a shorter game? This, and actually, that does play into your hands a bit.
Look, perhaps. I've checked all the weather apps and they seem to change every day, so I don't think they're super reliable here. So you just got to play what's in front of you. I think once you get too caught up in thinking about the weather, you get yourself into trouble.
And you could win the Ashes here. How would that sit with you to win home and away?
Oh, it'd be phenomenal. That's been the goal for this group for a long time. They're so hard to win over here, so we're all pretty excited. We know what's at stake, and to be in the position we are, we feel really good. But obviously the job's not done.
Thanks for talking to us. Good luck, Pat. Thank you. Cheers. There we go. That's the Aussie captain. Should we go? Let's get a weather forecast. I mean, so much talk about the weather. Inevitably, there often is up here at Manchester, but a bit of guesswork. Not, however, in the case of Sarah Keith-Lucas. There's no guesswork here, is there, Sarah? Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning to you, Jonathan. Yeah, we've got dry weather there at the moment, haven't we? But actually some showers in the vicinity, not really too far away, just a few miles out towards the west. But at the moment, it looks like most of them are going to avoid Old Trafford. So they're sort of moving their way gradually southeastwards. So I think just over the next hour or two, there is a small chance, about a 25% chance that we could catch just one or two of those passing showers. But into the afternoon, that chance decreases. So I think for today at least, quite a good deal of dry weather, bit of sunshine, some cumulus clouds sort of coming and going, and a fairly gentle breeze too. And then, as we were just saying, in terms of the next few days, doesn't look too bad, I think, for Wednesday, Thursday, probably into Friday, could get a spot of drizzle. But yes, during the weekend, we are expecting things to go downhill. Some potentially heavy rain and strong winds into Saturday and Sunday too.
Oh, so Sunday doesn't look clever either.
I'm afraid not at this stage, Jonathan. Yeah, it could change. It's still a few days out, but at the moment, both Saturday and probably Sunday seeing a fair amount of rain.
All right, Sarah. Well, thanks for that. That's very kind of you. Well, there we go. 3 good days and then a couple of dodgy ones. And certainly Ben Stokes has got his plan of what he thinks about it. Let's say hi to Jim Maxwell, who's up there in the commentary box. What's your thoughts on this Australian team then, Jim? This is not an Australian team that we're used to seeing, is it? There's always a spinner in there. Nathan Lyon, of course, isn't around. But what's your thoughts of this team?
It looks unbalanced to me, but they've been saved from making a decision. Either Warner at the top, do we stick with him? Which all-rounder do we play? We'll play both of them, because we haven't got Nathan Lyon to pick in the side, and they don't feel, I'd reckon, that a frontline spinner of the tyre owners, the tenderness of Todd Murphy is going to be contributing enough, so they will argue that they have picked their best side for the circumstances of this game with a 2-1 series lead, and we'll see what happens. Quite often, we'll go over to Andy later on, when you stack your side with batsmen, it can come awry. because one bloke looks over his shoulder at the other and says, if I don't get any, he'll get them, won't he? So we'll see how it maps out. I think it's going to be a really fascinating game just to see how well the Australian batting gels, because there's more of a concern about the Labuschagne and sometimes Smith situation than the rest of them. But, yep, it's all out there. It's not the balanced 11 you'd want, but it's probably the best 11 for the situation of the match and the series.
Yeah, and the forecast too, just having heard those couple of days. A very focused Stuart Broad, who's usually the last to leave the field, actually, has just come past here. 2 away from 600 wickets. His mum's here watching as well, and he's got those in his sights. He's got David Warner in his sights, and a great story, I guess, if he were to be number 600. They're revving up down here, cover's coming off, so I think we're going to hand up to Alison up in the commentary box with the news that Ben Stokes has won the toss for the 4th time in this series, and as expected, has put Australia into bat. Good morning, Alison.
Good morning, Aggers. Morning, everybody. Well, that sound of the hover cover is coming off the field, which is great news, and there is some sun poking out behind these sort of white and grey clouds that are quite fluffy, but at the moment quite high. So let's hope that they stay away. And as we're hearing there, really the forecast for these first few days is much better than the back end of the match. So how much of a fast-moving game will we get here at Old Trafford? The ground is filling up, and it is quite a spectacular looking ground this as well, because the last time a test match was played here, we had the building sites across on one side of the ground where the old Red Rose Suite used to be, and now we've got this grey, another hotel, very box-like structure. It doesn't mirror the red of the hotel and the hospitality box either side of the old Victorian Pavilion, which still has the 2 flags up above. One is a Union flag and one is the England flag up above. That's as we look out from our position in the media centre. And then the vast stand across to the left-hand side, which is filling up as well. And I was at an event last night with 500 Australian supporters who will be in this ground as well, and they are mighty keen, as we heard Pat Cummins say there, to win this match and win the Ashes outright. Of course, England know that they must win to stay in with a chance themselves, because a draw here will mean Australia retain the Ashes, which they managed to do at Old Trafford in 2019. I've got Alex Hartley alongside me, England World Cup winner, and Victor Marks, former England spinner. Vic, welcome to you. How are you doing?
Well, I'm thrilled to be here. A bit late arriving, but and I'm full of anticipation. I don't know how quick this pitch is going to be, whether Jimmy will get the ball to swing, or whether they'll be bowling bounces galore at 3 o'clock. I don't know, but I can't wait to find out. And from an England perspective, whatever you say about Ben Stokes, he knows how to win a toss, doesn't he? And this is quite an important toss because of the weather forecast. If you want a short game, and England need a short game, the best way to do it, the best way to win, is to put them in. Then comes the difficult bit, you've got to bowl them out. But that's the quickest way to win. So there was no doubt that he was going to put them in. And Pat Cummins, interestingly, he's less bothered. He would have bowled first. But he knows also, on the opposite of that, is if his batsmen have a good day, and Australia are only 3, 4, 5 down at the close, then how do England win from there? So it's all to play for. It's been quite exciting so far from my sofa, and I'm quite looking forward to watching it next to you.
It's even more dramatic watching it live, I'll tell you that. Alex, you hot-footed it up from Taunton, because you've been with the men's and the women's Ashes, and I mean that was a rain-affected end, but a thrilling series there. And the fact that the women were able to come from behind England, they've levelled the series on points, which meant Australia have retained the trophy but not won it outright.
Yeah, I think that feels like a win, to be completely honest. England was 6-0 down playing against the best team in the world. They hadn't lost a bilateral series in more than a decade, and England win the both white ball series. So yes, they came behind, and yes, Australia take the Ashes home, but England, they've rattled Australia, and they've shown that they are beatable.
Yeah, it was quite incredible to think that Australia hadn't been beaten in an ODI bilateral series since 2013. So a decade of dominance. But can the Australian men now go on to retain? And they desperately want to win. Now, England, Vic, haven't beaten Australia in a test at Old Trafford since 1981, which you sort of look at and you sort of blink and think, well, OK, then you think back and, yeah, the stats don't lie.
Yeah, but baseball doesn't worry about stats.
It really doesn't, does it? Well, this is the thing.
But I can remember 1981. That was Botham scoring a magnificent 100 and my old mate Chris Tavery blocking it the other end. straight after Headingley. So they can't get wound up about that.
They love their own history, don't they?
Exactly. But what is going to be absolutely key, we're looking at that surface, I haven't actually been at it, but it looks from here, it's a brown pitch, a little brown grass on it, and from this massive distance you think, well, if you're a batsman and you can get through the first hour, it's usually pretty good here. The key will be, I think, is how much pace is there. Jimmy needs a bit of pace, so those nicks, if he gets them, they carry. He needs a little bit of swing. There's some blue sky up there. England don't want to see that. They just want grey cloud cover for the first 3 hours. So they need to get rid of that blue sky as well. But I don't know if Ben can manage that. I don't know. We'll wait and see. But there's also, yet again, the lovely little duel between Stuart Broad and David Warner, which we can be voyeurs. We can watch that little thing play out.
Alex, this is your home ground. What are you expecting from this surface and the selection of Jimmy Anderson as well? Some people saying, is that a sentimental pick, or is it the right pick for this ground for this match, given as well the conditions expected?
Yeah, look, the wickets this year have been decent. They've had some pace and they've had some carry, and they've been good to bowl and bat on. So it's one of those where I think they've done the right thing, win the toss and bowl. Jimmy Anderson obviously has a Jimmy Anderson end. He's now got a Jimmy Anderson bar, but he's never never had a Jimmy Anderson five for here.
That's true.
So today has to be the day for Jimmy Anderson. It could be the last time he plays cricket for England at Old Trafford. So there is a bit of that sentimental value there, but England aren't about that, are they? They're going to pick what they think is their best 11. They're not just going to say, Jimmy, go on, have a game at your home ground. They're not about that. They want to win games of cricket. So yeah, I'm expecting pace, I'm expecting bounce, and what we've found throughout this year is if you get through that first 20-30 minutes, it can be quite easy to score on.
Well, that's what Australia will be hoping, if they can get through these first 20-30 minutes. James Anderson averages 22.02 at Old Trafford, but as Alex says, never taken a fifer here.
Yeah,
so
the other thing I want to highlight, because I can feel Andy just sort of...
He's got some numbers.
Is the age of this England bowling attack, and we've got to go back to the 1920s, haven't we, or something like that?
Yes, that's correct. In fact, at Leeds, all 20 wickets that England took were by bowlers aged 33 and over, which had never happened in the entire history of Test cricket before. Just picking up on Old Trafford, although Australia haven't lost here since 1981, England have a really good record here in recent years. They lost 16 Tests at Old Trafford. They've won 13, drawn 2 and lost just 1. So it has been a good ground for England recently, and a good ground for Australia recently. So,
that just sums up this series, really, doesn't
are going to
it?
clash.
So we got Dad's Army against Australia, really.
And England come into this test with the bowling attack, the whole team collectively, 1,974 Test wickets. I think
is that a record?
Well, it's a record by almost 200 wickets. I'm just getting that. I did have it.
That's how many England have under their belts.
Which is the most the team's ever had, breaking the record England set at Edgbaston earlier in the series.
Well, you're going to get very excited if anyone runs a 3 or something like that, is it?
Yeah, there were no 3s at Headingley in the entire Test match, which is the first Test ever, excluding Tests that were very short due to rain or being abandoned due to pitch issues. It's basically a Test that's had at least 2 innings. There's never been a recorded Test where ball-by-ball data is available more than 2,000 matches without a 3.
Well, there'll be some 3s out there, because I'm looking at that outfield. It's a big ground, Old Trafford, one of the few remaining big grounds. There's a lot of 3s out there. That'll cheer you up, I'm sure.
Well, let's talk spin for a moment, given that I've got the two of you either side of me, because again, when you look at history and lineups, and Australia going in without a specialist spinner for the first time since Test at the Wacker in 2011-12, I believe it was. Now, what did you make of that decision, Alex? Because I did have the conundrum about the fact that Mitch Marsh did so well at Headingley. Cam Green is then fit again. They could have kept Murphy, but then they would have either had to have only had one of Green or Marsh. There was some talk about whether would they replace one of the batters to get them in, because Warner missed out at Headingley. Even Labuschagne hasn't been in great form. That seemed the least likely of all the options, but they've opted for no specialist spinner.
Yeah, and it's a huge blow that Lyon got injured. He played 100 consecutive Test matches, and that he's a world-class spinner. And what we saw in the previous Test matches, they don't trust Todd Murphy. I don't think they think he's quite ready to play. So as soon as we knew Cam Green was fit, I think it was always going to happen, that Murphy would sit out. He didn't bowl that much at Headingley, and you thought, well, what's the point of him being in the team if he's not going to bowl? I think it's a huge decision not to go in with a frontline spinner, but they have got spin options, so it's not like they haven't got anybody. They have got players that can bowl spin, so if and when needed, they'll look to Travis Head, Labuschagne, maybe even Smith, who knows? So they have got those options there.
What did that selection decision say to you, Vic?
Well, I know how they get. It's a convenient decision because they had a dilemma with Green, who catches everything apart from anything else, and Marsh, who had a fantastic match at Headingley. Also the weather forecast. I think if we were in high summer, the prospect of 5 dry days, they would have had to play a more conventional, and they would have agonised how to do that. But with the weather forecast as it is, also the fact that actually, although the Aussies will never own up to this, the draw would suit them quite nicely. It makes sense to me. It's what England did 2 matches ago, of course. They played Joe Root as the sole spinner at Lord's. Joe Root's a pretty good bowler. He might be a better bowler than Travis Head, but Travis Head's not the worst. So it kind of makes sense to me, given the forecast, the situation of the series. It's hard luck on Todd Murphy, who I think is quite a good bowler, an unusual bowler. He bowls quick off spin. He's quick for an off spin.
He actually gets the ball to swing as well.
Which is quite something. It would have been an interesting call, wouldn't it, if Lyon was still here, because you couldn't imagine them not going in here without Nathan Lyon, because he was just that integral part of the attack. He holds an end up, even if he's not taking wickets. He's become such an ever-present part of their attack and a crucial part in the role that he plays.
No, they wouldn't have left Nathan Lyon, and they would have agonised how to get their balance right. I mean, the Green Marsh, how can you drop Mitch Marsh after that performance at Headingley? But Green, offers a lot as well. But so it's convenient, but it kind of makes sense. And I mean, I don't think this is going to turn square.
Well, again, looking at the stats, since 2013, Old Trafford has the second worst average for spinners across all of the men's test venues. If you go from 2015, it's the worst of all of the regular test grounds. I think Durham was an outlier from there, but the average balloons out to 42.6 since 2013.
You must have been up late last night, Ali.
Well, there's a man called Andy Zaltzman sitting alongside you. I did ask him. The computer had fire, steam burning out of it. So when it comes to England then, the Moeen decision, we saw in the second innings at Headingley, he popped in at 3, and then they keep him there as the number 3. I mean, we're not expecting really, I'm not expecting him to go out as, sort of traditional number 3 sense, and I don't know, but...
I mean, England have more faith than any other team that I've ever come across. I mean, they just trust the man, and they're also, in one sense, sort of romantics. Forget the evidence, forget the data, forget the fact that Moeen hasn't played red ball cricket for 2 years, and whilst he was a number 3 at Worcester, that was about 6 or 7 years ago. Forget all that. He's our man.
It's not about Moeen being at 3, is it? It's about Harry Brooks, Ben Stokes, Bairstow all being in their...
I agree.
In their rightful, effective.
Yeah.
But in my head, I quite like what they did at Headingley. I could perfectly understand that, because you get the best out of Harry Brook. And I can cope with Moeen coming in at 50 for no wicket, which he more or less did, and then it was 60 for 2 or something like that. I get a bit uneasy if Crawley or Duckett gets a good and first over. It's 0 for 1, and who's coming out? Well, it's dear. Everyone wants Mo to do well, and I like the fact that he's kind of stuck his hand up. If you're a selfish cricketer, not that England have them, you want to bat down the order in Test cricket nowadays when the ball starts to get a bit older and everything gets a bit more passive.
Well, here you're up against Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood with the new ball.
So I admire Moeen for putting his hand up. But it would be a bit of a fairy tale when he gets his 100. I mean,
well, it wouldn't, and let's be honest, after this Ashes series, we're probably never going to see Moeen Ali play Test cricket again.
What, after getting 2 centuries? One here and one at the Oval? I don't get it. Then you've got to persuade him to go to India. But we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, well, he of course batted at 3 for Worcestershire and
he started
at 3.
I mean, if you saw Moeen 10 years ago, he was always a gifted, especially gifted cricketer. You'd have said, this is a man who will bat in England's top 6 and be an invaluable second spinner. That's what you'd have said. But it didn't quite evolve like that. He's had a terrific career, but in an unexpected way. But he was a quality act when when he started playing county cricket. That's what he was, a batsman who bowled a few overs.
Scott's got something.
Well, the two number threes in this game are the two highest averaging number threes in county championship cricket since 2012. Labuschagne averages 57.8 in 43 innings for Glamorgan. Moeen Ali 57.3 in 63 innings for Worcester. But most of them were almost a decade or more than a decade ago. But I guess that's, he does have that deep-seated experience, albeit he's played very little red ball cricket recently and batted very little in the top order.
Well, what we do have is the prospect of England coming out to bowl at the Australian top order, where Khawaja is the leading scorer for the Aussies in the series. David Warner's been averaging a fraction over 23, which is an improvement on the 19 that he averaged before in Ashes. Labuschagne hasn't yet fired, and only 250s in his last 21 Test innings, in fact. And he was really someone who, particularly because of his success in English conditions in the county game, I thought that he would have a much bigger impact on this series so far. And what we haven't even touched on is, or Agger's mentioned, Stuart Broad being 2 away from 600 wickets. We've got the prospect of him bowling to David Warner. We've also got the prospect of Woakes and Wood bowled absolute fire in Headingley, and that is going to be an exciting prospect to see him steaming in again. Alex, thought on that? And then Aggers is coming in as the players are coming out for the anthems.
Yeah, he really is. Wood's an exceptional cricketer. Woakes bowled really well, and rightly so, keeps his place in the team. I think this England team seems well balanced, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they get on.
So both teams are lined up. Lizzie Jones is our soloist today. She's wearing a bright red trouser suit, and the Australian players are already wrapping their arms around each other for their national anthem, play starting in about 5 minutes from now, and members of the crowd rising as well. Not everyone here yet, some empty seats about, but they'll be here, they'll be ready for the first ball, certainly the majority at least. So here we go for the anthems. Australians in here today, you can tell by that ovation. Not as many English. And let battle commence, with England putting Australia into bat the 4th time that Ben Stokes has won the toss in this series, or perhaps more accurately that Pat Cummins has lost it by calling tails every time. So he's a bit disappointed with that. But, England know what they have to do, and listening to that disappointing forecast, not Sarah's fault, it was a disappointing forecast, but she'd rather put the kibosh on Sunday as well, and things can change, but England know that they're up for potentially a short game here. So they've put Australia into bat on a fresh pitch, and they will be aiming to bowl Australia out, well, certainly today, Tuffers, and well into today if they can. Morning to you.
Yes, morning, Aggers. Morning, everyone. No, the toss has fallen kindly again for England, and that's the best course of action. Stick them in, bowl them out, and get batting. Overcast conditions, there's a lot of cloud about, so the likes of Jimmy Anderson, Chris Wokes will be looking to pitch it up and swing it, and then you've got the pace of Mark Wood. So it just seems every session, every test match, so much riding on it, and it's now coming down to the wire, isn't it? England need to win this test match. Can they do it with the weather about?
That's the question. Australia...
I don't know whether Bazball can go any quicker though, John, can he?
Well, I don't know. He startled me a bit yesterday. He announced he's going to go a bit fast. I gave him a quizzical look. But, well, we shall see. We shall see. They've made the attacking plan here, at least, of putting Australia into bat. Pat Cummins said he'd probably have bowled first as well, to be fair. And, well, Stuart Broad is going to bowl the first over. He needs 2 wickets.
They're up for it here at Old Trafford, you know, John.
They are. 2 wickets for 600. And he's bowling his old mate David Warner. It couldn't be set better for him, could it really?
No, England need that early breakthrough. They need to get a couple early, don't they? If they can whip 2 or 3 out really, really quickly, it'll set this plate alive.
Yeah.
And I think England like it, don't they? They like a bit of a raucous nature, and they like a bit of sound, and they like a bit of sort of cheering from the crowd. If Stuart can get David Warner out early, it'll really set them on a good path.
Warner's facing the first ball. There's our old friend Joel Wilson.
Yes.
Waving from the middle. He had an interesting series here 4 years ago. He's a delightful chap. I mean, he really is. He's a tremendous character. He didn't get a lot right last time, but we'll see how he goes this time.
Fingers crossed.
I don't think Glenn McGrath's buying him a drink anytime soon after that LBW at Headingley. But anyway, we're set to go. And Joel Wilson's waving to everybody at the moment. And now his arm is outstretched. Now he withdraws it. And here's the first ball of this 4th Ashes Test match.
Hold tight. Australia
leading 2-1. There are 2 games to play. 4 slips in place. Broad goes in, bowls outside the off stump, and Warner hits him for 4. He stood there and swung the bat to what has to be said, a bit of a disappointing loosener from Broad there. Not a lot in it. Short and wide. And I've got a question for Andy Zaltzman. Good morning, Andy.
Good morning.
I don't think it normally starts this way round when Anderson and Broad are playing.
No, generally Anderson for most of his career has taken first ball.
He does.
David Warner's already had a better match than he had here 4 years ago. He got a pair. Stuart Broad got him out twice in just 8 balls across the 2 innings.
Well, I'm sure he's delighted. It is usually Anderson first.
Yes, it is. Well, that was a bit of a loosener, wasn't it? Short and wide, walloped.
Broad again, round the wicket, moves in bowls, and he covers up this time. The ball's just short of a length on the off stump, and it's fielded by Stokes, who's at mid-off. Barmiamia here, obviously, you can hear the trumpet in the background. A huge stand to our left, holds over 8,000 people, you know.
Oh, fancy that, right at the top.
Yeah. Well, I was being taught something about that today, in that it's not just a temporary stand. You look at it, but it's actually all sorts of things that it can convert into a stage.
Yes.
It can go down.
Yeah.
It's an extraordinary piece of technology.
Engineering.
Yes. There's a lot of scaffolding pipes in there, aren't there?
Yeah.
4 for no wicket. Australia put into bat. Sun's trying to come out. Broad moves in round the wicket. Bowls to Warner on the leg stump. Full toss. Tucked away to find Moeen down at long leg. That vast point building behind him. And I wonder if Broad's a little bit nervous here. It wasn't a great first ball. That was a bit of a full bunger on the leg stump.
Well, you were out there, John, this morning. It's a bit chilly out there, isn't it? A bit of a breeze knocking about as well. Sort of blustery conditions for seam bowlers.
Yep.
And it's quite cool as well.
Yep.
Which doesn't particularly help swing.
Khawaja on strike, then takes his guard from Joel Wilson. Marks his guard. Wilson holds out his left hand to start with. Now his right. His ball is coming round the wicket. And Khawaja's over his bat. Broad, bandana on. Moves in now, bowls to the left-handed Khawaja. It's outside the off-stump.
Little bit of shape.
A little bit of shape. It didn't go through very quickly to Bairstow, did it?
No, I was listening to you earlier on. He said it was quite hard, so it should sort of skip through. I'm surprised. they just didn't leave a bit of grass on it. Just to perhaps hurry the game along a little bit. Looks quite sort of straw coloured.
5 for no wicket. All 5 to Warner, who's down here at the non-striker's end. In goes Broad, past umpire Wilson. Is there any bowls? Full leg stump, clipped into the leg side, and Khawaja's off the mark. As Mark Woodfield's there, running round to his left. At mid-on. No, the engineering here, so they had a pop concert here featuring the Arctic Monkeys 6 weeks ago.
You a big fan?
I've not got much of their work. But however, the point being that there were 100,000 people on this ground 6 weeks ago for a pop concert. 100,000, and there's not a mark.
No, amazing.
Broad again, runs in, bowls, and Warner plays slightly across that pad. It's picked up by Wokes, scuttling in from mid-wicket, and that's the end of the first over. Bit of a searching over that felt rather there from Broad.
Yep.
Who's pawing at the ground, having a chat with umpire Wilson about his follow-through. And now Jimmy Anderson is going to bowl, and I wonder if there is much of a discussion in the dressing room. Which end do you want to bowl from, Jimmy? Well, my end. I mean, what happened if he was to say the other end?
Well, I think he's got the stripes, hasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he chooses where he fancies the bowl. But it's going to be a big test for him, though. Even he'll be nervous. The great Jimmy Anderson, with all those wickets, he hasn't had a fantastic start to this series, has he? He's had a rest, and now he's coming back with all eyes on him. So even with all that experience, 180 odd, whatever it is, Test matches, he'll still just wanting to get an early breakthrough.
I was going to say, people are talking about him and going on. Actually, he's talking himself about going on, isn't he? And how he hasn't been happy with how he's bowled so far in the series and so on. So Khawaja's going to face Anderson from the Anderson end, and he's on his way past the umpire and bowls, and that's played carefully, almost studiously by Khawaja into the leg side. Broad ambles in to pick the ball up, and Jimmy Anderson now looks at that front foot. Might be a little bit of damp out there. It was a miserly old day yesterday. You wouldn't have liked it yesterday, Tuff.
No.
Your shoulders would have slumped a bit yesterday.
Oh, was you up here early, were you?
Yeah. It was pretty dank. So the ground staff couldn't do a lot.
No. Typical Manchester.
Well, I wasn't going to say that. Anderson on his way, comes in, bowls down the leg side, taken by Bairstow. See, I'm not mistaken. This was my team here, Lancashire.
Yes.
I remember sitting down here.
We used to come up from the Beaver.
Well, we weren't in the Beaver at the time, but in Lincolnshire. And I'd come and bowl at some of the players in the nets.
Yeah.
And I remember sitting down here for a Sunday league game. I was down there with my dad watching. I was about 11 or 12, I suppose.
Peter Lever, your hero.
Peter Lever had been playing. Yeah. Oh, they were very happy days.
Yeah.
Just to go and bowling the nets over behind that enormous stand. They're still there, actually, those same nets. The ground's changed a lot. In comes Anderson, bowls. That's a good ball. Goes across Khawaja.
Bit of bounce.
And that goes through to Johnny Bairstow.
So young Aggers used to be cruising around.
Well, he used to pull up in the old train station there.
Yeah.
Which was called Warwick Road, wasn't it, in those days?
Right.
And then when it became a tram station, it became Old Trafford. So, yeah, it's rattling in. Great fun. Easter holidays.
Might been a bit chilly in Easter.
I think it is. Anderson moves in, bowls, and Khawaja covers up. Trickles back up for Anderson to pick up and field. Lots of applause for Anderson, lots of encouragement here from his home crowd, of course. And still they come into that enormous stand up to the top. I mean, I think you need a head for heights being up there,
wouldn't you?
If you've got the last seat in the house, and it turned out to be Rose Z up there,
right in the corner.
I'm not sure what you'd think about that. Very, very high indeed, gazing down. In comes Anderson, bowls outside the off stump. Nice delivery, going through at a good pace.
He's going to be key, isn't he, Khawaja, if he settles in? Because the pitch looks pretty good, let's be fair. I mean, it's not. It wouldn't have been your first thought to come here and have a bowl first, would it? I mean, you'd have had a look at that pitch and gone, it looks pretty good. But no spinner for Australia, and Moeen Ali for England, so...
Well, you played in one of the very few tests, I'd suggest, in which England have played two spinners.
Yes, me and
Peter Such played, I remember.
Right. Yeah. Batted deep that day.
Yeah. He did. Here comes Anderson. No, that's a good ball, just outside the off stump. Khawaja lets it go, and it's taken by Johnny Bairstow. Six for no wicket. Was that the ball of the century?
That was the ball of the century, I guess.
So Peter Such played in that
game. I played in that game.
30 years ago.
That's right, and we were all very intrigued about this Shane Warne. So we all sort of we bowled him out quite cheaply, I think 300 or something like that, did pretty well. And we've all gone up into the old changing room over there because we didn't have any DVDs or video analysis or anything. So we're all going, well, this Shane Warne's coming on to bowl. Let's have a look on the telly. So we've all stood there. He won't be any good. He's a leggy, he'll drop a few short. And then he bowled the ball of the century. Yeah. And we all just sat there sort of in silence for about 2 minutes.
It was a loosener.
It was indeed. Amazing.
Here's Broad round the wicket, bowls, and Warner gets away by pushing it into the offside and scurrying for the non-striker's end.
And then sort of after the sort of silence for about a couple of minutes, my mate Robin Smith has come up to me and he's got sort of tapped me on the shoulder and said, Tuffers, what have you been doing for the last 2 years? And I just thought, oh my life, I'm done.
Bad ball, was it? But it was his loosener.
I know.
Incredible delivery.
It was indeed. Shocked. It was stunned. The silence. I think even you were a bit stunned. You were on the mic, weren't you?
I was, but I was the wrong end.
Yeah.
We were behind.
That's right.
Obviously, but we were completely. Our view was blocked. In goes Broad. A little bit of swing there, away from Khawaja, who looked at it.
Yeah. No.
To go through.
Yeah, I think it's quite crucial England trying to get Khawaja out early, isn't he? Because he does have the ability, temperament to really drop anchor and sort of be the glue of this very strong Australian batting lineup. They've packed it with batters, haven't they?
Yeah. Just to mention, we're talking more about the ball of the century, that 30 years anniversary, with Mike Gatting here on Friday.
Is Gatting?
Yes. I remember him with the tape measure out the next morning, lining it all up. In goes Broad, moves in, bowls, and hits Khawaja on the pad. He likes it. Umpire Wilson says no. And I think he's got that one right. The ball bounces away into the leg side, look high and leg stumpish. Umpire Wilson not interested.
Saw him marking his run up this morning.
Yes.
He got the old stump.
Ridiculous.
It was where he's going to stand.
Yeah, the umpire. Well, I suppose they have to. We have to get their range, don't they, and so on.
Yes. You can ask them to stand back a bit.
You can. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, they can stand more or less where you ask them to stand, can't
they? Because they're not looking at that front foot anymore, are they?
No, they're not. Broad. Bowls, and Khawaja again lets a ball go that it does the right sort of thing. It moves away from the left-hander from around the wicket, but starting too wide.
Can you ask the umpire to stand at deep extra cover?
No, I didn't try that one. But they would, because they actually play a very important part as part of the bowler's geography.
They do.
And you get used to bowling, especially for quick bowlers and no balls and so on. They're all part of the...
Yeah.
Which is why it's a bit silly that you never have an umpire in the nets. Because you never have that...
No.
That full puzzle, if you like, in place. And goes Broad. Bowls. Again, it's too wide.
Yeah.
It's doing the right thing. It's hitting the seam and moving away, but Khawaja's got no business playing at that. I think even Duckett might have left that one.
No, don't be silly.
I think he might have.
He was trying to whoosh that over thirds.
Well, he'd have thought about it, I think.
He hasn't quite got the radar on this morning, Stuart, but beautifully so far, though, hasn't he? Been a huge part of this stunning Ashes series so far, but just not quite got the old radar working.
2 away from 600.
It's a lot.
Pauses for a moment. There's a redundant pile of sawdust there, slightly splattered beside him as he now runs in. Bowls a little straighter, but still not straight enough. And Khawaja let it go. He went through at a good pace to Bairstow, though.
It's a very good point you make, John.
What's that?
About umpires in the nets. Well, you wouldn't have to necessarily have an umpire, but you could have sort of like a...
Want to stand there.
A blow-up sort of, or whatever they're called.
I don't think necessarily...
Well, no, but...
Inflatable one. I wonder where you'll get one of those from.
Family show, everyone. In answer to your question about Anderson and Broad and who takes first over, and the test they've played together, Anderson has taken the first over 237 times. This is just the 7th time that Broad has done that. And this is the first time since 2008 in the opening innings of a test when England have bowled first that Jimmy Anderson has not bowled the first ball obviously excluding the test in which he didn't play.
Yeah, old fast bowlers notice these things.
Mannequin, I was thinking of.
Oh, was it?
Mannequin, that's the word.
You've got to carry it out there, though.
Well, someone could do that for
me. Here's Anderson moving in, bowling to Warner, who plays carefully into the offside. Moeen Ali fields at point.
It's a very good idea, and I think the youngsters should put that into it as well.
But it's crazy that professional bowlers
absolutely,
don't.
And we all bowl no balls in the nets. It's as simple as that. I was watching the Australian ladies warm up, and they're all bowling huge no balls in the morning. It's just something you seem to do, but then
in all this professional era, not to have someone standing there in the nets. Anderson bowls. It's edged. Oh, now that's gone straight past fourth slip. And I'm not sure he saw that. It was a little wristy flick, and it went, I would think, at catchable height past Brooke, who's fielding at fourth slip.
I think that might have gone between.
Let's have a look. It went quite quickly, and there's a little wristy flick.
Oh no!
No, it's gone past his left hand, but it's hard to tell from that replay by how much. Just want to tell us a bit more. I'm not sure he saw it. It's 4 to Warner. Through third man, 11 for no wicket. The first edgy stroke that we've seen so far. Anderson moves in, bowls. Oh, he plays no shot, hits him on the pad. Umpire Menon says not out. That was a misjudgment. Perfectly straight ball. Warner, well, sort of took on the body, really.
Bit of bounce. He's swinging a bit for James Anderson. That was the away swinger that got the outside edge through sort of a fifth slip, and this one just nipped back. Oh, lucky, just hit him perhaps going high.
He should have been playing at that with his bat, I think. Anderson in bright sunshine now bowls to Warner. It goes straight through him. Bairstow's dropped it.
Oh, he hasn't nicked.
I hope he hasn't nicked that for Johnny Bairstow's sake. It went through very quickly. They're now appealing, I think, for leg before wicket. Bairstow's having a conversation. I'm not sure he did edge that, looking at the body language out there, but certainly it went through very quickly to Bairstow, and next minute the ball's on the ground, and looking at Ben Stokes, who's not calling for a review.
Would have been an inside edge if he had nicked it, because it cut him in half.
It went flying through. And to be fair to Bairstow, it almost knocked him off his feet. It'll require ultra edge, I think, to tell us too much about it, but did it flick the back pad? Crowd behind Anderson, who runs in, bowls to Warner, plays very late and beats Moeen at backward point. He runs down towards that enormous stand, and they come back for 2. Crowd really engaging in this, and they're going to show ultra edge. Just have a look. Just look at the replay of that Warner one. Yeah, flick the back pad.
Yeah.
You can see why Bairstow was interested in that. Here comes the technology. Pitched on. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Good decision, Mr. Menon.
Just a bit of seam as well for James Anderson. He's just getting the odd one to nit. That's what he needs as well.
Anderson moves in. Bowls wide of the off stump. Warner ignores it. And the ball clatters through to Bairstow, who's peeling his sweater off like a man who means business. And tosses it there to one of the 12th men who are running onto the ground, and Broad passes his hat over to Mr. Wilson. There's some very bright coloured seats. I mean, this ground changes every time we come here, and there's now a new hotel that's almost completed over
another
to the right-hand side. Another hotel. And it's got some very bright pink seats.
Yeah.
That overlook the ground just below it, but the hotel's been there for some years now. It looks very well populated. Virtually every balcony there has people sitting out on it and flags waving and so on.
It's a nice spot to watch a bit of cricket from.
Yeah, you got in trouble on that balcony once, didn't you? During COVID, I seem to recall. You're a very naughty boy. 13 for no wicket. Here's the 5th over. In goes Broad, round the wicket, bowls. Khawaja squared up, rolls away into the onside. You were told quite clearly you couldn't have a fag on your balcony. And you were spotted by somebody with a telescope, I think.
I know. Well, I don't know.
No.
I think they got it wrong. But there you go. Yes, we were all locked up there in COVID, weren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, Europe with your ukulele on the balcony, keeping everyone away.
They were strange days, weren't they, looking back at it. The only exercise you could have was walking around the car park.
Yeah, it wasn't much fun, was it?
No.
I must admit, I didn't go for that.
Broad round the wicket, moves in, bowls to Khawaja, a little wristy flick into the leg side. Wokes is after it. chasing the ball to mid-wicket. And Khawaja's back for 2. So yes, those seats, they do stand out.
Yeah. Another hotel. Wow. Yeah. Well, it's obviously for all, as you said, all the concerts and everything. That would be a nice place to watch a bit of concert, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yes, absolutely.
It's certainly improved.
It's not red yet. I think the finishing touch of the red has got to go onto that. Otherwise, it's basically an exact copy of the one that's been there for some time. Broad bowls. Khawaja is hit on the pad, but a little high, but quite straight. Ball got one there to actually just come back at him a little bit from outside off stump.
Just doing a bit. Just
enough.
Yeah, just enough. Well, you kind of turn up first day of a test match. The openers always think yourselves you've got to get through that hour or first session, 1 or 2 wickets down. Just swinging and just that little bit of sieve, mate. Sieve movement, a little bit of sideways.
Khawaja waits for Broad, gives the ball a final polish. In he goes, past umpire Wilson. Is there any bowls? Again, it's a lovely ball, but just not quite straight enough. And that went flying through to Bairstow.
He's catching them well above, so he's sort of in front of his face, above his head, so there is carry.
He must have bowled quite a few looseners there to start with, because his first over didn't go through like this.
No.
But, really hanging through now.
Yeah.
Broad pauses for a moment. 4 slips waiting. Round the wicket he goes. Bowls to Khawaja, who thought of a little drive at that. And then at the last moment kept his bat out of the way. As the sun comes out, at least onto the crowd at the far end, slowly cloud is creeping over and there's sunshine almost bathing the whole ground now.
Did you have a nice week off, John?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's quite nice.
We all needed to take a bit of a breath, didn't we? Including the players.
Yes, well, the players certainly did. Stokes was like a new man yesterday.
Yeah.
And then when we saw him at Headingley. And Broad bowls to him. He's in on the pad. Close. That's that one. He likes that. Umpire Wilson's given him out. 599 wickets for Stuart Broad. Although Khawaja's having a conversation, it deliciously opens up the possibility of David Warner being number 600. He's going to review it. But Broad like that, it was one of those where he ran straight down the pitch without looking at the umpire.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Confirm it is a fair delivery. You can go to front on spin decision, please.
Let's have a look. Umpire Dharmasena is the man in the box.
Look close.
It looked to do the right sort of things, I must say.
Nick Backer
does come back. Back
ball
pad.
is very close to the bat. Can you go to the ultra edge when it's ready?
It's a question of height. He has been given out.
Bail trimmer, do you think?
I can see a clear daylight between the bat and the ball. No spike, ball as the bat.
Here we go.
I'm satisfied, no bat involved. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready.
Let's have a look. Red.
Umpire's call.
Yeah, hit it. With the sitting, Joel. You can stay with your original decision out. You're on the screen, make your signal. Joel, you're on the screen.
Nice start for Joel Wilson too, incidentally. But well done, Stuart Broad. 599. Warner still there. There's still that possibility, a tantalising possibility, that he will become Stuart Broad's 600th. But Australia put it to bat, a 15 for 1. Tuffers, some thoughts from you, and then Alison Mitchell's coming here.
Well, Stuart Broad's form with the ball carries on, bowled beautifully, as you say. He's just got his line right now. That one just nipped back. The odd one's been swinging away at the left-hander. This one, just that wobble seam, just moved sideways back into Khawaja, and he's a great wicket to get early on because he can hang around all day. Great temperament, great technique. But this time, just a little bit trapped on the crease, and that one nipped back, hit him. Thought it might have been a little bit high, Ali, but he's gone.
Absolutely gone. And what a start to the day for England. They've got what they wanted in terms of opportunity to bowl. I mean, funny enough now, the sun is actually out. Earlier it was more overcast, but the ball's doing enough and coming back. Stuart Broad on 599. Next over, though, to be bowled by Anderson. That was the last ball of that over by Stuart Broad. It does bring out to the middle Marnus Labuschagne, Tuffers, who has not had a big impact yet on this Ashes series with the bat, averaging 24 in the series so far, and his best score was the 47 in the first innings at Lords.
Kept it very quiet, haven't they? They've just looked to be a little bit wider to him, haven't they, of off stump and get him poking a little bit. So he's a bit like a Steve Smith, so good at leaving that fourth, fifth stump. But he's just seemed to have a little poke outside that off stump. See if he does it this time.
He's at the non-striker's end. Labuschagne doing a few shadow shots. And here's Warner batting out of his crease for Anderson. And from the Anderson end, right arm over, and Warner is forward and just bat and pad. Ball skims down towards fine leg, and Warner is scampering through for one. As Wood was on the boundary, leg by is signalled, so straight off the pad and dribbling away. Australia making their two changes with Green and Hazelwood in for Murphy and Boland, and Anderson the one change for England for Ollie Robinson. I'm looking and looking, Tuffers, just remind myself where the scoreboard is on this ground. It comes up on the big screen every now and again, but you're absolutely stuffed if it's on a replay.
That great big thing over there, Alex.
Yeah, once I finish with the replays, it's absolutely fine.
Yeah,
16 for one.
They haven't got a little sort of secondary one, which they have. I don't know, it might be underneath us here.
Yeah, most grounds do. There is sometimes a ticker that runs again on the board, the stand that's to the side of the hotel to our right, but again, it's out of vision for anybody on this side of the ground. Here's the trumpet for Jimmy Anderson, because it's Labuschagne's first ball. They've got a leg slip in place, as well as the four slips, who now lean forward. Labuschagne flexes his knees and awaits. Anderson is in now, and he's getting in behind one. High front elbow and defending it back up the pitch, and Stuart Broad is there at mid-on, moves across the field.
They like this tactic, don't they, to Smith and Labuschagne? I think Smith has a couple of leg sort of slips, doesn't he? Or a leg slip and a leg gully. They quite like it.
Yeah, Steve Smith likes that nudge around the corner.
Yeah, because they get so far across, both of them, as you say, to cover that fourth or fifth stump, that sometimes they can just sort of clip one. If it bounces, it can go there. I like it. I think it's a good position.
Mark Wood down at deep backward square. Moeen is at mid-wicket. Mid-on, and an extra cover as Anderson's in again, and that's just beaten the edge. Through to Bairstow as Labuschagne was forward and prodding defensively. Lovely delivery from Anderson, and he got the ball to do just enough.
Just looks like he's got a bit of his nip back, doesn't it? Just skipping past the batsman. First couple of test matches, he just sort of, the batsman could sort of catch up with the ball. This time, beauty, just nipped away from him, and he couldn't sort of like leave it or cover it. So he's looking like the rest has done him good, James Anderson.
Racing in again, the sun out at Old Trafford, outside the off stump, left alone by Labuschagne, and then an elaborate, almost Steve Smith-esque sort of whip of the bat across his body as he finishes the leave.
Andy, I know we haven't got to Steve Smith yet. I did ask you what the average is here. I think he averages quite a lot here, doesn't he?
He averages just over 100. He's played 2 tests here, made a double century and 89 last time, and I think 89 in 2013 as well.
OK, so you don't mind that, innit?
Got to get past Labuschagne and Warner first. Anderson in again, straighter, and Labuschagne gets in behind it, back up the pitch to Anderson, no run.
So it's a 211 and 82 4 years ago. That was after he'd missed the dramatic Leeds test after being concussed at Lords, and 89 and 19 in 2013.
Well, it makes this ground not a happy one for Usman Khawaja, because to accommodate the returning Smith, Khawaja was left out of the side, wasn't he, for the Old Trafford test match 4 years ago, when he thought that was going to be then the end of his career. He made that incredible return with the twin centuries against England in Sydney. Labuschagne's forward, and the ball running away along the ground towards Mark Wood, down to fine leg. And Labuschagne through for one, so he's off the mark. End of the over from Anderson. Labuschagne has 1, Warner has 12. Australia 17 for 1. And if you want to have a look at Stuart Broad's 599th Test wicket, you can watch that back on the BBC Sport website and app. We've got all the in-play highlights available for you again. And don't forget that today the Test is on BBC 2 tonight from 7 p.m. on the iPlayer as well. You can either watch it as it goes out from 7 on the iPlayer, or you can watch it back at any time you like. And also on the iPlayer, of course, the highlights from England's win last night in the Women's Ashes, which meant the series was levelled. Aussies retaining the trophy, but not able to win their series outright. Stuart Broad preparing to bowl once again. A wicket taking over last time out to remove Khawaja for just 3. And Broad sitting on 599 test wickets. That leg slip is in play again because it's Labuschagne who's on strike, who's scraping away at the ground here. Luminous green grip on his bat handle. And is taking guard. Broad having to wait patiently here with his headband on. Labuschagne surveying the field, sees there's a backward point in place. And a long leg too. Labuschagne flexing his knees. Broad, a spring in his step, wider of the crease outside the off stump. Some good lift through to Bairstow. That time wasn't their toughest, but left well alone by Labuschagne.
Absolutely, he's getting it zipping through Stuart Broad. He looks up for this. He just seems to have got that radar sorted out a little bit wider of the crease perhaps this time, but that really did skip through. As you say, taking it almost above his head, Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, there's some good carry. If the nick is found, you feel it will fly to the slip cordon. It's the 3 in the slips now, with the leg slip in place for Labuschagne. Broad in past the umpire, a little straighter and targeting that off stump, defended by Labuschagne, pushing forward to Broad. So again, using his fingers to take a little bit of sweat off the white headband to rub it on the ball. No saliva still, which was the rule that was brought in during COVID, wasn't it, if you remember?
Is that still the case?
I think they've kept that in place. Unless it's just for hygiene reasons, England decided to avoid saliva, but you just don't really see it anymore, do you? Everyone's got used to sort of using the sweat from your face or your back. Some players you see shoving their hand up their shirt to get a bit of sweat from their back. Labuschagne awaits. Broad springs in. Forward defence from Labuschagne. Thought about a run and a very firm no. Broad trying to just find a little bit of movement into the right-hander. If you can get one through Labuschagne. Stokes fielding there in the covers. But just the start that England wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. You win the toss, you bowl, you want to be getting at least 3, perhaps even 4 if you get greedy before lunch. But you've got to get rid of Khawaja early on. He's had a fabulous series, hasn't he? He's really sort of like been the glue to this Australian batting lineup. So to see the back of him is a plus for sure.
Broad springs away from us. Fuller this time on the drive, and that's 4. Down the ground. Well wide of Stokes, who's in the cover region, and a punch to the gloves between Warner and Labuschagne. A confident stroke might just get him going, Labuschagne.
Yeah, long half volley, I'm afraid, from Stuart Broad there, just on the off stump, beautifully put away. Bit of a sort of check off drive, but nicely balanced and eased through mid-off.
Taps his bat. The sun's disappeared behind cloud again. The flag's just fluttering in a cool breeze as Broad is in. Oh, that one's come back a treat. That's taken the flap of the pad on the way through to Bairstow. That was an extraordinary delivery. It really took off from the surface. And I think Labuschagne was a little stunned by it. He couldn't react quick enough.
It's a banana ball.
Really was. And in the end, Broad's overstepped and it's a no ball.
Of course, that didn't uproot off stump.
Yeah.
It's only just missed off stump. Massive in-swinger from Stuart Broad. Beautifully bowled, but a no ball. This really has hooped.
Well, that should almost be a little warning from Broad.
That's gone over middle and leg.
Well, it took the flap of the pad, and that's why it really sort of ricocheted and took off. Labuschagne on 5, Broad in again, and there's some in-swing once more with bat and pad and a leading edge down towards mid-off. Scurrying back for a second as Stokes chases back. But all of a sudden, that ball's moving for Broad, starting to talk.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a great delivery. Labuschagne has gone to leave that, so he's thinking, that's going to be outside off stump or something you can leave. That has absolutely hooped back at him. He's left it, and as I said, he's just managed to get that flap of his inside pad over about middle and leg. That could have knocked his leg pole out. That's a great delivery. So it is happening for England here a bit. Perhaps that lacquer's just gone off the ball, just starting to swing and nip a bit now.
Overheads keep changing, sun and then shade, and it's sun at the moment as Broad's in down the leg side, and it's flown away past Bairstow down to the boundary for 4. Byes are signalled, and Bairstow leapt to his left-hand side, but couldn't save the runs, which add to Australia's total. 28 for 1 then. We've had 7 overs and just over half an hour of England's bowling so far, and they've got that early wicket, and now signs of movement for Broad as well, so Bairstow's going to have to be on high alert as well behind the stumps.
He is. You just feel that something's happening, don't you? The ball, as you say, it was a bit quiet first couple of overs. I don't think Stewart was quite into his work, but he's just got it going now, and not surprisingly, he keeps going for that in-swing because you can see it really swinging out there at the moment. So England have got the conditions again. You just haven't got to go searching. As you say, that last 4 byes, perhaps looking for that wonder delivery. Just got to keep patient and let these conditions do it a bit. But they've fallen in England's lap again.
Warner batting outside his crease once more as Anderson is in, and that's almost cut him in half. The ball's hit him on the body, looking to play a forcing stroke, rather lacking in footwork as well. So at the moment, it's not easy out there for the batters against Anderson and Broad. The stand away to my left-hand side is now packed in, 8,500 full in that stand, and a seat spare. Michael Vaughan has joined me. Good morning to you.
Morning, everyone. Yeah, there's a little bit of nip off the surface. Perfect for Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad.
Sun dips behind cloud once again. Anderson bustles in, and Warner's up on his toes, and he steered it, makes it past Moeen at points. He then stumbles as he tries to get to his feet, and in the end it's Brook chasing back. I think they come back for 3 here. Picked up in the deep point region. The throw comes back into Bairstow. Moeen was floundering then, as if he was trying to get to his feet on a sea of oil.
Yeah, just lost his balance. It was nicely played from David Warner. He just kind of prodded at a delivery that bounced on and around off stump. And Moeen just dived over it and then tried to get up to chase it. He just couldn't quite get his feet going.
31 for 1. Khawaja out for 3. LBW Broad 15 for 1 at that point. Wicket falling inside the first 20 minutes of the day. Just what England wanted after winning the toss. Sorry, after losing the toss. Winning the toss. Pat Cummins, who called incorrectly outside the off stump. This one from Anderson goes through to Bairstow. But England having the opportunity to put Australia in, and they did.
We've just seen something we haven't seen since Lords. A 3. Not a single 3 in the Headingley Test.
You were looking at
that. First Test that's gone beyond 1 innings. So a few very short games.
Are you okay?
First Test without 3.
Can you contain yourself?
Not really, Ali. Not really.
Well, I'll tell you what, if anyone's going to run 3, it's Labuschagne. And Wayne Warner sprints between the stumps as well. So he might get another one, Andy, before this partnership is done. There's some movement again from Anderson. A little tighter to that off stump, left by Labuschagne.
Well, you can see Labuschagne, he's had difficulty around that 4th, 5th stump line throughout the series. He's snicked quite a few deliveries. You can see what he's trying to do here. He's trying to leave more balls. He's trying to make England bowl to him, bowl a bit straighter so he can work it on the onside. He's played a beautiful off drive already, which was a straight, full delivery. But you can see that his game plan is to try and leave as many. He's almost, I think, over the last week's probably tried to work on finding where his off stump is. He probably lost it for the first few games.
Labuschagne awaits. Anderson is in. He's forward and he's defending. Anderson will pick up in his follow through, and there's no run. Well, a lot of the players with this time off between the 2 test matches, I'm looking on their Instagrams, Michael, Instagram feeds were full of photographs from Italy, from all over Europe. Labuschagne and Smith, nets.
Yeah.
Steve Smith did have a day at Wimbledon, didn't he?
Yeah, just hit plenty of balls. I mean, both of them, Steve obviously got the fine century at Lords, but I don't think either of them have been in the form that we've seen them in the past.
No, I really expected Labuschagne to have had a bigger hand with the bat so far. This one's down the leg side from Anderson, and Bairstow gathers, end of the over. Australia 31 for 1, then the score remains with Warner on 15, Labuschagne on 7, and Stuart Broad with his 599th wicket, having dismissed Khawaja LBW for 3. Now, an email here from Steve Watson. He says, first day of our family summer holiday in beautiful Fuerteventura. Lovely. Sun is shining, he says. TMS on BBC Sounds, and Broad's 599th wicket. Coin a phrase by the legend that was George Best. Where did it all go wrong?
Well, yeah, I can only imagine.
That was also Stuart Broad's 148th wicket against Australia. That ties him with Ian Botham for most wickets by an England bowler against Australia. 3 Australians have taken more. Shane Warne 195, Dennis Lilly 167, and Glenn McGrath 157.
Here's something then. So Broad has bowled 4 overs, taken the wicket of Khawaja, and Chris Woakes is replacing him.
Yeah, I think
early in the piece.
Yeah, I think England fancy Woakes to Labuschagne. He had him in a little bit of trouble At Headingley, he was fantastic at Headingley, Chris Woakes. He just delivers. In English condition with the Duke ball, he very rarely lets England down. He obviously got them over the line with the bat in hand, but I thought his bowling throughout the whole Test match was fantastic. I mean, Mark Wood got the kind of headlines because he bowled rapid.
Pace.
But Chris Woakes was equally as impressive.
Yeah, and did his job with the bat as well. So here is Woakes to Warner, though, to start with 4 slips in place, and forward he comes. A little bit of keepy-uppy from Woakes, which the crowd appreciates as he picked up in his follow-through.
We're perfectly placed. We're right behind the bowler's arm. Got the perfect commentary box here at Old Trafford. I don't know where the TV are, but I imagine they've got the same view as we have. Straight behind Chris Woakes, we can see every ounce of any movement that he'll try and find.
Warner just fractioning out of his crease again as Woakes bounds in. That's a straighter, turned towards mid-wicket, finds Wood, and there's no run. Woakes is just one of those dependable cricketers. You're absolutely right that whenever he performs, and almost you take his dependable nature for granted, and he sometimes, when he has a good performance, often is somewhat overshadowed by someone else's brilliant performance.
It's probably his manner, his personality, he's under the radar.
Yeah.
But you'd want Chris Woakes inside, particularly in English conditions. His record is right up there with the best.
Warner's on 15. Woakes slight angle to his run-up, bowling a little fuller leading edge. Skews very quickly out towards Anderson, who's at backward point, and there's no run.
We saw Labuschagne play a shot across the line of Stuart Broad and found the leading edge that went down the ground for a couple. And now David Warner, it looks the kind of pitch that you've got to show the full face. Keep playing straight. If you play across the line of the ball, we've seen already the ball's just wobbling, just moving either way. Got to try and show the maker's name, as my coach used to say.
Give a plug for your sponsor. Warner is up on his toes, almost inside edge of that. Could have gone back onto the stumps, got a bottom edge into the ground, and the ball ran out in front of him on that offside, picked up by Stokes, but it was not a shot of great conviction. It was quite close to his body.
Spider-Cam's having a bit of a journey over the right, isn't it? Just that is Spider-Cam right up there. Is that a drone?
Oh, that's a drone. Hey, Spider-Cam. Spider-Cam's
Spider-Cam. Oh, yeah,
hovering high
and drone.
out.
All right.
Yeah. Oh. Just lowering himself a little bit, the drone.
And so is Spider-Cam.
Had a disaster in Melbourne the other week. Thousands of drones in the sky all dropped out into the River Yarra after a light show. Woakes in outside the off stummer. There's some movement away from the left-hander, pushed across Warner and through to Bairstow. Yeah, they had to
fell out the sky.
They all fell out the sky and landed thankfully in the River Yarra, out of harm's way. But they had to employ teams and teams of divers to get down into the Yarra and try and rescue all these drones that dropped out of the sky.
All the batteries went, or
I don't know exactly what happened. I think it was a green and gold light show.
Pretty sure that's one of the signs of the apocalypse, isn't it?
Everything's
drones
dropping out of
falling from the sky.
As you speak, the drones disappeared.
Check the car park. Woakes to Warner, a leap at the crease, and Warner's again chopping and inside edging back behind the stumps this time. Not convincing here. And the change of bowling, well, Woakes for Broad the wicket taker, but Woakes causing a few problems of his own for Warner, and the crowd appreciating that. 32 for 1, Warner on 16, Labuschagne on 7. Michael, a few more words from you, and then Jim Maxwell is coming in here.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a huge amount of moisture in the surface. It's rock hard. So I just think it's the new Duke ball, the prominent seam. It's just getting the ball to just grabbing the surface and offer a bit of movement. I think as the ball gets older, this pitch will be a beauty. And once you get to the afternoon, and if you're still in on it, I think a pitch that you fancy scoring plenty on, Jim. But this morning's going to be tricky.
Well, history's against England already.
Is it? What?
No one's ever won a test by bowling first, sending the opposition in here.
Is that right?
There you go. So Ben Stokes likes creating history.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well, here he comes, Mark Wood. That's the roar of the crowd. Can he get it to, was it 96.5 miles an hour?
Oh,
last week, Jim.
The speed that thrills is the speed that gets wickets. Maybe. We'll see. You get carried away with all this radar. No one was faster than Tomo.
Oh, come on.
He's number one a mile.
Oh, come on.
Mile. 74.5. You would have loved batting in that series without a helmet.
No, I wouldn't.
Anyway, this is good stuff to watch this morning. with Australia batting and trying to make the best of it. The ball's doing a bit here and there. And it's Wood who charges in and bowls a short one that's knocked away by Warner. Away on the offside to deep cover. Didn't quite middle it. He's going to get the famous 3, yes. Another 3 as there's a scuttle from Labuschagne to make his ground on the big return from Stokes charging back towards the boundary and that large crowd sitting up there on the scaffolding. 3 runs, the second 3 of the day. Is that a new record?
I don't think that's a new record, no. But it's positive riches compared to Leeds.
It's a bit like the first ball that Broad bowled to Warner that he banged for 4.
I'll tell you what, Jim, the rocket of a throw from Ben Stokes from the boundary. He really surprised Marnus Labuschagne. He had to get the full Superman dive in to get into his ground. What we're going to see here, Mark Wood against Labuschagne. 3 slips, a gully, a leg slip. This leg slip is a position that England have had for Marnus Labuschagne throughout the whole series.
1 for 35. Khawaja the man out, trapped LBW by Broad. And the finger went up from umpire Wilson. He reviewed it. It was high, but it was hitting the top of the stumps. He's out for 1. Here comes Wood. And there goes Labuschagne, flicking away from the line of the pads out towards square leg where Woakes is fielding. So England won the toss, or should I say, it's more accurate to say Australia lost it, because Cummins keeps calling tails and it keeps coming up heads.
He's got to go tails again at the Oval, hasn't he?
You can't stop. You can't stop. When you're on the black or the red, the odds,
the odds of that,
stick with it.
Losing 5 tosses on the trot, calling exactly the same.
We'll have that stat in just a moment from Andy, I'm sure. 3 slips gully, leg slip. Wood charging into bowl and Labuschagne down the leg side. Has he got a bit on that? Doesn't matter. Bairstow has dropped it. I think it came off a bit of pad and it hurt Bairstow too. And he's removed a glove from his right hand. It's whacked him on the wrist, fingers. What's happened there?
Well, he's got some tape on one of his fingers, that right hand.
It was an ouchie, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just gone down the leg side. Let's have a look. He goes across to it. Oh, he just misses it. He hits the right kind of fingers rather than it going into the glove.
Yes, he's having an outpouring down the leg side there. Missed everything. And he didn't take it cleanly. He didn't take it at all. He's now getting himself back together with his gauntlets. It's a bit of a breezy day, particularly here in the box. I don't know what it's like on the ground, but I can see plenty of jumpers on. Everyone's got one. Here's Wood once more, running in, and Labuschagne is back and across and behind, pushing away on the onside. I would have thought today with the ball doing a little bit, if they've erred at all, it's not bowling full or more often. But they have bowled some very good deliveries.
Yeah, there's some seam there, and you'd feel that Woakes, Anderson, Broad are the 3 really that will feel that they could exploit the conditions. Mark Wood's just going to try and bowl his right. He got some outswingers going at Headley in that first spell. So far, it's only bowled a few balls. We haven't seen any shape. No shape away from Labuschagne.
He's on this rush in, and Labuschagne is back playing the shorter ball away square of the wicket very gently in front of through point for a single as Brook chases back. 1 for 30.
I like the trumpet, Jim. Do you? Can you hear the trumpet?
I can.
Where is the trumpeter? Whereabouts in the ground is the...
He's everywhere. I mean, that's the quality of the trumpet. It reverberates.
Yeah, it does, but there is a position that he will be in. Can't see where he is.
We'll spot him in a moment, but we can hear him.
Here he comes. He'll go again now. Twist and shout, isn't it, for Mark Wood?
Well, we're watching something significant in this game again as Wood charges up and Warner is back and dabbing down for a single, steering it away through point. He's going to get a couple. It's running out towards the boundary, and that's a quick boundary out there as they come back for another 3. 3 threes so far in the first hour of the Test match.
First 10 overs.
And Australia roll along to 39. Warner's 22 of those. Labuschagne is 8. And Andy? good morning.
Good morning. The chances of losing 5 tosses in a row is, I believe, 1 in 32. Australia losing 4 tosses in a row. You might think, well, England have been hugely lucky there, but this is since 1905. It's only the second time England have won the first 4 tosses of an Ashes series. The other was in 1958-59 when it didn't help them. They got thrashed 4-0 in the series anyway. Australia have done it 7 times since then, Jim. So the coin is finally evening up the injustices of history.
Lots of Horseshoe Collins captains. Blokes who like to have a little bet, probably somewhere along the line away from cricket, but they were pretty good on the toss.
That's why the Aussies have won a few series. They've won all the tosses.
You're not advocating we get rid of them? Wokes is bowling, and Warner's getting a full toss, and he gets a bottom edge to it and knocks it down to Brook, who's there at about 4th slip.
He's just taking a bit here. David Warner is playing nicely. He's 22 from 23.
Busy.
Yeah,
busy.
But I think the busyness against Mark Wood is understandable because there doesn't seem to be as much movement. But against Chris Wokes, I think, and Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson, you've got to be so careful. Try and play a big drive. And it's not quite there. Those 4 slips in the cordon, get ready.
Yep, anytime. Wokes goes in, Warner back, pushing it down the pitch. Now, what I was saying about the significance of this occasion, although they're not in the attack at the moment, a rare chance to see as they move clearly towards the end of their careers, Broad and Anderson with a new ball. I mean, how often are we going to see these 2 great bowlers in tandem in a test match from here on?
Yeah, it's...
Is there an answer to that question?
I don't think it's going to be much longer.
Next summer? Still be here? Sri Lanka, West Indies?
Debatable.
Here comes Wokes, short, and he tries to carve it, cramps him up, cuts back, and made it difficult for him to say that shot through backward point, and he chopped it down, as he's done a couple of times already from Wokes, and almost lost his poles as a result.
Yeah, I honestly don't know, Jim. I mean, I'm sure Stuart and Jimmy know in their own minds when they're thinking of calling it a day. I think they're both still bowling well enough to carry on if they want to.
They looked sharp again today. Anderson galloping in from his end of the ground as Wokes moves up, and Warner's pulling the ball away, flashing it through square for 4. Very good stroke. Just picked the length from Wokes, who's not express, and he managed to swivel it through square leg along the ground, controlled for a boundary.
Yeah, I've seen him play that shot a few times over the years. It's actually got him out a few times where he's kind of top-edged it, it's gone straight in the air. It's not what I would say a conventional pull shot. It's kind of just a little flick of the wrist and a swivel. Times it nicely.
He's very much engaged here, David Warner. Lots of speculation about his place in the team. 4 slips there, Wokes bowls, and he's back and across and behind and defending, looking very decisive in the way he's going about his work here at the beginning of this test match in Australia. 1 for 43. Hello to you wherever you may be around the world, particularly in Glasgow and Edinburgh, where the welcome was very, very hospitable. Thank you all for the few days off in between.
Do you have an open-top bus ride round Glasgow? Or?
No. Didn't do that one. No. Here comes Wokes. Forward goes Warner, pushes down the pitch. More the convivial hospitality of a few, particularly one in particular who looked after us, James Garden. Thanks to him and thanks to all his acolytes, and particularly one memorable evening to get a new business, as it were, taken over a business grog shop, I think we'd call it.
A what shop?
A bottle shop. Oh, okay. A bottle shop, and the chap pulled out a lot of bottles that were very dusty and ancient.
Right.
And they were...
Went into the cellar, did he?
Outstanding. Richard, thank you very much. It was very good. So you need to do these things in between test matches, and particularly when you get a week off. And some of these fellas went to other places, didn't they? Played golf or took mum and the kids to Disneyland. Away goes Wood, charges up, and it's a short run, pulled away, ouch, it's hit him in the ankle. As he tried to swivel that away, he got a bottom edge, and it's gone low and fast to Stokes at leg slip. Oh, that hurt. It came so quickly, he couldn't get his mitts around it. It was on the bounce.
It's one of those that all the court,
whack.
They're all laughing. He's just skidded along the surface, and it's hit him right on the shin.
Yeah.
Right on the right shin, and look at Ben Duckett, he's chuckling away. I mean, the skipper's taken one right on the right shin, and he's in a bit of pain. All the cordon are just laughing at him.
They were laughing at Stuart Broad, I saw in the practice yesterday when he kicked the soccer ball up into his face. Here we go. Wood's charging. He's running at Labuschagne, short lifting, and he lets it go just outside the line of the off stump.
Your two Aussie quicks actually came yesterday morning to play my golf club, Wilmslow Golf Club, at 7 a.m. Hazelwood versus Stark.
Right.
Hazelwood got the win.
Did he?
Yeah, Stark's lost his first. I don't know how many rounds he's played on the tour, but he said he lost his first game at Wilmslow, so it was good to see them there. I think a few of the Aussies went up to Scotland golfing last week. Mitchell Marsh, went whacking a few balls up there.
Yeah,
England play golf every day.
Yes. They don't have nets. They play golf.
They just play all the time.
Here comes Woody, charges, and down the leg side, it's off a little bit of pad, and it's gone down to the boundary. Buys. It's missed the lot. Buys. Umpire Menon's hand went straight up. Johnny Bairstow moved to his left, couldn't get across, went past his outstretched glove, and they were buys. I thought they may have been a leg buy. But anyway, it's 1 for 47.
That's the second set of buys that have been given against Johnny Bairstow. That's harsh, isn't it? It's wide down the leg side.
It bounced. It was probably closer to the leg slip. Very difficult to stop that. As we see in England with the Duke's ball, after it goes past the bat, it moves even further one way or t'other. Wood tries again. Labuschagne pushes forward and sends the ball quietly down the onside of the pitch. It's 1 for 47, and England deciding to have a bowl, as they do. They like to chase. We don't know what's going to happen on the weekend. It looks a bit damp, but we just got to take it as it comes. The next 3 days look okay, I think.
Yeah. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday's fine. There'll be the odd shower.
If you send a team in, you want to take control of the game, you need to bowl them out. And that could be the problem with Australia's long batting order. Wood charging in again, and back and across goes Labuschagne and steers it off the back foot out into the covers. The trumpet is up and away. 1 for 47, Warner 26, Labuschagne 8, Khawaja out for 3. Yes, LBW Broad for 3.
Yeah, I reckon if you decide to bowl, you really want to get 3 in the first morning. Ahead on they had Australia 86 for 4. I know they were 4 down. I think it was around that number.
Yes, 4 down. And a drop catch or 2 on the way.
Yeah, that was the perfect start when you decide to bowl first.
Here's Wood. Turns around like old Secunda Bucked and then charges up and bowls it. And back again to a shorter pitch delivery. Labuschagne is up on his toes and plonks it down quietly in the sunshine here as we approach the top of the clock and the first hour of the day at 1 for 47. Andy, you're poised.
They were 91 for 4 at lunch on the first day at Headingley after being put in, and 245 at tea before Mark Wood detonated the lower order. Just on Anderson and Broad and their extraordinary careers opening the bowling for England. My daily quiz question I've been sending on the text feed featured the starts to their careers. In their first 20 tests, Anderson averaged 39 and Broad 40. Since then, Anderson's taken over 600 wickets at just under 25 and Broad 547 now at 26. Michael, you played with both of them early in their careers.
Now 4 slips, and Wokes at the Statham end goes charging in and back. Warner defends, batting outside his crease. And as I mentioned, busy, playing with intent, and so far it's working out all right.
Yeah, but both of them had quite difficult starts over quite a long period in tests. So how did you see them then, and how do you sort of tell the tale of their improvement over their careers?
I think when they started, Jimmy was a big outswinger. He used to run in and try and bowl as quick as he could, bowl big booming outswingers to the right-handers.
Wokes goes up and Warner is driving through the covers. Nice shot, not timed. It clonked off the deader part of the bat, but it went for 2 out through deepish cover with Anderson chasing back, and it's 1 for 49.
But he had the problems with his back, which kind of didn't allow him to play consistently. But it was always, I remember him getting a hat-trick in a one-day game at the Oval, I think it was, quite early in his career, and you just knew he had that ability to bowl the unplayable. And then over the years he's developed his skills, the wobble seam, obviously changed his action slightly.
More of Woakes coming up to Warner. He's on the move, and then he's playing back and nudging towards Anderson, who's out there at point, and he's giving the ball a massage.
I don't think either of them, when you think Stewart's 1 away from 600 and Jimmy's 12 away from 700. I'd be lying if I said to you that as soon as I saw them I thought they were going to get 700 and 600 test wickets. No chance. Stewart had an amazing ability. As soon as he came into the side, he just knew everything about his game. He wanted to set his own fields. I thought for a young bowler when he came, I thought, wow, that's great. He was always a very thinking cricketer to captain and play with.
Woakes 4 slips and a leave from Warner across him outside the off stump, and it's taken by Bairstow.
I think it's their attrition of to get up every day for pretty much 20 years to know you're going to have to charge in. I mean, the state of the bodies, the mental side, to be a batter to play for that long is a hell of an effort. To be a bowler, I just don't know how. I don't know what tablets they've taken, but it's unbelievable to think that they're still running in, still producing, sheer quality.
Woakes goes up. Warner is trying to pull a ball outside, cut a ball outside the off stump. What was he doing there? He missed it anyway. They went through to the keeper. Well, if Formula One drivers thank the engineers and the car manufacturers, what do fast bowlers do? Thank their doctors, their physios?
Pale ale.
Pale ale.
Pale ale and big backsides. That's what Fred Truman used to say.
Yes.
Pale ale and a big backside, that's all you need. You just keep charging in. Simple. Easy as that.
And they do keep charging in. It's been extraordinary resilience from both of them. And Woakes tries again. What's Warner going to do? He's going to go back. He wants a single. He'll get a single too, because he's knocked it into the big gap wide of Stokes running from cover. And that is the end of the over. I think we're going to have a pause for refreshments in a moment, or maybe another over before all that occurs. And Glenn McGrath, fresh from Sicily, is alongside me. Good morning, sir. Oh, good afternoon.
Good day, Jim. Good day, everyone. Yeah, going well. It's a little bit cooler here than what it was down in Sicily. Got up to 47 degrees.
47? What were you doing when it was 47?
Keeping undercover.
You weren't out there sunning yourself on the solarium or something?
No. We went for a swim a few times off Taormina there. Nice part of the world. So,
what was the place called?
Taormina.
Taormina.
From
Taormina, yes.
Down from Catania. My wife's parents live in a place called Acciaiuoli, which is just outside of Catania. But nice part of the world down there.
Nice view here, looking right down the wicket as Wood bowls it, and back goes Warner. And Wood has one of his moments. He falls on the pitch and delivering the ball. It's 1 for 50 at the moment. Good start for Australia.
Yeah, quite a productive start. Scoreboard ticking over. I think for England, they're factoring in the fact that it could rain over the weekend. So, and the best way to win in 3 days is to bowl first and take early wickets.
As saying to Michael Vaughan, history's against them. No one has ever won a test match bowling first here.
Yeah.
Never. So I know Ben Stokes keeps making history, but they got to bowl Australia out. Can they do that today? Away goes Wood. Back goes Warner. Nibbles around the corner. Goes hard for one. Back for two as the ball is short of the deep field out on the onside. Jimmy Anderson had a long run in from backward square, and they gleaned 2 more. 1 for 52, and Warner is 31. Busy boy.
Yeah, no, he's been busy. He's been under the pump a little bit with his form this series and his battles with Stuart Broad again, which probably again Stuart Broad has won quite clearly.
Yep.
He was keen to get out and make amends. There's been quite a bit of noise in the press, especially back in Australia, the fact that he should or should he not be in this Australian team. But he's coming out here at the moment, backing himself. He's 31 off 36 deliveries. So He's going okay at the moment, but we don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, put the mocker on him.
He's just taken fresh guard because Wood's going around the wicket to him with 4 slips. He rushes up again and bowls a ball that he just nurdles away uncomfortably. Didn't completely control that as he guided it towards backward square and took a single at 1 for 53. Do you like the composition of the Australian team for this game?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, to not go in with a spinner. I don't think Australia's done that for a long, long time, whether they class Travis Head as a spinner or an all-rounder. But, looking at this pitch, it looks quite brown out there. There's enough seam movement, just a little bit of nibble on the length. And I remember, the late, great Shane Warne always said, if it seams, it spins. So
he was a freak.
He was. But see what Moeen does out there today.
Over the wicket, Wood comes in. Labuschagne flicks it away gloriously through the onside. A shot that he loves as it races out to the mid-wicket boundary. Half volley near the pads. A tweak of the wrists. Mohammad Azharuddin luck and the boundary. 1 for 57.
Yeah, Marnus Labuschagne, another guy who hasn't really been in the runs this series, but he's not going to miss out on a half volley on leg stump, is he? Didn't try to overhit it.
See, they keep putting this up on the board. Last delivery, 93.8 miles an hour. Booking for speeding. When Labuschagne just, it's an easy half volley on the leg stump.
Quicker it comes, the quicker it goes, as they say. But, I wouldn't mind bowling consistently 95 mile an hour in my heyday.
You didn't have to.
Well, I did it before speed guns, I think.
Now what's happening?
Oh, no, we've... something's happening.
Something's just... Sun. Apparently the sun is glinting off the back of chairs. Chris Rogers must be here again. He always saw something in the distance. So they've decided to have a drinks break with this distraction. And I'll move out because Ishigua is about to move in. But commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds and via the ABC in Australia. But Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for that shipping forecast. I'm out of here. See you, Glenn.
Well, Jim, you love the shipping forecast, don't you? You're going to listen to it, aren't you? That's what you do. But, just stopping after 4 balls in that over. A bit of a glint or a shine that's affecting my reports. I'm wondering where it is, whether it's down below the sight screen from here or where it is and how they're going to rectify it. Nish, do you know where it is? Or
I think it's at the Jimmy Anderson end, directly in front of them. And I think the reason they've made a fuss about it is because they're facing 94 mile an hour rockets from Mark Wood, which is understandable. Noticing that Jim Maxwell's very patriotic today in his yellow top.
Australian gold, I think he calls it. Nish, come on.
Canary yellow?
Easy.
Well, look, it's great to be here, and what an Ashes summer we're having. The women fighting back, the England women fighting back yesterday at Taunton to tie the series against Australia. 8-all. Obviously, Australia hold the Ashes, so they will be taking them back with them, but it was a phenomenal series. And it was great to be able to cover it here on the BBC. And here, of course, England 2-1 down, but there is hope. There's belief in this team on the back of Headingley. And what they did there, that they were able to bring that composure together with the bravery and courage that we've seen from them to get over the line against Australia. And they come here after a 10-day break. You see the players down in front of us now, just taking on some drinks. David Warner is on his knees. He looks fairly relaxed, same as Marnus Labuschagne. And we can say hello to Mick Greener, who is listening to TMS while running ultra marathons. He says, I'm on my 8th day of running from Berwick-upon-Tweed to Nottingham, which is about 500 kilometres. And one of the main things keeping me going here has been listening to the men's and women's Ashes on TMS, hoping for a couple more early wickets. Come on, England. Well, we'll hope for them for you, Mick, because that is unbelievable. Wouldn't catch me doing that, Glenn.
Yeah, no, that's an incredible effort there, Mick. Good luck, mate. Keep hanging in there.
Were you a long-distance runner? Did you like that?
When I was a young fella at school, I did a lot of cross-country running and quite enjoyed it. I even nearly went to state for cross-country running, but I always ran on flat country, and the championship was in the hills, and the first hill, that was it was all over. Plus my wife thought it'd be a good idea for us to do a marathon. We did the 2017 New York Marathon.
Wow.
And I think I've retired from all forms of running since we finished that. So it was a great experience, but it's a long way, but nothing like 500 kilometres, which Mick is doing. So that's an incredible effort.
That is unbelievable.
What about yourself, Ish?
No.
You're not a runner?
In a word, no.
You're a sprinter? Are you a sprinter or a long distance?
I was neither, actually. I like to think that I could run quickly between the wickets, but it was just quick feet.
Yeah.
I couldn't get down the other end in 5 steps like a Jenny Gunn who had really long legs. So, it was neither for me. But I did get into a bit of longer distance running during COVID.
Just to get outside?
Yeah, just to get outside. But, that's neither.
Have you kept it up since?
I was agile, though.
Yeah.
That's what my strength was.
Have you kept up your running since we've
jogging,
been allowed out back outside?
Jogging.
Okay.
Yeah, fast walking, jogging. Anyway, here we are. The players have broken. They've dispersed and they're ready to go again. But those seats are still causing concern for Marnus and David Warner. So there is still a bit of a break here. They're going to wait until maybe they're covered, as we have plenty of cloud cover here in Manchester. The threat of rain maybe later on in the test match, but for now it looks really good. We've got some blue sky, there's a lovely buzz here in Manchester, and over to our left the party stand, fairly subdued at the moment. I'm sure they'll be whipped into a frenzy at some stage. Australia then 57 for 1 into the 14th over with 2 balls left of this over to go of Mark Wood. It was England winning the toss and electing to bowl first. No captain in the history of Test cricket here, Glenn, has won the toss, elected to bowl and won the Test match.
Well, there you go. Does Ben Stokes like a challenge? Is that why he's doing it? He's been pretty lucky he's been tossing. Pat Cummins has been calling. So 4 heads in a row has come up and Pat Cummins calls tails. Mark Taylor was pretty poor at calling as well, and he always went tails. He said tails never fails, but I'm not sure about that. So Ben Stokes likes a challenge, or I think it's more because of what's happening over the weekend. There's a lot of rain forecast for the weekend, and England need to win this game.
Yeah.
And the best way to win a test match in 3 days is to bowl first. If you bat first, it's very hard to win a test match in 3 days unless you score a lot of runs very quickly and then enforce the follow-on.
But with that, they've got to take 20 wickets, and they would have hoped to have had a few more wickets away this morning, especially with that ball moving around. There is this Ashes series, which has been a lot of fun for us here on the BBC, watching it, calling it. There's so much sport on the BBC over the next few days as well. The Open Golf starts tomorrow with commentary on BBC Sounds. And the Women's Football World Cup also begins this week with coverage across the BBC TV and radio after Wimbledon as well. Glenn, it was an incredible tournament this year. Carlos Alcaraz beating Novak Djokovic. What a player he is. Do you like your tennis?
Yeah, I don't mind it. I was lucky enough to go to the couple of Wimbledon finals. 2005, we went and watched Roger Federer and Andy Roddick, and myself and Adam Gilchrist got invited down to meet Roger, and we went down, chatted to him for about 20 minutes, half hour. And that was before he walked out on centre court for the final.
Wow.
He's talking to 2 nuffies down in the change room. So that was unbelievable, and he went out and just wiped Roddick off the court. He was incredible player. He's one of my favourite sports people.
So how much time before he walked out on centre that were you chatting to him?
Well, he gave us enough time for us to leave the change room and get to our seats before he went out.
Perfectly timed. He was very considerate.
Hardly
thinking of you.
Any time whatsoever, but he was an incredible sports person.
And he was a big cricket fan as well, Roger Federer. As we're ready to go here at Old Trafford. Mark Wood is at the top of his mark. They've sorted out the issue with the seats. In fact, I think a bit of cloud cover has helped. So 3 slips and a gully in position for England's Premier Quick, as he's moving forwards now and into his stride to Labuschagne, who's on the back foot and pushing at the ball to the leg side. decides to set off, but sent back by David Warner. It's a little bit too paced, this pitch today. It looks a little bit grey, actually. We often talk about the pitch here at Old Trafford being very brown, but also a little bit grey. There's a man out at deep square, and Stuart Broad positioned at a short mid-wicket. We've got Jimmy Anderson at extra cover as well. So Wood for the final ball of the over. Circles. He's now pushing forwards, running towards us here in the commentary box. Marnus edges, and it's through the gap down to the third man boundary. It's gone in between third slip and gully. Well, that was a genuine edge. And Ben Stokes can't believe it, standing at leg slip. He's still standing there. And what could have been? 61 for 1 after 14 overs. Labuschagne moves to 16.
Yeah, you're right there, Ish. That was a genuine edge. Flew perfect catchable height through there. You just think, if only we had that fourth slip, that would be the second wicket going down. But there's enough in this pitch. You were talking about it before. A little bit of natural variation. We've just got to keep getting that ball in the right area. Mark Wood, a little bit disappointed, smiling there. But there's enough in it for the bowlers to keep interested.
Chris Woakes then to continue from the Brian Statham end. And it's the two heroes, isn't it, from Headingley with the bat in hand, in operation together after Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson opening the bowling. The oldest attack for England in a very long time. Andy Zaltzman. I'll throw that one to you as Woakes. And he's bowling now to Warner, who's edging and taken by Johnny Bairstow. Slightly fuller. Warner looking to drive through the covers, and Woakes has his man. Australia now, 2 down. Johnny Bairstow taking it to his left. And an important breakthrough.
Well, Warner looked good there today. Saw off Stuart Broad, the danger man. But Chris Woakes just gets it right, just perfect, going across. And Bairstow happy. Hung them to the first one there today.
David Warner departs for 32, Australia 61 for 2. The crowd taking a disliking to David Warner as he disappears off the pitch below us.
Or is it Stephen Smith coming out?
You never know. I mean, Stephen Smith has scored plenty of runs here at Old Trafford. Double century in that last Ashes tour.
The whole crowd's sledging now.
Well, they're used to it, aren't they? Smith and Warner. As Smith has now joined Marnus out in the middle. They are two great mates. They follow each other around. And
they're two quite unusual characters, aren't they, Smith and Labuschagne?
Yeah, I mean, the rest of the team call them strange, so we're allowed to, I think. As he's shuffling forwards and marking his guard now, Steve Smith. Players having some time off in between test matches. Steve Smith popped down to Wimbledon, as did Ben Stokes. Saw Usman Khawaja this morning. He went to Mallorca with Marnus and his family. They've had some time to just have a little break away from what has been a really intense series, but here he is now at a place that he enjoys batting. 3 slips in position. Chris Woakes shuffles forwards. He's past the umpire. Smith back and across and pulling the ball out to fine leg. It's up and over the fielder. Well, I didn't realise it had gone so fine, but Chris Woakes with his hands on his head, because that was a catching opportunity for Mark Wood, who was maybe 10 paces off the boundary there. Steve Smith working it away to the leg side. I just don't think he caught sight of it, Mark Wood. It goes just above his head and away to the boundary, diving to his left. But I just think that if he'd have seen it earlier, he might have tracked back a bit more to get in position to take the catch. Well, what a moment in the game.
It's a long boundary down there. Whether he was just in off the boundary a fraction.
Here he comes again. Smith leaves down the leg side. There is a leg slip in position. Bairstow takes it though, rolling away to his left. So all action cricket at the moment, 65 for 2 Australia, and Smith has moved to 4.
Well, Australia haven't batted slowly. They've got plenty of runs, but that there, it's a long boundary. Mark Wood's he's not far off, but enough to clear him and bounce just before the rope. Steve Smith's not sure what has happened there. Interesting first shot.
He looked in disbelief as he played that, as he's backing across again and now covering the ball to the offside off the back foot. No run.
I know when you're fielding down at fine leg and a ball comes like that and goes over your head, you actually hope it goes for 6 because then you don't look so bad.
No.
The fact that it drops for 4, then the onus is on you.
Very
You think,
silly, doesn't it?
oh, I'm in the wrong position. Whether Mark Wood was in a little bit too far or whether Ben Stokes had him off the boundary a fraction.
Wokes comes again. Smith again covering the ball, but this time to the leg side to Jimmy Anderson at mid-on, no run. Sun just peeking through again here at Old Trafford.
But the thing is also, if we look at the flags above the Jimmy Anderson stand there, they're going from our left to right. So the ball would have been carrying with the wind, so it would have probably carried a little bit further, whereas the other way might have held up enough and just been right down Mark Wood's throat.
Smith taps his bat down ferociously, backing across and playing at the ball in front of him as he pats it down the pitch at the end of the over. It's been a good one for Wokes, extracting David Warner, 65 for 2 after 15 overs. Smith on 4, Labuschagne on 16. And it was a good wicket, looking to drive David Warner, just that little bit of movement, and that's the length you have to bowl here, especially Chris Wokes.
Just watching Dave Warner's reaction when he nicked it. He didn't even turn around to follow the ball, he just walked. Johnny Bairstow hasn't had the best series with the gloves, but that was just regulation.
Receiving applause from the party stand behind him, Chris Wokes. It's been a long road back for him to play Test cricket, as Wood steaming forwards. Labuschagne ducks underneath a short one, but that looked pacey. He's been up at 92 miles an hour today, Mark Wood. Lots of aggression, lots of pace. He's very springy, isn't he?
Mark Wood.
Yeah, he's not the
he
tallest of bowlers, but he just gets so much energy on the ball just through his action and the way he propels himself through the crease.
And the momentum that he has in his run-up, that's where you get extra pace, but he puts so much effort in every ball. A lot of time he ends up on the ground after he bowls it.
He's running forwards now like an athlete, bowling to Labuschagne and working the ball to vacant mid-wicket, out to deep mid-wicket. It comes through for 1 as Wokes sprints off the boundary to collect it. Labuschagne then moves to 17, 66 for 2.
But important partnership here for Australia. These two, they've been a little bit light on runs. I know Steve Smith scored that 100 at Lords, but you expect, whether Australia's come to expect a lot more from these two. So, and I think they enjoy batting together. They're quite, as we spoke, they're unusual characters. They're little idiosyncrasies and they're very similar in a lot of ways. So, but this is important partnership for Australia. If they can really set the base, then you've got Head, Green, Marsh. They like to play their shots afterwards.
Smith across and working the ball to the leg side. Again, just planting that bat in front of him. Good length delivery, and it finds its way to square leg. Stuart Broad chasing after it. It'll come through for 1, Smith to 5. 67 for 2. Just getting into his groove again, Steve Smith. Scored a double century in 80. The last time he played here in 2019. As Labuschagne is back on strike, in need of some runs. Hasn't scored a 50 in 16 innings.
Well, this is where Australia retained the Ashes last series. It was a draw in the end, but they retained the Ashes here. So big match for both teams.
Big space on the offside for Labuschagne as Wood bowls. He lets that go in the channel. That looked quick, but just moves and sways out of the way of it. So he raises his bat. Certainly looked a little bit more comfortable today, Marnus Labuschagne, batting on that middle stump. He's been playing around with his technique and where he's standing. the start of the series, getting across to that off stump. Now he's staying very still on middle. Doesn't fidget as much as Steve Smith, Marnus.
He has his moments.
It's a gentle tap down. There was a time where he was very fidgety. As he's back across, ducking underneath, another short one from Wood, and that looked even more hostile because it didn't get up as much. And you can watch the wickets that have fallen on the BBC Sport website and app. 2 to have fallen, and today at the Test is on BBC Two and the iPlayer at 7 o'clock tonight. We also have highlights from the women's Ashes finale last night as well. That's on the iPlayer with Alex Hartley. And boy, what a series that was. It's been an incredible summer, really, for cricket. England bouncing back, an inspirational comeback. And that Siva Brunt absolutely outstanding as Wood is past the stumps to Labuschagne, who's fending at the ball, up on his toes and working it to the leg side, and will come through for 1 at the end of the over. 68 for 2. Smith on 5, Labuschagne on 18, and Mark Wood bowling with plenty of gas. Some thoughts from you then, Glenn, and it'll be Aggers to come in after he's just chopped down on a very cold and soggy samosa.
Yeah, no, it's been a great series, Ashes series for both the women's and the men. Every game's been exciting. This one here has started well. 2 wickets down today, but Australia going along at 4.25 runs and over. On 68 after 16. Mark Wood getting up to 94 mile an hour that over. So, again, good pace. So, it's been exciting summer, Aggers.
It has indeed, and Isha's never satisfied. I actually warmed up that samosa for her. I found a microwave, warmed it up for my old mate Samosa Waller from Melton Mowbray. I don't think he's coming his tuk-tuk all the way here, but there you go. So I've warmed it up for her and she's still complaining.
I thought she said you ate it.
No, I went and warmed it up for her.
Prepared it for her.
Very nice chicken samosa. So thank you very much indeed for bringing those. All sorts of little goodies as here as usual. Many thanks. In goes Woakes, bowls of just outside the off stump, and Labuschagne twitches and allows that to go through low outside the off stump. And I must say hello to some friends of mine in Melbourne who I know are listening to, the Tobins, who I go a long way back with from days at Essendon. So hope everything going well with you. I know you're listening at the moment down there in Essendon.
A bit like a second home for you, Aggers.
Oh, yes.
You love Australia. You've got a bit of Australian blood in it.
Well,
really, have you?
No, I don't think so. I think my parents might have something to say about that.
You'd like to have a little bit?
But I might... oh, well, no, I do love Australia. No, I do. 68 for 2. In goes Woakes again. Bowls full, and there was a bit of bat and pad there. As played off the front foot, the ball rolls down to gully. I was thinking of you this last week. I sent you a little message. You never replied.
Yeah, sorry. Just
I hope you're keeping warm enough down there.
Yeah. 47.
47.
My father always said you don't really take your jumper off until it hits 40. Right. So I took my jumper off.
Well, it sounded pretty brutal.
What did you do with yourself, mate?
Well, it always had to get the snorkel out on the Beaver. It's been absolutely raining almost incessantly in there, yes. So it's been very damp. 68 for 2. In goes Woakes over the wicket. Bowls, and that comes off a thick edge, runs down to fine leg, and they'll take 1. That's all they're going to have. The throw back on the way. So it's funny how you've had all the weather there in part of Europe, and here it's been a bit miserable, really. But I wouldn't want 47.
Yeah, I was down there for nearly 6-7 days. Did not see a cloud in the sky the whole time. It was that hot that Catania Airport decided to catch on fire as well, which threw a bit of a spanner in the works. But
right, that's where you were flying out of, was it?
Yeah, had to drive to Palermo and then go through Rome, Amsterdam.
Good grief.
But we got back here.
In goes Woakes again, bowls a little bit of outswing there. Smith plays off the back foot, finds broad fielding at cover. That's a bit of an adventure. Hang on, so you've gone Sicily, Rome, Amsterdam, Manchester, when you were just going to fly Sicily, Manchester, but your airport
pretty much
far. Wow.
Pretty much. But yeah, you can do that. In Australia, it's a bit further to travel to different countries to get back here, but got here in the end. That's the main thing. And yeah, I think a few of the Australian players did quite a few different things. The English players, I saw them. They went and played a bit of golf, and Gaz went and played some golf, and yeah, so good break for everyone.
In goes Woakes, bowls as an in-swinger, which is not read by Smith. He doesn't play a shot at it. He allows the ball to hit him, rather. And then, having checked with Moeen Ali first, he picked the ball up and threw it threw it away for him to catch. So, but there is some swing. It's been up and down this pitch as well. There's some carry and bounce, and others are keeping rather low. So it's not easy for the keeper.
A little bit of variable bounce. So yeah.
Now the next one is pushed away into the leg side. A bat and pad there. He gets all over the place, Smith. But there was an excitable yell there coming up from behind the stumps. Good over from Woakes. 69 for 2.
Yeah, there's a bit of variation in this pitch, like you said, a bit of up and down bounce, a bit of sideways movement. But watching Steve Smith after every ball, he'll let you know exactly what the pitch is doing. Some bounces, you know, go, oh, that just bounced on me. That one there, he's shaking his hands like it just wobbled around a little bit.
Yep.
He's not your normal conventional batsman, is he?
I think he and Labuschagne together must be quite infuriating, actually, to bowl at. They haven't had the best of series so far. Smith has had one big score, but Labuschagne, whether he's been thinking about things a bit too much and he's got himself a little bit scrambled. But he's desperate to get in now. He's got to face Jimmy Anderson. From the Anderson end, inevitably. Crowd behind him saying, come on, Jimmy. He hasn't got a wicket so far.
Would Jimmy bowl from the other end?
Well, I said earlier, I can't remember him, but I mean, he must bowl from here sometimes, I would think, for a change of ends. But usually he just comes on from that end, the old pavilion end, as it were. Here he comes now, bowls, and Labuschagne allows the first ball to pass by outside the off stump, and Stuart Broad's also loosening up there at mid-off, so Stokes going through the changes.
Do they just change the names of the ends if he bowls from this end? So this becomes...
Yeah, they could do, couldn't they? Take the board off.
Because it's only quite a small sign under the clock there that says James Anderson end.
Yeah.
Why is it so small? Or will it get bigger once he retires?
Well, I don't really know. It's a good question. Unless they've left themselves another option under the other turret there to call it something else sometime. Anderson swings round. Up he comes now. Bowls to Labuschagne. Just nibbles forward. Ball rolls into the leg side. Mark Wood there, full of energy. Scampers in, picks the ball up. And there's no run. Joel Wilson is having a conversation with Ben Stokes about something from medium range, really. Stokes having picked up that horrible blow on the shin. I mean, it made your eyes water from here. Absolutely straight on the shin bone at 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, I saw the replay, and I think Stokes knew where it was going, and he seemed to open his mouth before it hit him.
Anderson bowls, and there's a good ball, goes the other way. Labuschagne ignores it, though. So it goes. It's just, I mean, then a few moments later they showed a picture, and you could already see the purple. I mean, there's just no protection there at all, is there?
No, it's a nasty spot. But yeah, right on. It's just bone, isn't it? It's saved 4 runs, though.
It did save 4 runs. 69 for 2. Australia were put in this morning. Ben Stokes having won the toss for the 4th time. Pat Cummins having admitted that he didn't change the call. Here's Anderson bowls. Oh, a little twitchy one there from Labuschagne. He almost played at that and then changed his mind and whipped the bat out of the way at the last moment. I mean, if he'd lose 3 on the trot,
4 on
calling tails, so you're going to call something different on the 4th?
Well, on the 5th one, you had to stick with it. Michael Vaughan says you've got to stick with it, because if you change and it comes down to tail, you're not going to be happy. So it's between a rock and a hard place. But yeah, in Australia we have the 2-up, where they toss the coins and heads, tails. I'd be taking Pat Cummins along to it and watch what he calls, and goes the opposite at the moment.
Right. Anderson bowls, and that's pushed away into the leg side defensively. Labuschagne goes back into his ground. What, you got 2 up? What's that then, with the coins?
2 coins, and
right.
Roll them up, and you've got to go heads, tails, or one of each.
Right, okay. I've not seen that done before.
It's during Anzac Day, it's always very popular.
Right.
So
something you used to do in the army or something. What size coins do you use?
Normally a couple of 20-cent coins.
Right.
I think they're big enough.
It's quite skillful. You've got to throw both up and catch them both.
No, they just land on the ground, off a stick.
Oh, right.
Throw them up. But I'd be asking Pat Cummins to check that coin while it's on the ground, whether they swap it to a double header.
Anderson moves in, bowls poor ball down the leg side. Labuschagne ignores. It's collected by Johnny Bairstow. And that ends the first Anderson over back again, on target, apart from that last ball. He takes his sweater from the umpire, and it's 69 for 2.
We had a question about where this ranks, this England attack, in the oldest seam attacks in history. And this is only the 5th match in which a team has used 4 pace bowlers aged 33 or more. New Zealand did it in 3 games in the mid-80s. Richard Hadley with a mixture of Ewan Chatfield, Gary Troop, Lance Cairns and Jeremy Coney, counting as a seamer, if not quite a fast bowler, our esteemed TMS.
He wouldn't even claim to be a fast bowler, to be fair.
And then you've got to go back to a test at Brisbane in 1928-29, Don Bradman's test debut. Australia had 4 seamers aged 33 plus in this game, so this is very rare.
I got a feeling in that Bradman one, didn't none of them play again? I think there was some quirky thing like that where I'm not sure. I think the axe fell on all of them. Probably due to get their pensions or something. But one of those very elderly teams, anyway, an Australian team that never played again. 69 for 2. Smith on 5. He's waiting for Broad, so double change. 3 slips waiting as Smith walks into the off-stump area, just taps the ball away into the leg side. Moeen, who hasn't bowled yet, picks the ball up. And there's no run. Victor, I'd love to see you.
Hello, and
first time this summer.
Indeed.
I know.
Well, it's good to be here. Actually, I've been waiting for this for a long time. When I was downstairs, I looked at my watch and crikey,
you're late.
I haven't done much lately, and I'm really late for my first 2 down. Anyway, getting back to as recent as 1920, whenever it was.
Yes, in goes Broad over the wicket, bowls outside the off-stump. Smith puts him away before. Elegant stroke on the back foot, and he's just hit that away square. And no one's bothering to move for that one. 4 runs off the middle of the bat.
Right off the meat, that. No, there was a guy who played in that test match, I think you're referring to, called Otto Nothling.
Right.
And his claim to fame, that's the only time Bradman was ever dropped. And Otto Nothling was the man who replaced him, who never played again after. So Bradman was dropped once, and he was replaced by a guy called Otto Nothling, who was a bit of an all-rounder, I think, and a very good rugby player.
So that's one who never played again, then, anyway.
Yeah.
In goes Broad, bowls an in-swinger. It's tucked away from off-stump, I would say, possibly even outside off-stump, to square leg by Smith for a single. 74 for 2.
Well, who's happy?
Furrowed brow to my left. It's, I think that's right. So we shall see.
I think I only caught the end of it. I mean, England had a bold bowling attack, didn't they?
Yes.
Jack White was one of them. Somerset's Jack White, bowled left arm spin.
How old is he?
He was pretty old then.
74 for 2. Labuschagne's on 19. Broad kicks up his heels, bowls to him, and that's flicked away past leg slip. They'll go for 4. Ben Stokes still standing there optimistically. That one just slightly off line. Labuschagne puts it away. Something rather intriguing happened between the overs as you were slipping to position, Victor, in your usual seamless way. See where Stuart Broad is about to walk through as a green circle?
Yes.
Well, Ben Stokes, having had a conversation with umpire Wilson, called for the groundsman, who came out, in fact 2 came out, armed with all sorts of equipment.
Right.
And in fact, all they did in the end was draw that circle.
Okay, and why? Do we know why?
No, I don't know. It's intriguing. It's not a bowler's mark. It's approximately, I think, where Stokes is standing at slip, but he's asked for...
He asked for that to be put there?
Yeah.
Well, I'm puzzled.
So am I. Broad again. Bowls. Nicely played off the front foot by Labuschagne. It's fielded at cover.
It's where he wants leg slip to stand.
Yes.
But then you adjust according to the batsman. Certainly in an orthodox slip call.
But he didn't have it done at the other end where he's standing now either. I don't know, these little mysteries. How have we done on... Andy, have I pulled one out of the bag?
Well, almost.
Oh, no, I never get it quite right. All but one never played again. Something like that. Sun's out. In goes Broad. Bowls. And again, played off the off-stump by Labuschagne. There's no run to end that over. 78 for 2.
Yeah, so we're talking about the rare occasions a team's had 4 seam bowlers aged 33 plus. Australia at Brisbane in 1928-9, opening the bowling, Jack Gregory, great all-rounder, fading towards the end of his career, and Charles Kellaway. Neither of them played for Australia again. Then they had 2 sort of batting all-rounders, Jack Ryder and Stork Hendry, who did play again in the rest of that series, but never played after that series. So.
Well, you can give me half.
I'll give you half a mark.
So was England's attack very old in that series as well, then, or not? Or have I got that wrong?
Well, they had Harold Larwood, who'd have been relatively...
Oh, he'd have a young pup, yeah.
Morris Tate would have been still maybe 30-odd.
Okay. Jack White was there, wasn't he?
Jack White, before his rock career took off. Wally Hammond bowled quite a bit. He'd have been quite young then.
Percy Chapman's tour, wasn't it? Now, let's have a look at Stokes.
So he is standing
in that
exactly that spot, but why would he need that?
I don't know. Because normally just mark it with your foot, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Anderson comes in, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, big gap there. Smith gets pick up another single. And now, funnily enough, having made the circle, he's actually not standing on it. Do you think he's asking umpire Wilson's permission to have the circle drawn? Is that what it was?
Yeah, but why?
I don't know, especially now he's not standing on it.
They do like the leg slip. Stokes likes a leg slip, and we've seen people caught there. I remember in Pakistan it happened. I can't remember it happening so much this series.
Anderson bowls with a bounce there. Well played by Labuschagne, who quickly looks at his bottom hand there. He's got wrapped up against the bat handle. Just the occasional ball is lifting a little more than the batsman expect.
It looks like a good pitch, but not a bad pitch to bat on either.
Yep.
It's got a bit of pace. The ball's gone through quite nicely, but it hasn't gone sideways very much. It looks like a good cricket wicket, but not necessarily if you want a 3-day game.
Here's Anderson running in hard, bowls on the off stump, tucked away in his leg side, going for a quick single. They'll make it. Wokes has a bit too much ground to make up. Coming in at square leg. Very colourful flags catching my eyes down there. Sort of flags that you see at a village fete, or in Sri Lanka on the sides of the road when there's an election. There's triangular flags on string. There's some fast food outlets down there that we're doing a roaring trade soon, I reckon. With 20 minutes to go till lunch. Anderson comes in and bowls, and he steps right across in front of his stumps again there.
It's like
and plays to mid-on.
Like bunting, isn't it?
That's right. That's exactly the word. Thank you. Sri Lanka is always festooned in it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bright colours along the sides of the roads. Quite peaceful on that big stand at the moment. Bearing in mind there's 8,000 people in there.
8.5, I think.
8.5.
Yeah, apparently. It's amazing. It's an amazing structure. I mean, it must be secure, but you look at it from behind, you think,
Anderson bowls, and Smith works that away past Stokes' left hand. Comes running down for Moeen to collect just below us. It is extraordinary. I mean, the amount of steel work in it. Henry Moran has done some arithmetic. Assuming that the average human being weighs 70 kgs, there are 8,500 people in that stand. That's 600 tons of cricket fan. And comes Anderson again, bowls, pushed away down towards Broad at mid-off. Well, that certainly that focuses the mind. Victor, might be slightly over 70 kilograms in this box, looking around, but
on average, yeah.
Anyway, thoughts of you, and then Jim will take us to lunch.
Well, I think this is the equation. I think. Where's Jim? Lovely to see Jim. But I think if Australia are 2 down at lunch, it's their session. For England to claim the session, they need at least 3.
3 more wickets?
No, 3 in total.
Yes, okay.
To break Labuschagne Smith would be critical. I know they haven't scored heavily in the last couple of tests, but they have that capacity to bat long. And they are digging in. Smith in particular, I think, is is looking very Smith-like and dangerous from an English perspective.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Broad runs in and he bowls now, and Smith whips it away through the onside. There we go. Out to deep backward square. You're quite right, Victor. Lovely to see you. And he's hit the ball away to the boundary for 4 on cue from Vic Marks.
Well, it was a sweet. I mean, it was over-pitched around middle and leg, but he didn't half time that well. We got proper boundaries here, big boundaries, lots of 3s as well as 4s, to the disappointment of Andy Zaltzman. But that was lovely timing. In fact, Broad is going to send a man out to that square leg boundary. Not, I think, because he thinks he's going to get a catch there, but just to give himself some protection. Got the ball to swing in quite a lot today, Broad, occasionally. But
while it's new, it's doing a bit, but as it gets older, and these fellas get in if they do, look out. They're hungry. Broad is too. He bowls now, and it's down the leg side, and he makes sure he doesn't follow it, because Stokes is lurking at leg slip, and it's 2 for 85. That's a good score after being sent in, Victor.
Yeah. I think everyone was going to send them in, though.
But as I mentioned before, it's an interesting little bit of history. No one has won a test here sending the opposition in. I know Ben Stokes is a miracle man.
I need to know from Zaltzman how many people have put the opposition in at Old Trafford. Perhaps they don't do it very often here. I wonder.
Broad is bowling. That swings, and it's tucked away by Smith to the onside with Ian Swing for a single, because that chap's on the boundary and he's not saving one. And so they cruise through, and he's moved his score to 17. Labuschagne 24 at 2 for 86. How many of them have been English captains?
It's kept him hesitating.
Captain to do it was Graham Gooch in 1993, put Australia in.
And that's Shane Warne's ball of the century test match, isn't it?
And they did bowl Australia out relatively cheaply on the...
Peter Such.
It turned. Peter Such got 6 for it in that match. No one ever remembers that.
Broad bowls now, wide of the off stump, and Labuschagne lets it go.
So that was the last time an England captain inserted at Old Trafford.
Since then, the only captain to have inserted at Old Trafford was Jason Holder. We had 2 tests, the second and third tests of the COVID summer series in 2020 between West Indies and England. West Indies won the first test in Southampton. Chose to bowl both times here at Old Trafford and lost both of those games.
Right.
Before the 1993 test, there had been 6 other tests at Old Trafford in which the toss-winning captain had chosen to bowl.
Here's Broad below us at the Statham end. 3 slips are there and a leg slip, and there's a leave from Marnus Labuschagne.
And all of those had been draws. So the first 7... 7. So 7 draws, 3 defeats. This is the 11th time out of 84 that the captain winning the toss on a test on this ground has chosen to bowl first.
So how many tests have now been played here since the 1880s?
I think this is number 84.
84, and so it's only, 11 occasions? Really? It's interesting. Broad, in the sunshine, runs in, and Labuschagne forward, tucks it away neatly down the onside there towards mid-on, and Anderson fields at the end of the over. 2 for 86. Labuschagne is quietly going along on 24. Smith 17 with Khawaja, LBW Broad 3, and Warner caught Bairstow, bowled Woakes 32.
I mean, Pat Cummins did say at the toss that he would have bowled, but he wondered whether it would be quite a good toss to lose, because he didn't see any major demons in this pitch.
He won't know what to do if he wins the toss again. He won't know what to do.
Cummins?
Yeah.
He'll win the toss when he doesn't want to. There's some games, isn't it, you turn up, you think, well, I don't know, it's 50-50 here. Probably better off not winning it.
Well, so far he's going okay. He's lost 3 tosses and leads 2-1.
Yeah.
Here comes Anderson, and the forward edging away off a thick edge, maybe a bit of pad. It trickled out on the offside.
I think he almost had to bowl first, Pat Cummins, because of the side he's picked.
True.
There's no spinner, no first, frontline spinner.
Yeah.
He's got a battery of seam bowlers. So
Stokes has just dropped his tweeds, by the way.
Oh, right.
He's exposed his hosiery. He's tried.
You missed nothing, you, Jim.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. I thought, oh, there's a moment. Not a champagne one, but Anderson bowls and squares up Smith, and he pushes away down towards mid-off. But he's become a unique figure at leg slip this morning.
Yeah.
He's been there for almost every over from the James Anderson end.
Well, I suppose Smith in particular goes a long way to the offside. That's the theory. But he hasn't got close to getting a catch so far. He's very fine too. It's almost it's covering Bairstow almost.
Anderson bowls wide of the off stump, and Bairstow takes it cleanly. That wasn't a subject I was going to raise at this point, but
I hear you've raised it. I hear you've raised it previously. So my spies tell me.
Yes, but I've given up now. I've decided that the love is so strong for Bairstow. They won't move him on from that position until another series, perhaps. But no one can tell me that he's a good wicket keeper against Folks or one or two others, perhaps as well. But there he is. He's a very good cricketer. We know he can bat. We know he can wear gauntlets. Yes. Here comes Anderson, and back and across he goes, Smith, and lets it run through to the keeper. So the die was cast, wasn't it? Once they picked him in that role at the start of the series, that was it.
Well, it's a feature of this regime. I mean, you know how years ago the England team chopped and changed.
And the wicket-keeper was the last bloke picked in those days.
Yeah.
Going back to Jim Parks and a few others.
But I think this regime, it has faith. It has faith in his men. And they have limitless faith sometimes.
Limitless. Anderson in again. Smith off his foot. He's overbalancing as he gets away to the offside, trying to squirt it off his pad and lost his balance, sent it straight to square leg, and Brook fielded. Yes.
Although the interesting thing actually in this series, partly, is that they changed their team for the last match.
Yeah.
Partly through necessity, but partly through choice. And the new bloods in this series, i.e. Chris Woakes, who actually hadn't played for two years.
Yes.
Mark Wood, who wasn't quite fit enough, but came in. And they brought about a transfusion, actually, in the England setup.
And squared up again. Smith defends Anderson back down the pitch. Steady bowling. Maiden over 2 for 86. Smith 17. Labuschagne 24. But you'd have to argue, if you wanted to look at any stats, if they are relevant in the series, that the difference between these two sides is arguably drop chances or caught chances and sundries. Extras, sorry, you call them in this country. Yes. Byes. You compare the number of byes and no balls that could have provided wickets but didn't.
Yeah, I don't know how many wickets have been taken from no balls in this series, but we've got a man who will know that. And I know from my extensive reading before this match that Andy has put forward a theory. This is in many ways the closest Ashes series in terms of how the results have panned out. They're very close matches all the time. So we've got
Moeen Ali, the specialist spinner, occasional number 3 batsman. But that's where he's put his hand up to bat, and we'll see what occurs. But at the moment, he's going to bowl.
He wants to... Well, Stokes is looking for him to repeat what happened at Headingley, where out of the blue, really, Smith and Labuschagne contrived to get out to him, not through any devious deliveries so much, but a very common way of getting out. Whatever the level, it's slightly less common in Test cricket, batsman error. So he's going to come around the wicket.
He's got Duckett there at mid-wicket where he caught Smith, and he's got someone out on the boundary at deep square. Harry Brook was there in the last test when he caught Labuschagne. So a slip and a short leg around the wicket. He's back and says, thanks, I'll have a single there into the gap at cover to the left of Stokes. He's got a deep cover, which I don't quite understand, just coming on at this point leading up to lunch, but there you go. That's the way they like to do it. 2 men deep, deep cover and deep square.
Yeah, I can understand the deep square a bit more than the deep cover, but they like a bit of an insurance policy nowadays. He went round the wicket to Smith. He's going to come over the wicket to Labuschagne. Oh, no, have I got it the other way round?
Other way round.
Other way round, beg your pardon.
Here we go. So big gap at cover, and he's going to bowl over the wicket. with Smith looking around backward square, deep square, short leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, and he goes back and says, I'll take one, thank you very much. There's a spot there in the field, thread it through, and Dot run so far for the batsman. Australia 2 for 88. Is the turn in this pitch?
I don't think so. This is not. I mean, it's hard.
It's not a Jim Laker pitch.
It's certainly not a Jim Laker pitch, I don't think. No. Rest easy, Jim.
Here's Moen forward, pushing down the pitch. Of course, it became a worn pitch. A Richie Benaud pitch famously in 61 when he bowled May around his legs, going around the wicket, bowling into the rough.
Yeah, as a last-ditch effort. I always remember hearing about that.
Here comes Moen, and he's driven lusciously out to deep cover. Well, there's a new body on the field out there. That's a sub. I don't recognise that chap. He's on the boundary and he's throwing the ball back. He's had his moment. 2 for 89.
Good throw. The story I always remember hearing about that 1961 victory, because Australia was sort of losing that match.
Oh, losing it. Down the pitch he goes and swings and gets it high, long and strong into the crowd for 6. Wow. Didn't miss out there, Steve Smith. A bit like the first shot he played when he walked out to the middle and lifted a short ball from Wokes through the hands, fingers maybe, of Wood at deep backward square for 4.
Yeah, well, that was less of a problem for the watching Australian dressing room. That was a beautiful strike. Cleared the boundary by a long way.
Moen again, and he drives him through mid-off this time. That's going away for 4. It is being pursued down here below us. Maybe it will be overtaken just inside the boundary. And they'll come back for 3 as a result of Crawley running around. So it's been a expensive over. How many?
12. 3 singles, a 6 and a 3.
12. Well, Australia move on smartly during that over, mainly via Smith's blade. And they've taken the total to 98. So, yes, you were saying
well,
about
I just say about 61.
Yeah.
Australia.
Davidson and McKenzie added 98 for the last wicket, which gave them enough to bowl at. Yeah,
that's right. And I think, but England were winning that match, 2 down, and then as a sort of last resort.
They were 1 for 154 when Dexter got out.
I'm on your specialist subject here.
Sorry.
But all I remember hearing about, as May got out for a duck, Closey was caught on the boundary having a big swish, is that Benno went back into the dressing room after this.
Here's Anderson. Wait for a moment. Here comes Jimmy, and he's pushed away by Smith. No run.
And I suppose Neil Harvey would have been the senior player on that tour.
Yeah, he was vice captain. Yeah.
He went back into the dressing room. He'd probably got 5 for out of the blue. They turned it round. England lost about 70 for 8 or something. And what happened? He just burst out laughing. So I'm told they just looked at one another and burst out laughing. That they nothing better than winning a game that you looked like you were losing, and that was one great example.
Well, Benno played here in 56, so he would have remembered what happened then too.
Yeah.
Over the wicket, Anderson bowls it, and it's left alone. But apparently it was Ray Lindwell who'd said to him that you should go around the wicket.
Oh, right.
Last innings,
so Lindwell
he said footmarks. Yeah.
Lindwell wasn't in the team then. He was just watching.
He was around.
Yeah.
So go around the wicket. But the game was made by Alan Davidson and McKenzie, and Davidson hitting David Allen in what was very much compared to today a very unprepossessing place called Old Trafford. And it's Anderson with a leg slip there again, and Smith leaves it go. Anyway, if you see the old movies, as it were, that video of Davidson hitting Allen for about 3 sixes in 1 over. And it's over on that far side, which was just open terraces.
There you go.
And Peter May immediately took David Allen off, didn't he? And I think Jack Flavel played in that game. Truman didn't. And anyway, McKenzie could bat a bit, and they added that partnership that made the difference. 3 slips in the gully, and Anderson charges up and is punched away by Smith out towards mid-wicket. This could be the last over before lunch. And the score's been rolling along attractively. 2 for 98 now, having been sent in. And they lost Khawaja for 3 and Warner Nikanov for 32. And Jimmy Anderson toiling away here. He nibbled nicely in his early spell with the near ball. He created a few mistakes, but not a wicket around the off stump with that movement. He's bowling at Smith. Smith's on the punch, down through mid-on. There's a diving save. Otherwise, there would have been runs down there. He hit that very squarely, strongly, but Mark Wood tumbled and prevented it going away to the boundary up there at the old pavilion end, which has been rather lost in a sort of a Formula One style advertising spread, hasn't it? Down at that end.
Well, they kind of extended it upwards, haven't they?
Well, yes.
So you've got this very modern roof and then an old sort of Victorian pavilion below it.
Anderson's bowling. Smith's flashing at a short ball and he's hitting it down to the boundary for 4, not where he wanted to. He was looking to hit it just behind point, but he's ended up edging it between backward point and gully, and down to the boundary it goes. Australia bring up 100, 2 for 102. Not his best stroke, but he's 31 at the end of the over, and we'll get another before lunch.
Yeah, and he's very positive, Smith. Quick to attack Moeen Ali in the previous over. He's latched on to anything wayward. He's looking threatening.
So we can ask the question about Australia's resources and whether they got the best balanced side here, but you ask the same question about England, really. What choice do they have when it comes to slow bowling these days?
Well, the mere fact that Moeen Ali is doing the slow bowling is an indication that they don't really regard themselves as having many obvious options beyond Jack Leach, who's ruled out at the start of the series.
Here he comes around the wicket, short on the back foot, hit deep to cover. It's going out towards the boundary. There's a dive and a save out there on the boundary from the substitute. Whoever the young chap is, he's under a broad-brimmed hat and he scurried fast along the line to cut that off from going for 4. He did a good job, but they collected 2.
Yeah, he's in credit. I think he saved 2 runs there.
Moeen Ali draws Labuschagne forward. He pokes it in front of him. So we've changed the field slightly here. Backward square, deep square, mid-wicket, a shortish mid-on and a mid-on behind. Then a wide mid-off, a backward point and a deep cover with a slip and a drive out to extra cover mid-off. But there's no score with Stokes getting down to stop that at the second attempt after taking the heat off it. But Labuschagne likes those expansive shots with a whirl of his bat through the covers, and this is a little tighter on him, so he just prods and pokes it away at his feet. So they got through a reasonable number of overs so far this morning on the first session, but only 2 wickets. Can they find another one before lunch? Australia building nicely as short mid-on goes to his right and normal mid-on goes to his left. And umpire Wilson just holds the traffic up and Moeen Ali's ready now. 1, 2, 3 and over and back. It sneaked away into the gap on the onside. Gapskin in the field. Runs tickle along. 2 for 105 and Labuschagne is 29. Smith's 31. He's back over the wicket to Smith in the run out to lunch here with the sun peeking through, a bit of blue sky around. It's nice to see. And Moeen Ali has Smith driving through it off for 4 more. That should go away. No, Crawley's going to cut it off. He didn't get that quite as I thought, and they collect 2 runs on the drive via Moeen Ali. And that ends the over and the session here. We're heading off to Samosas or something at lunchtime with Australia 2 for 107. 2 for 107. Batsman out after England won the toss. Again, Cummins called tails and it came down heads. 4 in a row to Stokes. Khawaja leg before to Broad. He reviewed it, but he was in front. 3. Warner caught best. Hobart Wilkes 32. Labuschagne goes in on 29. Smith 33. And the short bowling there. Broad 1 for 30 off 6. Anderson none for 17 from 8. Wokes 1 for 13 from 5. Wood none for 21 on 4. And Molinari 2 overs for 17. Well, Vic, what did you think?
Well, I don't think Pat Cummins will be agonising about losing the toss at the moment. 100 for 2 is a very satisfactory outcome when you've been put in. And he will be sensing an opportunity. You can't win or lose the game on the first day, but he knows, particularly with the weather forecast that we've had, the weekend getting very wet. If his boys are still batting tonight with no more than 5 or 6 down, the Ashes aren't secure, but they're looking pretty solid. We think this is going to have to be a short game because of the weather. The pitch it looks like a good pitch. There's a bit of pace there, a little bit of movement, but nothing devious. There's not much too sideways. I think once you get in on here and the ball gets a bit older, it's a good pitch for batting. There's enough pace to play your shots and not a great deal of movement. So they're eternally optimistic in that England dressing room, but they might also, if they stop and think hard, well, hang on a minute, we have got a struggle here. Put them in. If you put them in, you want to bowl them out on the first day, and it's hard to see that happening at the moment unless Australia deliver some self-inflicted wounds. And both Smith and Labuschagne increasingly have looked assured, none of the silly mistakes we saw at Headingley. So it's a pretty ominous lunch break for English fans, I'd say.
What did you make of Wood, given his performance in the last test, which really excited everyone because of its contribution?
Well, what he did brilliantly at Headingley is he obviously bowled fast, but he got a little bit of movement as well, a little bit of swing. Remember the balls that got, well, certainly Stark and 1 or 2 others. So he's bowled fast here, but there hasn't been much movement. The pitch is trustworthy, and he didn't pose, even though he's up, in excess of 90 miles an hour, he didn't seem to pose a huge threat. I think he's more likely to be a threat once you get down to the non-specialist batsman. That was part of the bonus at Headingley. So, you can't fault him for effort, but he didn't look as if he was on the brink of taking a hatful of wickets. So it's a struggle for England. Jimmy Anderson, same as throughout this series, you can't fault him in terms of where the ball is landing. He's on target. He's always on target. But the last column remains empty.
Victor, we'll go and get some column relief downstairs or something. Thank you for your company, and thank you everyone for being part of the show. And Ali Mitchell's going to take over now during the lunch break. Australia 2 for 107.
Thank you very much, Jim. Yes, and the Aussies batting a long way down today with Cameron Green coming in at 7, what with both Green and Marsh in the side. 2 wickets so far for England then, getting what they wanted and having the chance to bowl first here at Old Trafford. I can see a big group of kids out on the field in their light blue and orange kit. That's the All-Stars kids coming out to have a bit of a hit on the outfield at lunchtime. We're going to be celebrating in just a moment what has been a fantastic Women's Ashes series. Before we do that, we will first get the latest on today's other cricket action with 8 matches going on in the LV County Championship at the moment, starting today, and they're all live on the BBC Sport website and app. And Kevin Howells is at Edgbaston watching for us as Warwickshire are playing Lancashire. Kevin.
Ali, good afternoon to you. Nice to speak to you. Cloudy sky, a little bit of sunshine, but mainly cloudy here in Birmingham this morning and into the early part of the afternoon. Warwickshire won the toss. Lancashire batting first, 84 for 3 at lunch. Keaton Jennings, 28 not out of 83 deliveries. Lancashire's hopes of winning the championship dealt a big blow, really, losing to Essex last week in Blackpool. But Warwickshire still very much in the mix. They've got a game in hand as well. There was a really big cheer when Oliver Hannon-Dalby bowled full salt for 8 stumps out of the ground. So a little bit of support here for Warwickshire, cheering them on today in Birmingham. Elsewhere, despite some stumbles, Surrey still lead the title race. This week they're away to Middlesex at Lords. At lunch they've got to 77 for 1. For second placed Essex, Sam Cook took 2 wickets in 2 balls at home to Kent. Kent are struggling in the table. Kent are 92 for 4 at lunch. Newly crowned T20 champions here in Birmingham, of course, over the weekend as Somerset. They're back in Championship action as well this week. They're at Northampton, 107 for 1 at lunch. No play so far in the East Midlands at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire versus Hampshire. They are due to start at 1:10. And 3 games in the second division. Runaway leaders Durham away to Derbyshire, the home side, 74 for 2, including a wicket for England's Matthew Potts. Worcestershire at Leicestershire, they're 74 for 1, Worcestershire. And in Leeds, Sussex made inside 10 overs, 24 for 3 when it started to rain. They're away to Yorkshire.
Thank you, Kevin. So no play yet at Trent Bridge or further north here in Manchester. Glad to say that there is some blue sky up above amongst this cloud as well. As normal, there is full commentary on all those county championship matches on the website and app. Well, this really has been a remarkable Ashes summer already, with the men's series bringing us 3 thrilling games, and who knows what is left to come, both here at Old Trafford and then when we move on to the Oval as well. The women's Ashes concluded last night with Australia retaining their trophy, but England squaring the multi-format series on points after a brilliant victory in the 3rd ODI in Taunton.
Bowls to Jonathan, it's gone in the air, should be a catch, it is! England have won, England win the ODI series, the women's Ashes is drawn, it is an extraordinary achievement. Yes, Australia will be lifting that trophy, but make no mistake, the celebrations will belong to England tonight, because Australia, they don't lose series, they barely lose games. And England, they've won the T20s, they've won the ODIs, and they've won this game by 69 runs on an extraordinary day at Taunton. England level up the series. They may wonder what might have been, but Alex Hartley, a special series, a special game, and a special performance from this England team.
Australia haven't lost for more than a decade. Well, they have now. England win 4 out of the 7 games in this Ashes series. Now that, to me, against the world's best side, yes, they haven't won the Ashes, yes, Australia have retained them by drawing the series, but that is a win in the eyes of English cricket, because this Australia team have been so dominant in the past 10 years.
Alex Blackwell, your thoughts on that?
Well, Australia get to take home the Ashes trophy. They've done their bit. They made sure of that. But this will feel flat for them. They've lost 2 white ball series. They know that they've let themselves down in areas. However, hats off to England. They have played superbly under pressure. They've just grown throughout this whole Ashes series. And I think what we've seen is the new style under the leadership of John Lewis and Heather Knight has really been validated here. We saw that they fell short in the 50-over World Cup, but they came close. Their strike rates were higher than any other team, and now they're converting it into series victories. It's a special day for England, and for captain Elisa Healy, she'll feel at least some relief that the Ashes still come home. But how do they celebrate tonight when? Yeah, look at the 2 teams out there. Which one do you think's won the Ashes? Well, it's hard to tell right now.
We can get some immediate reaction from a smiling Australian skipper speaking to the BBC and ABC. Elisa Healy, thanks for joining us. Your reactions to that game?
It's a grimace. It's not a smile.
Has this series surprised you, how close England have been to your side?
No, not at all. I mean, everyone keeps talking about this gap and this supposed gap, but I've never ever seen a gap. Yeah, it's been fantastic. It's been great cricket, a great series all around, and probably somewhat fitting that I guess we're going to stand there with a series drawn signage up there, in a sense, as much as we would have loved to say that, we'd win it, but at least we get to take the trophy home with us, I suppose. We haven't really lost an ODI series for a really long period of time, so that was the goal number 2 today, and fortunately we didn't quite get that done, but yeah, look, we came and did what we wanted to achieve, first and foremost, is keep that trophy in our cabinet, and we've done just that. But it feels a little bit dirty at the end of the day.
Heather Knight is here with a smile on your face. When I said that to Elisa Healy, she said it's more of a grimace. How are you feeling?
Like, we were 6-0 down, we knew we had a mountain to climb, but just to be able to turn that around and stay very positive and believe that we're actually good enough to beat this side, and I think the fact that we've done it just proves that, and there's not a gap that everyone talks about anymore.
Looking forward, I suppose, and the wider picture of things, this series, just finally, it feels like it has captured the attention of the public and the cricketing public in a way no series ever has before. Have you felt that as players?
100%. It's certainly been the best series I think ever. Pretty much every game, apart from a couple, have been close and real nail biters. And like the public have really got behind us. The crowd's been amazing. Like we've really felt their support. I think now it's about capturing this momentum. It's been a hugely successful series because it's been marketed properly, because it's been put toe to toe with the men's Ashes, and that's been hugely important. And it's proved that it works. People want to come and watch, and hopefully we can take those people and those young girls and boys onto the next series.
Well, that was the England captain, Heather Knight, speaking with Henry Moran, who has made the journey from Taunton to Manchester, along with other members of our commentary team last night, including World Cup winner Alex Hartley and Australia writer and broadcaster Melinda Farrell. Welcome to all of you, and well done for making it between the men's Ashes and the women's Ashes, as you have been doing. We'll hear it from England's coach John Lewis in just a moment, but first, and we heard a bit of it from you, Henry, in your commentary clip at the end there, but just to explain to people who perhaps don't follow the women's game as closely just why this result was so significant. And the first thing, just from my perspective, was looking at the crowds and the marketing and the way it has captured the imagination, because in all the years that I've been following the women's game, and it is unprecedented, isn't it, for a bilateral women's series to be sold out like it was for those ODIs.
Well, I'm sitting in Andy Zaltzman's chair, and I'm going to throw some numbers your way. Ali, 2019, the last Women's Ashes series here, had around about 30,000 in attendance at venues. This series has had well over 100,000, and that is a very clear growth area. And they've been at venues Trent Bridge, Edgbaston, Lords, the Oval, and then the 3 ODIs that were sold out in Bristol, in Southampton, and then yesterday at Taunton. So clearly there is a huge amount of growth in terms of the interest, and we've seen that reflected in the figures on radio and television as well. But in terms of on the field, this Australian side have been widely described as the most successful sporting side in the history, not just of cricket, but in all sport, given their dominance. They've won the World Cup, the T20 World Cup, the Commonwealth Games, and coming into this series, hadn't lost any bilateral series in 6 years. And that was a T20 series in 2017. So when England won that was a real feather in the cap. Brilliant work there. You have to go back 10 years for the last time they lost a one-day international series. They just don't lose, this team. They're extraordinary. 41 out of 42 ODIs they'd won coming into this series. England came, they fought, and they conquered. They won more matches than Australia in the series. And I think that all of us have been very surprised to see England perform as brilliantly as they have.
I think it's been a fantastic series, and England have played brilliant cricket, and for me throughout this series there hasn't been a gap between the two teams. That gulf that has been so big for so long is now smaller than ever. And, you know, Alyssa Healy saying they've never seen the gap between the two sides. There has been. You know, there's been a huge gap. England really struggled to win series against Australia, but now I think the talent is still the same, but this is now the most successful team against Australia that we've had since 2017. You know, so that's a long time, but they believe, these players believe, and I think as soon as they had that moment in the Test match where they thought they could win the Test match, they believed they could win the Ashes from that moment. And yes, they were on the back burner, yes, they were 6-0 down, but they concentrated on it game by game. And John Lewis, the head coach, he's just told the girls that they're good enough to beat this team. They want to play entertaining cricket. It's very much the Bazball mantra, you know, entertain, inspire, and change the way people view women's cricket. And this Ashes series, they've hit the nail on the head. They've done it every single game we've seen.
A grimace from Alyssa Healy, Mel, because that team is not used to losing.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure they quite know how to lose. It was interesting because while they retained the Ashes trophy itself, and we'll go home with that, it really felt like they'd lost, and they looked like they'd lost. England was celebrating up and around, really happy, and the Australians did not look happy at all. So they're going to have to go away and think about that a little bit. But it's funny, you know, I just saw Lawrence Booth downstairs, the editor of Wisden, and he gave me a copy of this year's edition. And I wrote the preamble kind of to the women's section in it, and I went through and read it again. And the first thing I said was, who can stop the juggernaut that is Australia? Like that's where we were last year, looking around going, can anyone stop this run? And in the end, it's England who have. And they've done it by being quite brave, quite fearless, by bringing in some new players who don't have that baggage of we don't know how to beat Australia and Australia don't know how to lose. So it is an absolutely enormous achievement for England. And even though they don't technically have the trophy, they've beaten the world champions of everything.
It feels like they've got the trophy. You know, we asked Nat Sciver-Brunt yesterday, is that disappointment, you know, that Australia have retained the Ashes, or is it a moral victory? And she said absolutely no doubt it's a moral victory, because they were 6-0 down. They had to win 5 of the 6 white ball games. They won 4 of the 6 white ball games. So yeah, it's been a brilliant series. I spoke to one of the Aussie girls after they'd lifted or tried to lift the Ashes trophy yesterday. They all sort of just smiled. There was no celebrations, no anything. She said, well, that was the strangest trophy lift I've ever been involved in, because England had just lifted the T20 trophy. They were cheering, they were chanting, they were on FaceTime to Sarah Glenn. The Australians, they walked over, arms around each other, photo, and walked off.
Well, maybe that comes down to the format of the series somewhat as well, which we'll come to in a moment, because England, yes, won 2 of the 3 T20s, won 2 of the 3 ODIs, but lost the solitary test match, which carried more points than the white ball. But let's hear, as promised, from England's coach, who is the former Gloucestershire and England bowler, John Lewis. He was part of the men's coaching setup, which began the Bazball revolution. You could say perhaps he's doing something similar with the women's side since taking over at the end of last summer. Well, Lewis has been speaking to Henry.
Well, John, an extraordinary series, finishing with England winning more games than they lost. That must feel like a huge achievement.
Yeah, the girls have played fantastically well. I'm really proud of how they've tried to apply what we talked about and actually really gone and attacked the Australians. And yeah, like you say, we won 4 games, they won 3, and they've retained the Ashes and taken them home to Australia. But yeah, we've got a lot to be proud about, and you know, we're really excited about what the future holds as well.
Having lost the Test match in the first T20, it felt like a mountain for England to get back in this series. How did you as a coach approach that?
To be honest with you, the belief in the side was always there. Even after the Test match, we felt that we were really, really close. And then again in the first T20 game, very, very close game. We had the conviction of we were playing the right way, and we were excited about the challenge was ahead, rather than reflecting on it and thinking, oh, crikey, we're miles away from being able to beat these guys. We thought actually it was really close, and so the belief actually grew after those 2 games. So I was confident that we would get some victories. I didn't know how many we would get, but we forced. The thing I'm really proud of, we forced Australia to play in a different style to what they usually would do. So they've changed a lot of their tactics, and that's from how we've played. So they've gone and, you know, we're talking about a world champion team, you know, the unbeatable side, and they've come here and they've had to change how they thought and change how they played. So, you know, I think that's something the girls should be really, really proud of.
There's been a lot of talk about how the mentality from the England men's set-up, something you were a part of, has transferred over to this women's side. Do you recognise that in some of the performances?
Yeah, I suppose so. You know, they've started to believe in how I've asked them to play, and I suppose the biggest thing is when they've made mistakes is not to criticise, just to encourage learning, encourage growth, because we've got a real balance of youth and experience, and the experienced players like Nat has played unbelievably well for the last 2 games. You know, it's nice she gets 100 and we finally win a game of cricket against Australia, which is nice. And their calmness and their leadership and their composure, I think, has been really important within the group. But then the energy of the young players to take on what we've asked them to do has been really exciting. So, like I said earlier, I think there's some really exciting cricket ahead for us to play, and we will get better at it.
The Australia side have always been seen as being a little bit ahead of England, if not at times quite far ahead. Both captains have said post this game there is no gap. Do you see the same thing? Do you see that these 2 sides are neck and neck now? Yeah,
I think so. Well, you know, like I said, we've won 4, they've won 3. You know, that's a really big feather in our cap, you know, as a side. The challenge now is to grow, because we know now that we've, I suppose, poked the bear a little bit in terms of they'll go back to Australia and they'll sit and they'll think and they'll try and come back stronger next time. And we know the next time we play them will more than likely be in a World Cup over in Bangladesh, I think, in the T20 World Cup in a year or so's time. And, you know, they'll come back stronger from this, and because they'll have to go away and think about how they're going to play their cricket from moving forward. And like I said, I think what we've achieved is forcing them to think about how they play their cricket, But we're going to have to do a lot of work now to make sure, we get ahead of them.
Word on Nat Sciver-Brunt, who's had a quite extraordinary series, particularly in these ODIs.
Yeah, I think Nat's just, I would say Nat's the best batter in the world, probably by some distance. She's an incredible batter. How consistent she is with the strike of the ball is incredible to watch in practice, and how calm she is under pressure I played against her in the WPL. I was UP Warriors and she was Mumbai Indians, and I said to her after the game, I'm looking forward, after we lost against their side, I was looking forward to having you back in my team, because the quality that she brings, and and not just in the field but in the dressing room as well, and that calmness and the respect from the people around her, and she really does deserve all the plaudits for playing so well in this series.
And in that dressing room, it feels like a very happy place. Even after that defeat at the Ageas Bowl, there was still a few smiles, there was still a real sense that this team are a real team.
Yeah, that's really pleasing. We're trying to bring everyone together. There's some really disappointed players that didn't get selected in the squad. There's some really disappointed players that haven't played any cricket, in this series. But their challenge is now to go and get better, so they can get in the team. There are still gaps in our team. There are still players that need to improve their performance. So, I'm excited about. I'm only 7-8 months into this job. I'm excited about what the future holds and how much this team can improve, because there's some really talented young cricketers in this group.
How much are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm loving it. That's great. It's fantastic. The enthusiasm and the commitment that the girls show to wanting to not only play better but grow the game. There's a real sense of they want to inspire young girls and young boys to go out and play their best cricket. And if that can happen off the back of this series, which has been fantastically competitive, we've had full houses at every game, and if there's some young girls out there or young boys out there that want to play cricket and they'll be inspired by the way we play, I think they really have a sense of duty towards that, and for me that's great to work with. And they also know that they can get better, and they're also hungry to improve. So for me as a coach, that's a really exciting group of people to work with.
And finally, series later on in the summer against Sri Lanka, you'll be desperate to see the momentum, the crowds, all of these things continuing.
Yeah, 100%. We will play entertaining cricket. I can guarantee that. So if you love cricket, or even if you don't like cricket, watched cricket before, you want to come out and watch some entertaining cricket and some really skillful players playing at the top of their game, then get some tickets to watch us play. I think we're in the southeast in Hove and Canterbury and up in Durham. Come and buy some tickets and watch us play. The girls love playing in front of full houses.
That is the England coach John Lewis speaking to Henry Moran, who is here alongside World Cup winner Alex Hartley and Melinda Farrell, Australian writer and broadcaster. A reminder that Australian men are 107 for 2 here at lunch in the men's Ashes at Old Trafford. Smith and Labuschagne, the not-out batsmen, after Broad and Wokes dismissed Khawaja and Warner. Henry, that influence of John Lewis, is it too simplistic to say there's sort of been almost a unified approach, but in terms of the mentality towards the cricket, but from very early on in the piece, the language that was being used by Heather Knight, by Nat Sciver, by others in the media did sound quite similar to what was being spoken about from the men's camp. So has something rubbed off, or has it been almost a concerted effort?
I think you can go back even further, and I think you can look at the white ball revolution of the England men's side under Owen Morgan, Trevor Bayliss, and that freedom of thought and that freedom of expression which has transferred into Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes, who have links to that time as well, of course. And then John Lewis has sort of cross-pollinated, if you like, into the women's setup. And it is really clear watching that team. They're having a lot of fun. And we've said exactly the same about the England men's side over the last 14 months. They're having fun. They look like they're enjoying it, and that mistakes aren't going to necessarily define them, and that there will be horrible moments. And Lauren Bell had one of those horrible moments in the ODI at the Ageas Bowl when her final over went for 26 runs. And saw her after the game, and she was walking through. Clearly she felt rotten, because you would do, but she had a smile on her face. Her team had obviously supported her, and she had that vibe that she was going to pick herself up, go again. Played yesterday, bowled really well, and it's really clear to me looking on from the outside, and Alex will know better having her links to the side, that there is that mentality that actually go out there, express yourself. You're playing cricket, have fun out there and enjoy it, and that is obviously reaping the rewards are coming through.
Yeah, and that's what Louis has said to the girls. He said, whoa, hang on a second. As soon as he came into this environment, he said, when do you switch off? He said, what do you do to switch off? Why are you all so professional? It's ridiculous. You know, they train so much. They train, you know, double, triple the amount of time that they end up playing cricket.
To be overcompensating for the years when they didn't have that opportunity.
Yeah, and not knowing when or how to switch off. So he's told the girls, you know, you have to enjoy it. You know, you start playing cricket because you're that little girl that wants to play cricket. It doesn't change just because you're then playing cricket for England. Yes, you know, you've got thousands of people watching and you want to win an Ashes series and you want to beat the Australians, but you're not going to do that if you're not enjoying it, and you're not going to do that if you flog yourself and run yourself into the ground before a series or season starts. And I guess the main thing for me is this team has been very, very relaxed, very chilled. They're all enjoying each other's company. They're all going out and playing golf. They're doing whatever they want to do in an evening. And they're playing really good cricket because they're relaxed, they're having fun, and they also now have that self-belief.
So how did that change of tactics manifest itself? What John Lewis was talking about, the way that England played their cricket forced Australia to change what they were doing that had been such a successful formula.
I think England just rattled Australia, to be honest with you. England were, you know, they were on the front foot, they were being aggressive, they were playing in a way England plays against every other team in the world bar Australia. So we often see England play against Australia and they'll go back to defensive tactics. But this time they learnt their mistakes in the World Cup in South Africa. They did that, they were on the back foot and they got kicked out the semi-final. And John Lewis said, that's where we learn, that's where we move on, and that's where those mistakes don't happen again.
One thing I would say is I'm not sure how much fun Australia have. I don't think as a side, and you spoke to Jess Jonathan on your No Balls podcast with Kate Cross, and she said, we treat it as a business. We see it, the business of winning. We have a business plan and a business model, and we win games of cricket. Seeing that side this Ashes series, when things started going against them, they didn't look like a side that would sit down, smiles on faces, and pick themselves up. They looked like a side rattled, concerned, and I'm just not sure they have as much fun as England do.
But they're also a side, Mel, at the moment, who came to England without Meg Lanning as captain, Alyssa Healy stepping in, and a coach who's not been there so long. Shelley Nitschke's been in the camp, of course, but Matthew Mott, you know, incredibly successful when he was in charge.
Yeah, I think there are three people. If you go back to 2017 in the World Cup, when Australia were knocked out in the semi-finals by India, but England obviously went on to win that at Lord's. Australia went back and they used to call that their crucible moment. They had a lot of introspection amongst the group, and they really thought about how they were doing things. And a lot of their success has been built on the aftermath of that. And there were three people involved, I think, primarily in the direction they went. One of those was Matthew Mott, the coach, who's now left and England white ball set up. One was Meg Lanning, unavailable for this series because of medical advice. And the other one was Rachel Haynes, the vice captain, who has recently retired. And I think she's a behind the scenes, people might not realise what a calming influence she was. She was kind of the one who took the temperature of the team and would kind of relay that to Matthew Mott so he knew how to handle them. Maybe she was the one who realised when they needed to switch off or whatever it was as well. And Meg Lanning then was able to take, you know, charge on the field with that advice coming from Rachel Haynes. And the fact that those three aren't here might have been, and I think probably was, quite an important factor in this series, just having that shift and having Alyssa Healy having to step in very, very late in the piece. Talia McGrath still coming into her own as vice captain, and Shelley Nitschke with a new group of players trying to work out how to get the most of them. But you do hear, when you talk about the business, it always worries me whenever I hear players talk about KPIs. That always worries me. Whenever I hear that, I always think
that's business.
Very business. It doesn't sound like much fun, does it?
What do you feel that this series has done for the women's game overall? Because watched and followed with greater coverage and greater crowds in this country, but also there's the following abroad as well, because you get the sense that, you know, that when the coverage goes overseas and people are picking up and following it, that it's actually extending, you know, beyond the scope. But if we look at the UK first of all, what do you feel that this series has done?
I think, to be honest, it's just showed that people are interested in women's cricket when it's marketed properly. You know, I think the problem in the past has been that it's not been marketed, and I've said it time and time again, but, you know, we haven't seen the fact that England are playing Sri Lanka at the end of the series. You know, that's not been marketed. This Ashes series has been marketed alongside the men's. They've had equal publicity. You know, we often talk about players, how we just want equal opportunity. Well, now they've got that, and they've had the crowds, and they've sold out stadiums, and they've showed that people are interested. The job now is for the ECB not to let that go backwards, because my biggest fear is that we will be going, oh, but how good was the Ashes? But how good was it last summer? Well, it needs to be just as good next summer when England aren't playing Australia.
Yeah, it's an interesting one in having the two series side by side, the men's and the women's. Australia are going the other way now. They're having standalone series. So it was interesting to me to see how it would work. And it has been brilliant. And England or English fans have traditionally been, I think, better supporters of the women's game than fans are in Australia when you look at the crowds over here. So I was really worried internationally, if you look at the big picture, that, you know, after we had the 86,000 people at the Women's World Cup final at the MCG in 2020, just before the pandemic hit, that the women's game then lost so much momentum during the pandemic. So it's just been really encouraging to see, actually, no, that this is a long way forward, because this is what we're seeing for a bilateral series. It's hard because we keep saying, oh, this is landmark, this is a really big moment, we have one on top of the other, but it's certainly, I think, been special, and it is up to every cricket board around the world to latch onto these moments and to make them a springboard for something.
In England, we talked about the 2017 World Cup win being a watershed moment in English cricket, but that moment was missed. So for me, this has been the watershed moment of selling out crowds, playing at stadiums with, you know, 20,000 plus people in, you know, selling out Lords again. This has been the watershed moment that we have to capitalise on now.
What it does, thinking in terms of having the two series intertwined, is that when the public are caught up in a sporting event, which in this case is the Ashes, that if there is not a men's game near them, they can find a women's game. If there's not a women's game, then the men's is there. And so that it means that the overall spectacle is being spread around and able to actually reach more people, are able to get involved in whichever way it is.
Yeah, and you look back 2019, and I was looking at the fixtures in that series, and it seems inexplicable now that the first two games of the Women's Ashes were on a weekday, both at the same venue, within 3 days of each other. And you're thinking, well, you're never going to get big crowds for both of those, because you're not realistically going to see people spending that money twice on weekdays at the same place. And it has been a different world this time. The challenge for the ECB is to capitalise on what is clearly a market that is very, very keen to go and watch this England women's side. John Lewis told me last night, he said, look, come along, you'll enjoy it. We play entertaining sport, brilliant athletes that are doing amazing things. And as Alex says, it's absolutely on the ECB to show the brilliant work that they did for the Women's Ashes series and these side-by-side Ashes series, that it continues, and that every bilateral series gets that attention. They play at the right venues, give it the right marketing, and ensure that this brilliant product, the nucleus of it, has the opportunity to really flourish.
Kate Cross from the women's team, she said to me, when we play at the smaller grounds, Leicester, Derby, Northants, you only have the opportunity of selling 3,000 or 4,000 tickets. It's not about selling out a stadium, it's about giving more people the opportunity to come and watch and proving how entertaining they are and that they play good cricket, and then you get more and more people in. So when you start playing at the big stadiums, and yes, England, they've broken all the records for people coming to watch this series, but it will snowball and more people will come to watch. What we don't want is next summer then England to go back to these smaller venues where you can only sell 3,000 or 4,000 tickets when people have had the opportunity of selling 30,000.
And I think if you look at that Sri Lanka series, there are a lot of people, even fans of the women's game, who probably don't know any of the Sri Lankan players, maybe beyond Chamari Atapattu, who's just been dethroned as she held the crown number one ODI batter in the world until Nat Sivabrunt just took it back again. She had it for 9 days, but when you look at the performance of England women, I mean, Nat Sivabrunt is an absolute superstar. She is she could sell games on her own. You look at Sophie Ecclestone, you look at Heather Knight, you look at some of the exciting bowlers coming through. England have got stars out there now that people are much more aware of, having hooked in to the Ashes. So there's your springboard there. Don't worry about it. Okay, it's not the Ashes, it's England versus Sri Lanka. They may not be as highly ranked, but come along and you can actually see these players.
And one message that Alex and I heard when we were travelling down from the Headingley Test match to go and cover a game at Lord's, we overheard two gents who were making the journey from the cricket down to London for something else. And one of them said, the immortal line, I watched some of the women's series last night. It was actually all right. And there is a degree to which actually, when it's on television, when it's on the radio, when you see the highlights on the BBC Sport website, when it's at big venues and you see the skills that are on show. We had Phil Tufnell at the back of the commentary box early on today, firing up the BBC Sport website to watch Charlie Dean bowling a carrom ball and thinking, wow, that's, that he wanted to tune in and watch it. And, there is a buzz around it. There is a real sense of excitement and enthusiasm. And, I would echo what John Lewis said. Go along and see it. You might just find, if you haven't seen it, if you haven't been along before, you might just find that it is.
And, there's been brilliant. So much demand for, say, the men's series. People disappointed when they try and buy a ticket and they're sold out. Actually, you can still watch an England team play cricket. You can watch the England team still and still be involved and just see this as English cricket, of which there are two teams that people can get behind. Shall I let everybody know when those Sri Lankan matches are? Because that would be useful, wouldn't it? Because, of course, there is the 100 through August, and the BBC will have all those matches on radio, and there's the live television games as well, and those will be on the iPlayer too. And so in Sri Lanka, against Sri Lanka, starting on the 31st of August, which is a Thursday at Hove, is the first of the 3 T20s, and those are played at Hove on the 31st of August, Chelmsford on the 2nd of September, and Derby on the 6th of September, and then 3 one-day internationals on Saturday, September the 9th at Chesterley Street, and then September the 12th in Northampton, which is a Tuesday, and then closing out in Leicester on September the 14th, which is a Thursday. So consider your cards marked, and you can go and support the England women's team as much as you support the men's team as well. I think Aggers will be coming in to build up to the start of the second session here at Old Trafford. And thank you to Henry, to Alex and to Mel. And what an outstandingly entertaining series that was. I mean, so many matches went down to the wire as well, which all added to the drama, quite frankly, and some extraordinary finishes. And I was chatting to Kate Cross on the BBC Stumps podcast this morning as well. She managed to surface at 9:20 in the morning, which was a fine effort, because there would have been some celebrations after that final match in Taunton last night. So players are getting ready to come back out onto the field. Lunch on day one, Australia 107 for 2. So England in the hunt for a few more in this afternoon session, Aggers, after the opportunity of bowling first.
That's right. Out go the umpires, clearing the field. Lots of stewards down there, keeping an eye on proceedings. One or two television crews I can see, including Mark Taylor down there, giving his thoughts to those down under who are staying up through the night to watch this test match. But interesting morning. I think probably in the context of everything, toughers, probably have to say Australia's morning, put into bat, given the forecast, all this sort of stuff. I think England would have wanted more than just those 2 wickets.
3 would have been nice, 4 perhaps a bit greedy.
Yes.
But no, they sort of blunted England quite nicely there, didn't they? Could have been lucky if that first ball of Steve Smith hooked straight down.
It was a strange choice. He wasn't quite on the boundary, and it just popped over his head, not by very much.
Well, I know what probably happened there. I've done it many times before, and I'm sure you have, John. When you come up from fine leg, don't you? And you sort of, congratulate on the wicket, and then you perhaps sort of wandered
back. Haven't quite got back there quickly enough. Yep, I know exactly.
And then, oh no, oh dear!
Haven't quite made it all the way. People do forget about you down there, don't they?
And you certainly would have thought that Steve Smith would have been looking to hook a 6 first ball, because it went from sort of low to high.
Yeah, it's a very strange shot.
It was, but they're still in it. But Australia played. I mean, it's still a pretty good wicket, John. Really, it's a bit of swing, bit of sideways movement, but it's pretty flat.
Yeah, it is. So it's 107 for 2 as Australia's not-out pair, Smith and Labuschagne, make their way to the middle. And they want to try and break this partnership for sure. The last thing I want is these two still there at tea time.
No.
It's, eye on the weather, and I mean, to some extent it's right that you don't keep an eye on the weather and you just have to play what comes and so on. But if you have to win the game, and let's face it, the weather forecasts that we see are pretty much nailed on.
Well, I've got quite a good analogy, I think.
Oh.
And that's a golfing analogy with the Open just around the corner. A lot of the players, they say, listen, I don't look at the scoreboard on that last day. I just look after myself and get round, which I can understand that. But if you're sort of like a shot behind with the, with one hole to play, you've got to look to make a birdie, haven't you?
So, yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's what England have got to do now. So, you don't look for the weather, but you've got to keep an eye on it and try and win the game.
Yeah, and forecasts these days are generally, especially when it's like a whole day washout, like it looks like that. I mean, I think it's going to happen.
Here we go.
Here's the first ball after lunch. It's Mark Wood coming in and bowling it, and it's short of a length and forced off the back foot by Labuschagne. Good shot, but not perfectly timed. And in the sunshine, they'll come back
another three
for a third run, which there have been a few of those today, which reflects two things: the size of the boundary, also the speed of the outfield. It's you can see there a bit of a skid mark at his left. It's pretty damp out there. And
I think he's bowled a bit short, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Mark Wood. I mean, he bowled beautifully pitching it up at Headingley, didn't he? He got the ball to swing, beautiful wrist position with that occasional bumper. I just think that he's looked at just a bit carried away with the short stuff. Try and pitch it up a bit.
A number making that trek up the stairs to the very top of that enormous stand to our left. Wood's tearing in, he's coming towards us, and he bowls down the leg side. Bairstow takes it. There's a raised arm from Joe Root at first slips, in case there's a little tickle on that, but that wasn't so. Now this is interesting because we mentioned earlier, I don't think with you, I think I was with Victor when I talked about that little circle in green paint that Ben Stokes has put in front of there at leg slip.
Right.
When he first had it, he went ahead of that green circle. Now he's behind it, so maybe that's a guide, because I'm not sure. I think Wood was the bowler first time. Here he comes again, moves in, bowls short, and actually he almost went for that, and then changed his mind at the last minute. I think he remembered that Stokes was standing there.
Why is there a green circle?
Well, it's because Stokes asked for it to be put there.
Oh, it's a fielding position.
Yeah, the groundsman came out. I think he got
really.
He got umpire Wilson's permission
to put a
little circle there. And there's something like some sawdust in the middle of it or something. Unless he's killed the grass off.
You don't usually have that, otherwise there'd be circles everywhere.
Well, there would. It's very unusual.
It is.
And especially as he's not actually choosing to stand on it.
He's quite close.
Yeah. Then comes Wood, bowls again outside the off stump, moves away, nicely taken by Bairstow low down. Your binoculars, Andy. What's in the middle of the circle? Is it sawdust, or is it just, or is it? It looks like a sort of a dead patch.
Looks a bit darker than sawdust. Is it possible like a protected mating ground of a Mancunian beetle or something?
Oh, I see. Well, the mystery deepens. What do you think?
Greater crested newt.
Never seen that before.
Oh, that can stop a lot of things, the greater crested newt.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I don't want to find one of them.
110 for 2.
What do you do?
Here's Wood moving and bowling a wild ball down the leg side. Almost fired it to Stokes, actually. It's collected by Bairstow, moving to his left. And still they trudge up the stairway.
You get your steps in there, going for a couple of pints during the second session, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Some bloke, look at that bloke. He really is trudging up there. I think he's got a carton full of beer there.
Yes, you wouldn't want to get halfway up and then...
No, spill it all.
And then drop it. I don't know how many steps there are. Someone will know, from bottom to top. 110 for 2. Smith on 33. Dips at the knee. Wood comes charging in. Goes very exaggeratedly wide of the crease and falls over as he lets that go. There's a lot going on there. He did a big swing of the arm, jumped wide of the crease, let the ball go and fell over. And Smith nonchalantly tapped the ball away for a single. So that's the end of the over. And England need wickets here. They just really get into this game. So the first couple, Broad is on 599. Dismissed Khawaja LBW.
I mean, it is flat, John, isn't it? It is flat. And England could have had a bat, couldn't they? I mean, they could have had a bat.
They could.
And sort of like got a big score and then looked to try and get the 20 wickets, perhaps. I don't know. But, I mean, I just felt that it was the right way to do it, perhaps having a bowl first.
Because I suspect they'll be looking to try and
skittle them.
Get some sort of, skittle them, some sort of total on the last day if they can get on the field.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah.
I think Cummins would have
had a bill.
Would have bowled as well.
Yeah. Andy, sorry, you were poised there.
I mentioned before lunch how this England team has more collective wickets in it, in terms of career wickets by all the players in the team, than any other team in Test history. Also, the most caps a team has ever had, 879 between them. So that's basically an average of 80 caps, Test caps per player in this side. Previous record was 861. That was an Indian team involving the likes of Dravid, Ganguly, Kumble and Tendulkar against Australia back in 2008.
It is massively weighted by Broad and Anderson, though, isn't it? The figures. What's Wokes, 130 approximately? And
Wokes?
Wickets,
did you say?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said caps.
No, in goes Wokes and bowls outside the off stump. And I'm talking about wickets.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the wickets England have, 5 bowlers with over 130 wickets. 688, Anderson 599 now, Broad, Moeen 200, Stokes 197, Wokes 137, Wood 97, and Root 57. Plus Brooks 1, let's not forget that one.
Oh, no.
Kane Williamson, wasn't it?
It was.
Down the leg side.
Down the leg side was a horrible.
Got him over at Edgbaston.
It's Nelson. In goes Wokes. That springy approach and bowls and really squares Smith up. But he still gets plenty of bat on it. Wokes demonstrates some quite keen footballing skills there and kicking the ball up and then catching it once more. Still blue sky around. The skies are generally bright. As Wokes walks back again, he's got the breeze blowing from left to right across the ground. He sets off again past umpire Wilson. In he goes, bowls, tucked away into the leg side. Moeen's there to toss the ball away, and those bright pink seats, and I mean they really are pink as well.
Cerise.
Almost deserted, yeah. I wonder why they are that colour.
Well, I
below
think
that new hotel.
It might be sort of posh. They look comfy, they look like they're sort of padded. It might be the chairman's sort of box or something, you know what I mean?
Raspberry blancmange.
They're very bright, aren't they?
Blancmange.
Here's Wokes bowling, and he walks in defensive shot. That was a half volley, really.
Haven't had any blancmange for years. What is a blancmange?
Proper old school meal that was, isn't it?
I don't know, what was it made of, blancmange?
I don't know.
Used to bowl a few blancmanges.
They used to throw it around in the old black and white movies.
Yes.
Laurel and Hardy and stuff. They blancmanges?
I think they were blancmange.
Custard pies.
Used to be a cricketing term.
There's Wokes bowling outside the off stump.
Come on, John, you're bowling blancmanges.
Yeah.
Come on, bend your back.
Talking of cricketing terms, have you done that very cruel game on 5 Live Breakfast yet where...
No.
Oh,
go on.
Well, I felt a bit sorry for Isha today because it's quite early at 10 to 9, isn't it?
Yes.
And your brain's not quite in gear.
No.
And so they've got this game where they've got like Scrabble letters.
Yeah.
The tiles.
Yes.
In a bucket hat.
Yeah.
Here goes Wokes. Bowls. Oh, that finds well. Actually, it wasn't the edge. It was the back thigh, I think, there again of Smith. He does get himself in some very strange places, and the ball there just went down to slip. 111 for 2. It's still Nelson.
Yeah, that was a good ball. Yeah, go on.
Anyway, so the idea is that that you have, I think, a minute.
Yeah.
And you go into the bucket hat and pull out a tile.
Yeah.
Which has one letter on it, obviously.
Also, it could be a Z.
Oh, there was a Z.
Oh, was there?
And you have to go for... Well, she went home. So, in other words, cricket.
Right.
Words within cricket beginning with that letter, but not names.
Ooh, okay.
Now, Johnny Bairstow leads at the moment, I think, with 16.
Right, in
a minute,
yeah.
Because he went away and got double points. He went either rugby league or rugby union.
Wow, yeah.
Isha, and I did feel sorry for her, because she had an X in there as well.
Ooh, X-ray.
4.
X-ray.
Here's Wood bowling outside the off stump, beats the bat.
4.
She prods at it.
4.
She got 4.
She got an X.
Well, it was a bit humiliating in the end. It had to sort of help her out a bit. But no, I mean, yeah, she had an X and she got a Z, I think, from memory.
Oh.
And a V. She went from Venkat, and unfortunately that was a name.
Yeah. Well, if you've got a stress fracture, you go for an X-ray.
Well, you do. I think X-ray probably acceptable.
Zuta, that was one of Shane Ball's.
Oh,
brilliant.
Lovely, Andy. Yes, lovely.
I went for half track. I was sort of helping her out a bit in the end. Half tracker. Couldn't think of anything else for an H.
Why did that come into your mind so quickly?
Well, I know, but I went there early. In comes Wood again. Oh, now he stepped away. Someone walking right in front. Look at that. Yeah. He'll be roundly booed down there. He's just got up. He's going for a nice stroll in front of everybody down there in the pavilion. They were telling him to sit down. I think he's a bit unsure that it was him.
Yeah, Zuta's a belt.
Zuta is very good.
Yeah. X.
So Mark Wood's got to go back and do all that again now. He was halfway through his run, and that chap's been roundly told off by a steward.
Extra?
I'm not giving you that. 111 for 2. Labuschagne waits. That's tucked away. So Nelson avoided.
Good run in.
And they're going to come back for 2. Yes, they will, as Wokes hurls the ball up to the non-striker's end. Actually, it ricochets off Smith, who's putting his hand up, but it's a sort of a Ben Smith moment there.
Doesn't matter. It's going to be 4.
Isn't it very odd how cricketers do that? I mean, all Smith was doing there was running for his ground. The throw was hurled in by Wokes, and it hit him completely involuntarily. Isn't it odd how batsmen will stand there when they've nicked it, refuse to go, don't want to go. You'll mancad batsmen who are just out of their crease, but for that, because the ball ricocheted off you, you don't run. Isn't it weird?
Wow, because they don't have to get out.
Yeah, isn't it a strange one though?
Yeah. They're all very polite when they don't have to get out.
Yeah. Here comes Wood, bowls a bouncer, and Labuschagne ducks underneath it. And of course, the reason that it went for 4 at the World Cup finals because it went to the boundary. I mean, Stokes didn't want to run.
No.
But the fact that it hit the boundary meant, well, the runs were obviously conceded for the ricochet.
Ricochet.
Amazing moment that was. Yeah, that could be them in the R, actually.
She only got 4-ish.
4.
So should they change the law?
No.
So that the ball becomes dead? And
Could be, couldn't it?
Could be.
It's a very strange point of principle that batsmen
same with the
don't
stumps. Same, they do run with the stumps a hit.
Here comes Wood, bowls again. Outside the off stump it goes. If the stumps, though, that was dead, you'd probably have the ball flying all over the place. Fielders would aim up and just shy the ball at the stumps, knowing that they could do it with impunity.
Yeah. No, but only if it hits the stumps will a run-out chance.
But it comes down to this question of sportsmanship, doesn't it? The batsmen don't run there because they think it's unsporting to take a run because the ball has been deflected off them.
No.
It's bizarre. And they don't think it's unsporting to stand there where they've nicked the cover off it. It could be a strange old game, this.
Yeah.
Trying to interpret it all.
Crucial, this partnership for the Australians.
Yep.
This could be Ashes defining.
Wood's tearing in as if his life depended on it, and that's pitched up, driven, but not well timed. Along to mid-off. It's fielded by Jimmy Anderson. Lots of people out on the balconies there of the Open Hotel. It's amazing how this ground has changed, and when we first turned up and saw the point, I thought, what is that enormous thing?
Yeah.
It's there, and then, of course it dwarfed the pavilion, which you can still see the outline of the original pavilion there, and it looked tiny in comparison, but reassured, don't worry, when it's all done it'll all fit, and that's what's happened. These 2 hotels fit in very nicely. In comes Wood again, bowls a bouncer, and goes flying through to Bairstow to end the over.
Going to be a bit tough on the point on your knees, though, isn't it?
The trouble is you can't see the cricket from inside the
No, and you can't sit down.
No.
So you've got to like lean up against the bar.
Yeah.
With you standing up all the time. So
what it does, though, is it does open up, and so do the hotels.
Yeah.
Another revenue stream for.
Oh, it's all about that.
For Lancashire, isn't it?
Yeah.
Partnership now 52 from 13.5 overs.
How many cricket grounds? What hotels on them now?
So, Hampshire.
Yep. Derby.
Gloucester. Or is that flats?
In goes Wokes, bowls outside the off stump, and is ignored by Smith.
That's flats at the back of Gloucester.
Jim's saying something, but I can't hear through the headphones.
Adelaide Oval.
Oh, sorry, Adelaide
Oval.
I was talking about England really, but Adelaide will do, Jim.
Sorry, I've just seen he's edged that. off of Chris Woke, Steve Smith, and it's hit his back thigh, thankfully. Otherwise, that would have been a rego catch to Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah. In fact, Woke said, "Do you edge that?" And Smith said, "Yeah."
Wouldn't have said it if he'd have caught it.
No, he wouldn't. Then goes Wokes again, bowls, and turned away for about middle and off into the leg side, and Moeen runs underneath after that, and they take 2. Headingley.
Yes.
Wasn't there a spectator who used the stands at Headingley as a hotel during the Test match?
Well, there was.
Oh, yes.
The Press 2 hotel.
The wrong side of the ground, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He opened up the West Terrace Hotel.
It was a bit of a filthy night as well. It could have been surprised he wasn't washed away.
115 for 2. And goes Wokes again, bowls outside the off stump. And Smith has nothing to do with it, allows it to go through. So is that all, do you think?
I think there might be a few more. I haven't been round the grounds lately. Has Leicester got... Is it?
No. The meat's still there.
The what?
You'd have enjoyed the meat, wouldn't you? The old Naffy building. They serve pork pies. I think it's coming down, actually. They've got actually massive plans for redevelopment.
Oh, have they?
They have, and millions of pounds worth.
One of Fox's.
In goes Wokes, bowls it in swinger, and again it's tucked away off the hip. Out to mid-wicket.
I remember we used to go for lunch.
Yep.
At Grace Road.
With blazer on.
Yeah, well, we didn't used to have blazers on. And there was always this sort of sliced beef or something, which you could virtually see. You could see the pattern of the plate through the beef.
I do remember, being slightly older, that Ken Shuttleworth, my old friend from up here, a lovely chap, you're listening, Ken, good day to you. He once carved into an early season cake that was served at tea his initials. Here's Wokes, turned away down to long leg by Smith for 1. KS he put into this. It's like a sort of a small Bakewell tart. And sure enough, sometime in August it turned up again.
Well,
yeah. And Essex always complained because there used to be things called a drinks list in those days, didn't there?
Oh, absolutely.
Visiting teams were allowed to order a drink for the end of play.
Soda.
It could be scotch and soda, it could be a pint of milk.
Yes.
It could be anything you like.
Yeah.
But at Grace Road, unfortunately, in my old county, all that they served was a very small bottle of pale ale. And the old boy Ernie had to be on hand with the opener. In goes Wokes. Moves in, bowls and defended, played back to the bowler again. And so Essex had enough of this because they always felt their hospitality was very generous.
Yeah.
And it followed one visit, early season visit to Chelmsford, where we were invited to a tent and nice drink at the end of play and so on. So what they did this particular day, I mean, Grace Road is enormous, isn't it?
Yes.
So the boundary was the rope sort of inside the playing area, so there's quite a lot of grass. We went into the nets and came back to find that erected just beyond the boundary was an Action Man tent for 1. So pegged out, guy ropes. We thought, what's that doing there? And it just stayed there all day. Essex were in the field. At the end of play, it sounds very silly, but to make the point, they all dived into this tent. They all ran off the field and got into this tent, which collapsed, of course. They were making the point that's the only way we've ever got a sponsor's tent at Grace Road.
Essex were a little bit like that.
Well, they were.
They did it to us.
It was very funny. In comes Wood again, and he bowls outside the off stump. That's beautifully put away. Through the offside, and it's just trickling away. The outfield is quite slow, as we mentioned.
Short.
I think it was John Lever who had come up with this idea, the Action Man tent.
Well, what they did to us, we were batting very slowly once at Southgate, and we all had a sort of a little drinks break during the last session, and they all wandered off Essex and bought ice creams.
Oh.
And, so there was just the 2 Middlesex batters out there, and they've all wandered off to the old, the Mr. Whippy or whatever it's called, and all got 99s.
Here comes Wood and bowls hit on the pad, appeals leg before wicket. Wood likes that. They're all, look at Johnny Bairstow there. It's like Pavarotti in full flow, but it's been given not out. And they're going for the review. Umpire Menon gave it not out.
He's very confident, Mark Wood.
Well, he was. But did you see Bairstow? It was like Pavarotti belting out one of his big arias. Absolutely, arms outstretched.
Confirm it's a fair delivery. You can go to front on spin vision.
All right, let's have a look.
Nice and slow.
Let's see if he's nicked it. No.
Yeah, can you go to the outer edge, please?
Flap of the pad. He's nowhere near hitting it.
Nice and slow. I can see a clear gap and no battery involved. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready.
It's quite straight, you know.
Yeah, some pass call for me.
Let's have a look.
Didn't give it.
Oh, red.
Impact in line. And
Hit it.
wicket sitting.
It's out.
Wicket sitting.
Smith is out. A good review by England. Mark Wood breaks through. It's 120 for 3. And England really needed that wicket. Tuffer, some thoughts from you, and then Jim Maxwell will come here.
Yeah, really big wicket for England. Bowled a little bit short for my mind, Mark Wood, but he pitched that one up, and Steve Smith, as he does, goes back and across, went too far across, and it's hit him just above the flat. Thought it might be a little high, but Mark Wood was adamant that was out, and as John said, so was Johnny Bairstow. And they were really pleading with Ben Stokes to let's have a review of that. And it was hitting, 2 inches below middle stump. So a good review from England, and just what England needed to kind of get back into this Test match. It was a good partnership between those two. But Steve Smith's got to go, Jim.
That was plumb.
Absolutely plumb.
Why didn't he give him out straight away?
I don't know. Middle. It was hitting. Well, I think that the umpires sometimes, I think their sort of marker for height is anything above the knee roll is kind of in that area, but it just snuck above the knee roll. As I say,
He's not Cameron Green, is he?
He's not Cameron Green. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Anyway, he's out, and that's what a lot of the crowd wanted to see England break through somehow. And this brings in the somewhat mercurial Travis Head. Certainly when he's going, he's not stopping. And what are we going to do with the field? This will be the interesting part of the exercise, given that they've tried to work over Travis Head on the short stuff with fly, third man, and all sorts of curious positions in the deep.
I don't know whether I agree with that, Jim. You know what I mean? I know that he's
there already.
He's susceptible. I know. But, you know, you've just walked to the crease. Why don't you pitch one up, swing one back and hit him on the pads? You know what I mean? At least for a couple of overs, or try and get him out conventionally earlier on.
I think they overdo this.
Yeah, I do.
When the guy arrives at any rate. Here we are.
Yeah.
He's just come in. He's got a short leg, no slip.
No.
There's a gully. There's a fly third man, deep backward point, cover.
Nick him off.
A mid-wicket, a deep square, a deep backward square, and a fine leg down below somewhere. Okay, here we go. Wood's on his way. He runs in, and Travis Head gets a bouncer. What a surprise.
Well, yeah.
And he lets it go, and the crowd give a bit of a ooh. It's 3 for 120. Game on again for England.
Game on again, Jim. Andy, what are his stats? Because I don't think he's faced a decent length ball in 3 Test matches, has he? You know. Yeah, he looks a little bit susceptible to the short ball, but he's a decent enough player.
He might nick one to slip.
Absolutely, or you're taking out LBW bowl, nick off to slip, and all those kind of things. I think just for early on, you should pitch it up to him.
Here he comes. Bowling again to Head. That's short, and it's come off his body. He didn't play that so well.
No.
It was on him, and he was pushing his bat and his gloves at it, and played it very uncomfortably. Oh, they're up for the bear pit here, the mob, aren't they?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, no, good. They've woken up after lunch. That's for sure. That was another good, well-directed bouncer.
Yeah.
And you can see that what they're trying to do, and it kind of works, but I just feel they go first up while the fella hasn't even faced a delivery. I think it's a bit early, but let's see.
You'll get another one, I'm sure. Here comes Wood, galloping in to bowl. It's short, and he gets in behind it. It wasn't as menacing as the previous delivery, and he pushed it back down the pitch. But the old bullfight is on again here with Travis Head out in the middle, and bump, bowl me a bouncer, and I'll see what happens.
Well, according to the CricViz ball tracking data of the balls that Head has faced from seamers, just over two-thirds of them have been short, so pitching 8 metres or more away from the batter's stumps, and the rest full or good, split evenly between those two.
He's had a pretty good series, though.
I was going to ask Andy to read out his scores in a moment, but let's see what happens to this ball as Wood flies in, bowls down the line of the pads. He tickles it around the corner, to fine leg and backward square. There's 3 men behind the wicket there. They get a run. He's off the mark. And that's the end of a successful over for Mark Wood with a wicket falling. Steve Smith getting right across and missing one. And it hit him in front. And you'd had to think, well, the umpire reckoned he'd either nicked it. No. Well, he must have thought it was going over. No, it wasn't. It was crashing into the stumps. Travis Head?
This series, 50 and 16 at Edgbaston, 77 and 7 at Lords, 39 and 77 at Headingley. This followed the World Test final against India. He made 163 and 18 in that game.
So on the hit parade of batsmen, he'd be in the top half dozen for the series, I would have thought, on those numbers. Hello, Alex. Alex Hartley's alongside me.
Hello, Jim.
What did you make of all that?
Well, I just looked at it and thought it was out. For me, it just looked out, and obviously it was on a review. But the umpire, as you say, must have thought there was some bat involved, or it was too high, because it did hit him just above the knee roll, but it was deep in his crease.
41, LBW Wood. 52 balls faced, 1, 6 and 6 fours. So England kind of back in the running here if they can get a bag of wickets at some point, get another breakthrough quickly. But Labuschagne is solidly in so far on 34. Head's just arrived, and Head looks around to the same old music. Fine third man, a fine leg, a backward square. Not quite the same field as for the supercharged Wood deliveries, but here's Woakes. Runs in and bowls a bouncer, and it's taken down the leg side. So there's nothing very secretive about the attack here.
I think they know what they're going to get now. Head knows what he's going to get. But England know he'll also take it on.
Well, he might. And we just read out those scores. England haven't won the argument, in my opinion, on this tactic at all. And why not have a bloke at... Look, they're going to have a bloke at slip now. That's more like it. Yeah. Or somewhere in the slips. Surely when a bloke's fresh at the crease, you back your bowlers to get him out in an orthodox fashion. We shall see. Woakes goes in and he bowls the ball that is beating the outside edge. There you go. That was about the spot. There's a bit on the surface. The ball's hard enough. And there's Joe Root standing at about 1.5 slips.
Well, yeah, that's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see Chris Woakes beating the outside edge, bowling line and length, and then Wood can bowl the short ball, can't he? He has the pace behind him. He has the firepower. England again tinkering with the field.
Yeah, the fly slip goes to third man, or somewhere out there behind point on the boundary, Moeen Ali. So, well, it's actually giving the bowler, I would have thought, more support against a fresh batsman. Here comes Woakes, and he goes back and drops his wrists as the bounces through outside the line of the off stump. And the fact is that Travis Head has negotiated this tactic pretty successfully so far. So the least you would have thought the bowler would be encouraging the captain to do is to get 1 or 2 more outside edges near the bat when he first arrives. But we've got a fine leg, a deep backward square, a deep square, mid-wickets back a bit, but a slip and a gully. Woakes runs in. It's a bouncer, and he ducks underneath it. And it goes through to the keeper.
Do you think you could probably have the 3 men that are on the square boundary? One of those can come into a second slip as well. So you can have 2 slips of gully.
They got the radio on. That bloke deep backward square, he's coming into the cordon somewhere. Leg slip, I think maybe leg slip. That's Harry Brook. Yep, he's moving in there. So that they're slowly getting closer to the batsman as the bouncing tactic doesn't do its job straight up. Here comes Woakes wide of the off stump, and it's allowed to pass. So it gives us plenty to talk about, to look at. 3 for 121. It gets the crowd going on the edge of their seats. What are all those chaps over there on the Dunlop pillows or whatever in front of the new hotel? Are they big cushions down there?
Yeah, they're like big sofas, big blow-up sofas.
All right. You pay an extra $1 for that?
It's one of the sponsors, yeah, they have a day with.
Seem to be standing up. Here comes Woakes straight in line of the pads. Just enough manoeuvring room for Travis Hess. Thank you very much. I'll take one down to fine leg, and he keeps the strike at the end of the over. He's 2, and Labuschagne is on 34. It's 3 for 122 after Australia was sent in.
Yeah, so it's good, but you sit on a sofa and you relax. You actually can't see much because you obviously start slumping in your sofa.
You're in the pit down there, aren't you?
Yeah, you are. It used to be like straight on, but there's another temporary stand there, so it used to be, sort of.
The curious one is the people who sit right behind the bowler's arm in front of the side screen or sort of below it, and then the next 6 or 7 rows of seats are all vacant. So I'm not quite sure how that works unless they all sit so still that they're not going to get in the batsman's eye line.
Nearly had to have them all sat up in those seats early when Sun stopped play.
Here comes Wood, starts a new over, and it's a short ball off the body of Head. He's going to take a single. He ducked into that. Where did it hit him? On the shoulder or on the helmet? It's signalled as a leg bye, and concussion. I think we're going to have a concussion moment here. It did take him on the helmet. As he tried to get out of the way belatedly, it followed him, across him, towards the offside, and it's clattered into his helmet, and the physio's coming out to inspect 1, his head, and then 2, his helmet, in that order.
Yeah, I think that's the extra pace, isn't it, of Wood, and that's why I don't mind Wood bowling those short balls. There was a little fist pump between Head and Wood there as well, but Travis Head's trying to figure out where it hit him on the helmet, and I don't think he's actually too sure. So we'll take another look at this. On the grill.
Yeah, on the grill. It was useful. It just changed direction a bit as he anticipated that it would go over his shoulder, and it just came in towards him, and he couldn't get out of the way of it at the death, and he's worn it on his grill, yes. So I think he's going to be okay, but we go through this protocol to make sure the batsman, of course, is all right. He's, what's your name? Where do you live? What bus do you catch to school, or something like that? And having checked out his physical condition, they then check out the condition of the helmet.
Yeah, and rightly so. And then quite often these days we do see the helmet be changed. When it hits you flush on the helmet, you have to change it. But I think it got a bit of shoulder as well before it hit him on the grill, so he should be able to carry on with his own helmet.
Yes, there's a retinue of people out there looking after his condition, as it were, monitoring it as the umpires have their chat mid-pitch and the game sort of drifts to one side. This is becoming very much part of the game. The DRS is another delay. Drinks, obviously, but this is the one that is just adding a little bit more time to the game and is making quite a few people think that there needs to be more time added to the days played to bowl the overs. More like 45 minutes instead of half an hour. And particularly when you've got an all-pace attack, which both of these teams have to a large extent, you're going to get a slow over rate. So we're settled again. They took a single, and Labuschagne faces Wood. He charges up and has him dabbing away out on the offside. But he's getting up a good head of steam after butter chicken or whatever he had at lunchtime to get a few revs in behind him, a bit of petrol in the engine, and shake out the Australian middle order if he can. But it's a long middle order today, with Travis Head at 5, and then you would think Green 6, Marsh 7, Carey 8. Now, Labuschagne does a sort of Chanderpaul and touches the bail. In goes Wood. Pitches up a Yorker right in the block hole dugout. He needed his spade there. That was rapid. Right at his toes. And he did well to make the adjustment and dig it out. But Wood's full of fury here and excitement about getting another wicket. He's bouncing it or he's yorking it.
Yeah, England, they look a little bit more confident after lunch as well. Time to regroup, have a chat as a bowling unit. What the next plan is. Plans before lunch weren't quite working, even though England did get 2 wickets, but they were early on.
Must be a wind blowing. The door keeps slamming in here. As Wood goes in again, and back goes Labuschagne. He does the squirt to the onside in front of square. Wants a second and rushes back for it as Wokes hits the stumps at the bowler's end. Umpire Menon's going upstairs because he's in no good position to see. He's behind the stumps. It was a good throw. I fancy that the stretch from head has got him home. But another bit of by-play entertainment there, theatre that we enjoy with a good pick-up and throw. And Head charging to get home, sliding his bat. Yes, he's well home. Yeah, well in before the ball crashed into the stump. But it's always spectacular. And that's always enough for the umpire to, I need to be sure here, don't want to make a mistake.
Yeah, even though the umpire probably was pretty confident with that one, but direct hits, you just never know.
Now back with Wood. The excitement machine. He runs in and Labuschagne is pushing to the offside. It's gone out into a gap at cover. And there's an easy single this time. 3 for 126. And Labuschagne is 37 and Head's back on strike. Everyone gets ready for action. Action stations. Travis Head navigating a couple of awkward deliveries. One that he just prodded off from his face with some glove and bat, and the other he didn't quite pick up. It's straightening and he copped it on maybe a touch of shoulder on the grill. So he faces Wood, who comes in towards him, and he goes back and watches carefully, plays the ball down and away to Harry Brook at short leg to complete the over. So plenty to get you on the edge of your seat, as I say. 3 for 126. Smith, the last man out for 41. The removalists have arrived. What's going on here?
I think they're actually building things rather than taking them out. So
right.
We're not being kicked out just yet.
Looks very good on the radio, I'll have to tell you. Yeah, fantastic. Well done. What's going on here? We're setting up shop, are we? A bit of TV shop. We've got some sun, that's what we like when we're at the cricket. We want plenty of sun, and we're going to get a fair bit for 3 days at any rate. It's forecast a little bit damp on day 4, but let's just enjoy what we've got. And what it is the contest. England striving here to vindicate their decision to send Australia in. And it's not quite there at the moment. They'll need a few more wickets this afternoon to feel good about the decision. They've only got 3, and Australia quite happy with Labuschagne still there as Wokes bowls. And he goes down the leg side. It's come off something, and Bairstow dives to his left. I think maybe a bit of pad, if anything. We've seen a few of those deliveries just miss the lot. And head for buys, and he had to move sharply to his left, came off a bit of pad, and he didn't glove it cleanly, but he did stop it.
Yeah, he struggled with those ones today, Bairstow, but this time he does get his mitts to it. But we've had a few that have carried and they've gone further, a lot wider than Bairstow.
Now we've got some ball artists going on here. Umpire Wilson's got the ball back from Broad. And he hasn't pulled out his toy yet to put it through the hoop. What is going to happen here? It looks like Travis Head was... No, it's Labuschagne who's actually seeking some attention down there during this delay. And what is causing this delay? We've got Jeeves the butler and George the front doorman. They're all coming out onto the ground carrying things, and
it's a change of shoe.
Oh, it's the farrier. The farrier's arrived. That's what it is. They've got a bloke for every job in the cricket team. As you know, those wonderful photos that we see of the team and the after staff are more than the players. Remember that you can take the Ashes with you on BBC Sounds this summer, as well as commentary. You can hear all our podcasts, including the Ashes Daily and Tail Enders. So he's come out with a couple of little nails and a new shoehorn.
Yep.
And he's got a boot.
Get the new boot on.
New boot.
It was Ollie
Right.
Robinson we saw in one of the test matches have 2 different styles of shoe on.
Right.
I think Chris Wokes has just gone for one fresh shoe.
So can you describe what's next to us?
Yeah, it's basically to cover the Lancashire advertising board behind our
I see.
cam. It's BBC Sport advertising instead.
There's no squatters' rights here then? No.
Mustn't be.
They've got to do something about the James Anderson end. That sign's ridiculous. You can't even read it. Fix that. Here's Wokes pitching up, and it's punched away down towards mid-off by Labuschagne and fielded there by Broad. That's an insult. I mean, that's the James Anderson end. You can't even read the sign.
Oh, the tiny one.
That tiny one.
Yeah.
What all those other jokers who've paid serious money, obviously, to have their airline or their clothes shop or whatever the other thing is down there. I mean, it's a festoonery of our Formula One advertising down there.
Well, I've been asking Lancashire for a long time for something at this ground, Jim.
Work hard. Here's folks, right online. Wokes, rather, right online.
But I've been
Different folks for different works, sorry.
I've been asking Daniel Gidney, the CEO, if I could just be a floodlight at this ground. Because they've got, the space
floodlight
to advertise. And I'd like to, I don't reckon anyone's ever been named after a floodlight. I can shine down and keep everyone in the light.
If you can guarantee another 5,000 per game, I'm sure he'll do it. Here comes Wokes, pitching up. He leaves the ball alone at the death, probing away outside the off stump. But that was once, when we watched the cricket from another perspective and the pitch was the other way around, quite attractive old pavilion. Now it's been garlanded with advertising and a top deck. It's almost disappeared, the grand old building. And James Anderson, their most famous bowler, he hasn't got his name in floodlights. That's appalling treatment. So, have to do something about that. The main consideration for a lot of people, I think, at this ground is not being able to see the score, because that scoreboard is not there all the time. It becomes a screen for various other things. Leg slips in now. Wokes goes in, and it's wide of the off stump, and it's allowed to pass. And there we go. 3 for 126 back at the ranch.
There is another scoreboard down to our right, but it's the same thing, like you say. It goes to the TV.
Can you read it for me, please?
No, because it's actually got a picture of Labuschagne on it at the minute, so it's the same problem.
Yeah, well, you need to have, every cricket ground needs to have a permanent scoreboard. Permanent scoreboard. Not a screen that we can use for all sorts of other intrusions. Away goes Wokes. Around the corner, punched away out to mid-wicket. And me mate out there, Anderson fields. The name's not big enough, Jimmy. I'm going to make way for Ishant Guha with the score of 3 for 126 after you, Alex.
Well, this session, there's been 8 overs bowled, just 19 runs conceded for the 1 wicket of Steve Smith. And England, they were expensive before lunch, but they've slowed things down now. Hello, Ish.
Good afternoon, Alex. Great to be in your company. Feel like I've been with you a lot lately, listening to you on the radio, and if you're following the women and the women's Ashes, fighting back yesterday to draw the series, that didn't feel right, did it?
No, it didn't. It almost
I felt they needed a grand finale, another match.
Super over to decide the Ashes.
Can you imagine? Here comes Mark Wood then, bowling from the James Anderson end to Travis Head. Bowls short again, and he gets up on top of it. Plays it towards gully, and no run is taken. Field's set for the short pitch bowling, and he's bowling pretty aggressively. Mark Wood in the sunshine here at Old Trafford up in Manchester. Brought some good weather with you.
Yeah, I've never had it ever in Manchester that sun stops play. But this morning, the sun was out, it was bright, it was beautiful.
They were shining down on the chairs, the far side of the ground, and the players had to stop, didn't they? Dave Warner and Marnus Labuschagne, it's getting in their eyes as Wood is sprinting in past the stumps to Head, works it off his pads down to fine leg, and it's fine enough to go for 4. But that is a good area for Head. You just need it to be a little bit shorter and have a player in position, but that's run away to the boundary. I'll pick up for...
Yeah, just slightly fuller there from Mark Wood. And there are 2 fielders there, but connected with it so well, it dissects those 2 fielders perfectly. I do like the short ball tactic to him, especially after he's just hit him on the shoulder and the grill.
Australia 130 for 3. Head's moved to 6 as Wood bounding in, head up on his toes and off the ground again and playing it down into the pitch. No run. Plenty of people here today. Party stand is pretty relaxed at the moment. Alex, you've seen it.
Here we go.
Properly raving here before.
Well, it sways as well up there as well.
It scares me.
Yeah, and me. And me. It's huge.
It's like a jigsaw puzzle.
I've got some friends up there, so I'm going to go sit with them after this. And
good luck.
Yeah. Might come back feeling slightly nauseous.
Can you take a picture and send it?
Of course.
Thank you. There's plenty of people on the balcony as well, over in the point on the far side of the ground. The red box that you see on television over to our right, the hotel as well. We spent so much time in during COVID in the bubble. Is Ben Stokes has just asked for a lid. He's going to position himself at short leg as Wood steaming in again. Head looks to sway out the way of that one, goes down the leg side. He did think about playing it to deep backward, but then opted against as it went past him. So there's a deep point, there's a third that's very fine. There's a fine leg and a deep backward square and a deep square.
I do think that Head will take this on at some stage, but I quite like the two catches as well, so if he does defend the ball, he has to defend it straight into the ground. He can make no mistake here.
Wind getting up here at Old Trafford. Breeze behind Wood. As he's past the umpire, Head pulls, and it's out to the boundary. He plays that really well, in fact. Gets right on top of it. And this is a nice little contest here. Head goes to 10, 134 for 3.
Yeah, great shot from Head there. Even after being hit in the helmet and a few balls, he swayed out the way. This one sets himself perfectly. The ball probably didn't get up as much as Wood would have liked. Just around chest height, and pulls it past that catcher. Short-legged, gets out the way pretty quickly.
He almost tucked into that one, Harry Brook, as Wood comes again, final ball of the over. The left-handed Head just plays that ball past the bowler as Wood is trying to charge it down. There's no one at mid-on, so they come through for one at the end of the over. 135 for 3, Head to 11, Labuschagne on 37. Andy?
Yeah, Travis Head against short balls this series. That's balls on the CricViz database, pitching 8 or more metres away from the batter's stumps. He's scored 138 runs and been out twice against England's seamers. Fuller balls, he scored 67 runs and been out once. Only out 3 times to England's seamers for over 200 runs. So it's not really worked for England yet. Over the course of his career, Head averages 53 against short pitch bowling, 49 against good length bowling, 36 against what they define as full bowling. So obviously it's all about combinations of delivery. So, say Stuart Broad averages actually reasonably well against short bowling, not so good against full bowling, but it's all about the combination of when those balls are bowled. But it does show that the Head might have a perceived weakness, but it's not entirely revealed,
isn't it? It's an interesting one with Head, because I've seen him a lot in Australia, and I would say one of the ways to get him out is to bowl the short stuff on that hip or across him with that angle, because he plays outside his body. As Woakes is back into the attack from the Ryan Statham end, as he's struck on the pad on the back foot, Travis Head, and it finds its way to gully. No run. And he does look uncomfortable at times, but we have seen throughout the series that he's actually played it pretty well. It's because he looks to play it, and we saw in that Test match championship match against India, they went with that ploy and got him out immediately, but you just wonder if it's wasted energy for England as Woakes circles, pushes away from us. He bowls now to Head on the back foot and up again on his toes, but plays it into the ground. He's trying to whip that away to the leg side. No run.
It's because he looks uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And then he'll play a shot and he looks amazing. But the 3 or 4 balls before that, he does look uncomfortable. He does look like he can't play the ball.
3 men back in the deep on the leg side. Woakes bowling over the wicket. Head into position and drives beautifully. It beats the fielder at mid-off, and it's Mark Wood chasing after it, but the ball will win. So 4 runs to the score for Australia, 139 for 3. Head goes to 15. Such an important time in this match. England, knowing that the rain is coming later on in the test, opted to bowl first. Their best chance of trying to enforce a victory inside 3 or 4 days to take the 20 wickets, but it's proved to be a lot more difficult than they maybe anticipated when it was overcast this morning. Bright sunshine now as Woakes is into Head, who's pulling away to the leg side. Again, it was a little bit too paced, and he played out in front of him. He wasn't completely in control. He had to hold his shot to keep it down as it goes away to that man. 140 for 3. Head picks up 1.
I don't actually think Duckett saw the ball until the last minute either. He stood still with his arms out going, where's that gone? And then picked it up as it rolled along the floor. But the advertising boards around the boundary are red, and obviously with a red ball, sometimes with the glare off the stands as well, it can be quite hard to see.
Change in field then for Marnus Labuschagne. He's going to bowl a little bit tighter, no point, 3 slips and a leg slip in position. That breeze getting up as Woakes bowls wide of the stump, and Labuschagne plays it to mid-wicket off a good length. No run. Spoken to your good mate Kate Cross today?
I have indeed. She's nursing a headache, but she's all right.
Rightly so.
Yeah. They partying in Taunton last night after what feels like a win for England. It was a series win for them. But yeah, they go again tonight apparently as well.
Why not?
A few days off.
Labuschagne crouches down, plays the ball onto his pad. It's a half appeal by England as he works that to the leg side and comes through for 1.
But not having spoken to her yesterday, you know, they were all up and about, the England girls celebrating, and the Australians were just like, well, we've lost. You know, after I think it was Alyssa Healy said, we came here to win the Ashes, that's what we've done. Well, they didn't win the Ashes. They drew the Ashes, so they just take them home.
Yeah, it feels slightly strange, doesn't it, that England could win both the T20 series and the one-day series, but in the end, they don't get to take the Ashes home with them.
Yeah. I think I'd quite like to see a slight change in the multi-format series as well. Just bookend the white ball series with a test at the start and a test at the end would keep it alive.
Well, it was great coverage, Alex, and your highlights available on the iPlayer right now. Watching the whole of that series has been a fantastic one, as has this. Every ball has been box office. You've really wanted to watch everything, and that cheer in the crowd was for, I'm sure you can hear it, Jimmy Anderson back into the attack, bowling from the James Anderson end. He's going to bowl with 3 slips in play for Marnus Labuschagne. Wicketless so far on his return to the test side. Can he extract something here? Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man down at long leg as Anderson is in. Labuschagne drives. Stokes gets a hand on it, diving to his right, so he'll only go for 1. 142 for 3. And Labuschagne goes to 39. I've got a question for you, Andy. This is hopefully not too challenging. James Anderson has been bowling since 2003.
He's had a few days off, but not many.
If you think about the number of overs he's bowled, we had an ultra-marathon listener on a little bit earlier. I want to know how many marathons he would have run in his lifetime bowling for England.
So what are we counting here? Just the run-up or the follow-through as well?
Oh no, just the run-up to the stump. So I reckon, 25 yards? His run-up? I'll leave that with you. Anderson into Head, who's driving back to mid-off, no run.
You'll come back to us in 4 days.
Are we talking tests only or all
tests
formats?
Tests only.
Let's make it easier.
I reckon that's quite an easy one.
You've just got to be good at maths.
He's got a calculator. 2 slips and a gully in position then for the left-hander, Travis Head, who can be so dangerous from an Australian point of view, just to counter-punch and put the aggression back in for them as he plays that to gully, no run, the back foot. bowled a good length here, James Anderson. He doesn't like to go too full, does he? Because he feels it's a bit floaty, but it's a nice length. Not getting lows out of the pitch.
He's at his best when he's bowling dot balls, isn't he? And he can set batters up with the away swinger, the in swinger. I think Australia, even though he's only gone at 2 and over, played him really nicely, just rotating the strike. Even though it was 2 runs, he just couldn't settle against a batter.
Head batting outside leg stump, back and across, and working it to the leg side. And Anderson does go for the pads slightly fuller. He nearly gets the LBW as he pushes back for 2. The throw coming in and nearly topples over the umpire as it comes in from Harry Brook. 144 for 3. So he does go for that full one. The head goes to 18. It's a lazy day here at the cricket.
Seems quite quiet, doesn't it? It's no Headingley, that's for sure.
They just needed a bit of time to build up as Head defends back down the pitch now. Angled into middle and off there, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. No run.
No ball.
Oh, that was quick. Are you ready?
If we say, sorry, I'm halfway through this. If we say that Jimmy Anderson's run-up is 25 yards and 2 and a bit feet long, he's just run his millionth yard in run-ups.
Oh, wow. That is a milestone.
Congratulations.
Past the stumps to Head, who whips that to mid-on. Looking to play it a lot wider, but ends up playing it straight. And then there's no run, so he is starting to go a little bit fuller and target the pads.
I'm not sure it is quite that long, though. So 25 yards seems a bit long for Anderson's run-up.
I reckon, OK, how much is that in metres? I reckon I'd be able to...
22 metres.
So I reckon it's maybe a bit longer. Anderson shuffles forwards, past the stumps for Head and guides that to gully, no run. End of the over, it's 145 for 3, Head on 18, Labuschagne 39.
I think for the sake of this fake quiz, we should say that his run-up is 25 yards.
Yeah, OK.
It could be 21, it could be 27.
Yep, 25 yards, I like it.
Just to make the maths a little bit easier.
That means he's run 551 and a quarter miles in run-ups for England. So what's the ultra marathon?
I don't know. I wouldn't know.
50 miles? I think it's 50 miles, an ultra-marathon.
Sort of 21 conventional marathons. But he hasn't done it in fancy dress, has he? So is it that impressive?
And he's done it in...
That doesn't actually sound that much, 21 ultra-marathons. Well,
done it in stages.
Over 20 years. We're going to have a change in bowling here. Woakes is off, Stuart Broad coming on. He's got his white headband on, tied at the back as he's warming up, bowling to Chris Woakes. Got a smile on his face. 3 slips then for Stuart Broad, who's going to be bowling to Marnus Labuschagne. What can he do here? No point again. There's a cover, there's a wide mid-off, mid-on, and 2 men back in the deep on the leg side. Deep square and a long leg. 3 slips and a leg slip. Stuart Broad then gives the ball a shine. He's now pushing forwards to Labuschagne. He's back and across and defending the ball, covering the off stump to the offside. No run, a good length delivery there.
Before I come off air, I think I'm about to be swapped out. I got collared by a magician before. It was very peculiar.
Okay.
I was out the back.
Well, they generally are, aren't they, magicians?
Yeah. Matt the Magician.
Okay.
It was a surreal experience at a cricket game, but I quite enjoyed it.
Was there an end to that story?
The
did he
magic
woo you
trick
with his magic
blew my mind.
Okay. As Broad is into Labuschagne and lets it go in the channel.
Deck of cards. On one side, it was a home object, and on the other side was a cricket object. So I split the deck, and I picked out a doorknob and a cricket ball. He said, take off my hat, took off his hat, and he had a cricket ball attached to a doorknob.
Did you see the other cards in this pack?
Yeah, they weren't all that. No. I don't think so, anyway.
I wonder if he has different things, like in his pocket and in...
It was under his hat.
As Broad bowls to Labuschagne, close to the top of off as he lets that one go. Just jagging back a touch through to the keeper. 145 for 3, Head on 18 at the non-strikers end and Labuschagne on 39 as Michael Vaughan has stepped in. Alex Hartley's just been wooed by a magician.
Good afternoon. I like a bit of magic.
Okay, what's the best magic trick that...
I like it when they put the coins through clothes and through the table.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's always clever. Pulling a rabbit out of the hat like that. It's an old-fashioned one.
As Broad is past the stumps to Labuschagne down the leg side. It's taken by Bairstow, but nothing on it. And Broad, hands on head. He thought he might have got something on the bat there, but to no avail.
There's a big in-swinger from Stuart Broad down the leg side. Yeah, they're almost bowling for that with that leg slip. Johnny just managed to grab it. Well, there wasn't the inside edge from Marnus. Do you like a bit of magic?
Yeah, I've definitely tried on a couple of occasions, but your hands have to be so quick, don't they? As Broad past the stumps to Labuschagne defending to the offside, no point, so he comes through for 1. So that's played out there. 146 for 3 then, Australia.
Are you with cards or...?
Yeah, the cards. I couldn't tell you the ones that I've tried, but I have definitely tried in the past.
Shane Warne used to bring a young chap up to the com box who was a fantastic magician. Can't remember his name. He was very clever. He used to do put a signature. He used to sign a playing card, and suddenly it'd end up in your top pocket.
Yeah, I never know how they do that.
Magic. The party stand has not quite got going, has it?
No. Still time though, as Broad is in round the wicket to Head, who's working that 2 mid-wicket no run, the front foot. And that is the end of the over. 146 for 3, Labuschagne 40, Head on 18. A few words from you, Michael, then I'm shifting out for Alison Mitchell.
Yeah, it's a nice day for batting now. The clouds have moved on. The blue sky is prominent here at Old Trafford. Australia will be happy in this position. 146 for 3. They're scoring pretty quickly, just under 4s. Having a drinks break. A little bit of juice required for the players. And Travis Head still out there on 18. Labuschagne's on 40. Travis Head took an almighty peppering when he arrived out there. He got a brutal one from Mark Wood, but he survived. And this partnership's just starting to look dangerous.
Starting to tick a little bit, Michael, isn't it? Afternoon to you, afternoon everybody. So our drinks are being taken. An opportune time just to remind you that there is an awful lot of sport on the BBC over the next few days. Because the Open Golf starts tomorrow, commentary on BBC Sounds, and the Women's Football World Cup also begins this week. Coverage across BBC TV and radio. So there's an awful lot, as there has been, really. We always say it every year, it's a packed summer. But with the cricket we've had going on over the last 6 weeks, Wimbledon thrown into that as well.
I still think this is the hottest ticket this week.
Here and the Oval? Depends what happens here, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I just think this week, if you know, I don't know, it's like with you, Alison, for the last week or so, the amount of people that have come to me and asked for tickets. Don't get any. I wish I did.
Well, the players do, don't they? I mean, they will be getting asked by everybody.
Yeah, inundated.
It must have happened to you when you were captain.
Yeah.
To a pointy end of a series.
Particularly an Ashes series at home. Yeah, everyone wants to come along. But I think this series has been such a special one. It's been great cricket. Really close, all the games. So you've got a choice this week of a bit of golf, the Women's World Cup football, Ashes cricket. It's actually nice that the Premier League's not started yet.
Well, yeah, that's one thing, I suppose, about having this Test series at this front end of the summer, isn't it? Drinks are being concluded. To remind you then of what's happened so far today, England striking early with Stuart Broad's 599th Test wicket. He dismissed Usman Khawaja, LBW for 3. Australia were 15 for 1 at that point, inside the 5th over of the day. David Warner was out for 32. Caught behind by Bairstow off Wokes. And then Steve Smith, since lunch, LBW to Mark Wood for 41. Given not out initially, but Wood was super keen. And Ben Stokes was equally as convinced, called for the review. And indeed, it was going on to hit.
Yeah.
But Wood's been bowling with good speed again. I mean, the pitch is not as quick as Headingley, but it's still pace, which is still unsettled.
Yeah, and he hasn't had the shape through the air that we saw at Headingley. Last week at Leeds, he was getting the outswinger to the right-handers going. Today, it's just been sheer pace. That was a brilliant spell to dislodge of Steve Smith. He just played a beautiful cut shot through the offside. You could see he was getting his head over. He loves to work it on the onside. And he just fired that ball that just kind of nipped just outside off stump, nipped back and just clipped the pad in line.
New over then, Labuschagne faces up, forward. It's Anderson again from his end of the ground. The pavilion behind him, defence from Labuschagne, 3 slips in place.
Yeah, you just feel that Jimmy Anderson just needs that break, that little boost of a wicket. Not been an easy series for him so far. He's not really had the impact that we've seen in the past. But he's bowling well enough. I don't think it's a lack of zip at the minute. I think he's bowled with a decent amount of carry through to Johnny Bairstow.
He just wants that wickets in the wicket column. In is Anderson again, left alone by Labuschagne. A very quick shouldering of arms. Goes through to Bairstow. The ball's been given a furious polish by Joe Root, who's there at first slip. Some news from Ollie Pope. Have you seen that he's had his surgery?
Yes. Yeah, I saw that on Instagram.
Posted a photograph of himself in hospital bed. Not a video, not like we got from Mark Wood when he came round from anaesthetic. It was like it was last summer, I think, wasn't it?
Yes,
when
it was, yeah.
he'd had his elbow surgery, and the England physio filmed him coming around from the anaesthetic, and Wood put it up online. Anderson from over the wicket, and it squares up Labuschagne and beats him past the outside edge. That's an excellent delivery and taken by Bairstow. And Labuschagne wanders away towards square leg, knowing he was well and truly beaten.
Yeah, just a little bit of extra bounce. That 4th, 5th stump line that they've been bowling to Marnus Labuschagne throughout the whole series. That's where they feel that they can get Marnus Labuschagne. 9.3 overs, 0 for 21, Jimmy Anderson. So his economy is excellent. Just needs that wicket.
As it so often is, he has the control. Labuschagne is out of his crease here as Anderson is in, it's full, clipped to mid-wicket, straight to the fielder. Throw comes in, back into Bairstow, no run. Yeah, the control of his skills is exemplary as ever. He knows what he wants to do, but isn't been able to just find that penetration that he's so often had in the past.
Just a bit of luck, that's probably what he needs.
There's been catches dropped off his bowling earlier in the series. And sometimes that one can then breed 2 and 3, but when they go down, Anderson sets off. Shadow beneath his feet, a leap at the crease, a little wider outside the off stump, and Labuschagne does not entertain it. Watches it go by to Bairstow.
Well, Marnus at Headingley in the second innings did the hard yards and got to 33 and then played that sweep shot off Moeen Ali. Gifted England a wicket. Well, he's worked hard to get to 40. You would think, such a good player, that he'll make a start count eventually.
His top score was the 47 he managed in the first innings at Lords. Australia 146 for 3. Anderson in, and again he leaves that alone, and then dancer style, almost pirouettes on his right foot and ends up watching it go down to Bairstow by ending up outside the line of the off stump and looking over his left shoulder, which is quite a feat even for him. So 146 for 3 at the end of the over. Travis Head is with him on 18. He's faced 29 balls. Labuschagne 92 balls for his 40. So he has had to work hard out there at times. As soon as Travis Head came out to the middle, the field was set for the short ball for Mark Wood first of all, and then even for Woakes. Gradually over the course of that first Woakes over with Head out in the middle, Stokes was changing the field and he brought a slip back in, then brought a leg slip back in and a gully. Stuart Broad is to continue, sitting on 599 test wickets. He's got Travis Head to bowl to with 2 slips and a gully, fine leg back and a deep square, deep backward point as well. And Broad asking Mark Wood at mid-off just to push a little bit wider. He's got Moeen to his left at mid-on as well. Broad with his headband on will be bowling around the wicket here to the left-handed Head. Broad is in, angled away behind points, vacant point region for a gentle single by Travis Head.
Andy.
Just on Jimmy Anderson's economy rate since 2015, the English summer of 2015. That's when this golden age of his career began after he stopped playing white ball cricket. Obviously been a fine bowler before that, but these have really been his best years statistically. He's gone at 2.42 and over. Of seamers in that time who've bowled at least 300 overs in Test cricket, of which there are 57. Only one has a better economy rate. That's Colin de Grandhomme, rather conservative New Zealand medium pacer. And the average economy rate for seamers in that time is 3.1 and over.
Yeah, he stands amongst the best in many respects with the wickets that he's got behind him, 688 of them. But yeah, that economy is still value to a team. Now Broad over the wicket to the right-handed Labuschagne. There's a leg slip in place, as well as the 2 slips to the right-hand side of Bairstow. Catcher at mid-wicket, square leg in place as well. He's in and it's left alone. It just comes back a touch after it passes the stumps. Labuschagne shouldering arms.
Yeah, it's not just his economy rate. He's taken 298 wickets, averaged 21.9 in that time as well.
Well, England are definitely trying to get the ball to come back into Marnus Labuschagne. This field, just 2 slips, a leg slip, a straightish extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket. The skipper just talking to Stuart Broad, and a square leg, so they're just moving that leg slip to like a leg gully. Even further around, it's like on the flick. So they're going to bowl in-swingers to Labuschagne and try and get him flicking on the onside.
Not sure what the crowd are getting overly excited about at this point, Michael.
Beer snake.
It's the first appearance. Here is Broad then. Over the wicket he comes and it's a ball full of Yorker. Labuschagne jabbing the bat down on it at the last moment. And then it squirts out to Stokes at mid-wicket who fields.
I just feel that it's just gone. Well, it's getting close to 3 o'clock. I think the 8,500 in the temporary stand are just ready. I think it's 3 o'clock kick-off and it's going to start to go.
It's been relatively sedate, hasn't it, up until this moment? No beach balls even either. Often see those at this ground, don't we, as much as we see them at Edgbaston. Little flex of the knees here from Labuschagne as Broad strides in full once more. That's a flick of the wrists, but finds Stokes, who bends down to field at his feet. Gives the ball a rub as well. And the crowd are watching that beer snake. It's being held aloft.
It's just trying to manoeuvre itself. Oh, it's going down the stand now. Just a few new additions.
It's a risky business.
It's a bendy one, isn't it? It's got a bit of shape on it.
Like a giant drain pipe. One of those. Actually, it's one of those pool noodles at the moment, isn't it? That's the shape of it.
It's going.
Lost its top.
It's just lost its shape.
Broad coming in. Past the umpire from wideish of the crease. Defence from Labuschagne comes forward. Finds a defender in the middle of the bat. Stokes picks up.
It's an art building a beer steak, because the chap that's building it, he's had a few, kind of drop out, and then he stops again. And it seems to me that everyone throws the beer cups down towards him, and then he has other people that he's passing it on now.
It gets harder and harder to add to, doesn't it?
He's passing the challenge on to someone else who's had enough.
Broad's turning at the end of his mark. Sunshine again at Old Trafford. There's some high cloud up above. It's white cloud. It's fluffy. Labuschagne's on 40 and Broad is into him. A little bit of in swing, just a touch of shape, and Labuschagne goes with it, turns it along the ground towards Moeen, and it's the end of the over. Broad unable to make that penetration. Labuschagne 40 not out, head on 19, 147 for 3. Australia's run rate was well over 4 and over in the first session of the day, 4.28. It's now dropped to 3.77 overall. England's trying to gain some control, so try and apply some pressure on these two if they can.
40 runs in 14 overs since lunch.
Anderson will carry on from his end of the ground, removes his jumper to hand it to umpire Menon at that end of the ground. Glenn McGrath has joined me again. Good afternoon.
Hey Ali. G'day everyone.
Did you enjoy your lunch?
I was a bit late getting lunch, so there wasn't a huge amount left, but had enough to keep me going through to dinner. But nice day out there for cricket, blue sky. The pitch itself a little bit slow compared to Headingley, but there's still enough there.
Travis Head facing up.
And he sees James Anderson running in towards him, and he's full, and he hasn't timed that at all. The bottom edge was into the ground, almost took a full-blooded drive attempt without much footwork, and toe ends it into the pitch. But was not in control of that.
No, he might have been shocked that it was pitched up as much as it was, but I think he nearly yorked himself. He saw it full.
Thought that would be in the slot,
Yep.
but it was fuller than he imagined. Standing right outside the line of leg stump here as Anderson comes into the left-hander and it's inside edge into his thigh and bobbles out into the ground to be picked up by Stokes, who's back in the gully position. 2 slips in place as well. So first 2 balls, Anderson to head. Head is not convincing. On 19, walks forward and is prodding a little at the pitch. Crowd getting behind James Anderson here as well in this afternoon session. There's England flags strung up on the balcony of the hotel, which is behind James Anderson's left shoulder as he comes in now to head and hits up on his toes, ball back of the length, and he manages to defend it back down into the pitch towards Labuschagne.
Yeah, no, it's the breeze coming across the ground from Anderson's right shoulder, so perfect just to get that ball swinging into head or going away from Labuschagne. So the conditions not too bad. A little bit of movement, not a huge amount. There's no overhead conditions, and the pitch itself, I mentioned, not as quick as what Headingley was. So they've got to work hard, but still a little bit of movement there for them.
Breeze rippling the trousers of the fielders, and now that's come off an outside edge, skewed away towards backward point region, a vacant region. Wood comes in from the comes in from the boundary to pick up, but that was uncomfortable for him.
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson, things aren't going his way. You know, he's had a few edges that have gone through vacant, 4 slip down the boundary and a couple of leading edges. It's been a long old series for him. He's closing in on 700 test wickets, which is absolutely incredible. Still 12 away. I'd love to see him get there, but it seems a fair way in the future at the moment for him.
Felt like it really wouldn't have been so far away at the start of the series, and looking at 5 tests, or this one outside the off stump. Left alone, a shouldering of arms, making some quick decisions. As Labuschagne at 85 miles an hour from Anderson. We never expected that Anderson would play every match of this series, just simply the rest and rotation, using bowlers in a squad sense, but certainly would have thought he would have picked up a few more wickets than he has done.
Yeah, probably the pitch that would have suited him the most would have been Headingley. But unfortunately for him, he was putting the feet up.
We've got 3 slips here outside the off stump and left alone once more by Labuschagne. And he's been very content to leave. He's played a patience game today for his 40 not out from 99. And Australia 148 for 3 at the end of that over from Anderson. He's taken 0 for 22 from 11 overs now in this spell. But pretty pleasant conditions out there in terms of watching today. Lots of short sleeves in the crowd, significantly cooler than where you've come from, Glenn, in the gap between test matches. You've braved the heat of Europe.
Down in Sicily, down Catania. My wife's parents lived down there, so it was in the 40s, 47 the last 2 days I was there, so quite a contrast going from there, landing in Manchester yesterday afternoon, and it was 14 degrees and raining.
Quite a contrast. Well, even the group of Australians the other night, when you said to them it was 47, they took a sharp intake of breath. Goodness me. Travis Head, 20 not out, and Broad is in around the wicket to the left-hander, and he's playing at that, thrashing it through the offside. Has it got enough on it for 4? It's a long chase around the boundary to try and cut it off. It will be 4. Travis Head squaring up to lay bat on that through the offside. He moves on to 24.
Yeah, he was quick on that, wasn't he? One of the rare loose deliveries from Stuart Broad. Short and wide.
Brings up the 150 for Australia, 152 for 3.
And the Australian section of the crowd very happy with that, all on their feet, applauding. So Australia's still scoring quite quickly. It's been a bit of a slow, probably last 5 or 6 overs.
Head awaits Broad, and he goes again, and this is crunched for 4. More through extra cover this time. Stuart Broad going for back-to-back boundaries, and Head steps on the accelerator.
Yeah, that one there was a lot fuller, and Travis Head, he didn't hold back He gave it everything and got it out of the middle of the bat. That swung away. And just stand and deliver from Travis Head. We saw a bit of this at Headingley when he was batting with the tail. But he is a quick scorer once he gets in.
It was like that first delivery from Broad. He's flicked the switch. Broad in again, a little close that time and angled into the ground. Gets past Gully through the hands of Stokes, who then slowly getting to his feet. Picked up inside the rope down at deep third. And they're back for 2. 158 for 3. Travis Head moves on to 30.
Yeah, I think they've scored more runs off the last 3 balls than the previous 6 overs. Bit of a lull.
Well, talking about just how tight James Anderson has kept it at the moment. This is a big over. 10 runs coming from it already.
Just 3 off the previous 4 overs, 7 off the previous 5.
Any pressure that was building starting to be released here. The breeze is really quite strong now, rippling Broad's white shirt as he runs in and bowls outside the off-stump, tighter the line though. Brings it in closer to the stumps, angled into the left-hander, and he lets it go through to Bairstow.
But there's still a bit of movement in the air. That breeze, as you said, Ali, quite strong coming from Stuart Broad's left across. You get a bit of movement, a bit of swing. So there's something there. It's not just gun barrel straight, not doing anything, but...
Well, he wants the one which angles in and then nips away. And still 2 slips and a gully to the left-hander. 158 for 3. Broad sets off. White headband on. Back of a length, swung away by Travis Head. Just to control it, keeps it down into the ground, down to fine leg where it's fielded. He jogs through for 1. With Broad changing things up with a shorter delivery. Travis Head doesn't mind taking those on though. Once he's sort of got himself in, we saw a whole load of bumpers. This one was just below shoulder height, so it's a more comfortable height for him to get on top of. 159 for 3. And so Labuschagne is ready to face up in the field for Labuschagne. The 2 slips. There's a leg gully. Stokes in a catching position at mid-wicket as well. As Broad is in, there's some in-swing. Now is there some bat there? There's half an appeal from Broad as the ball comes off the pads away into the offside. It was only a half bit of interest. But, well, an over when 11 runs came off it from Broad. 159 for 3. Labuschagne 40 not out. Head on 31. And Glenn, I'm going to make way here for Aggers after a bit more from you.
Yeah, no, 11 off that over, as you said, Ali. England had been building pressure, making it tough for Australia. The scoring rate had dropped. But that might just release the pressure a little bit. Keep that scoreboard ticking over. England really need to take some wickets here. They need to make the running to keep this series live. They have to win. Even a draw means the Ashes is not up for grabs anymore. Aggers.
Indeed. Sun's still shining though. England trying hard. Head's playing so well again, and they're trying to pitch the ball up more to him now. Anderson comes in bowls. He drives down to mid-off and fielded by Broad. It's an interesting tactic, this short stuff, in that I don't know what you think, Glenn. Much more know about than I do, but do you think you're better off going the fuller length or conventional dismissal areas first and then going short?
Sometimes, yes, but he just looks so uncomfortable when he first comes in with the short ball. There was one there that could have quite easily popped up to Joe Root in close off the glove, just popped straight down the wicket. So, yeah, you've got to try a few different things, plan A, plan B.
Anderson, full length again. Played down to a bit off for Broad fields, and I guess it depends which bowler's on at the time as well. But
and conditions. If the pitch is lively like it was at Headingley, the batsmen jump around. We saw that spell from Mark Wood, which was pace and bounce and aggression and movement. That's ideal. But when it doesn't quite work that way, then you've got to look at different ways to get batsmen out, different ways to score runs as a batsman.
Anderson bowls and he's driven straight down the ground for 4. He's hit that well. A little flick, really. No big booming follow-through or anything like that, but it's perfectly timed. The ball went past Anderson like a rocket. 163 for 3. Halfway through the 42nd over, and Head moves smoothly on to 35. Labuschagne 40.
I'm wondering wondering if that drive was in the air past Jimmy Anderson. He threw his hands up in the air. It was a fuller delivery. It was in the air, well past the stumps, but out of reach, and I think Travis Head got a good piece of it. He likes to score quickly, likes to put the pressure back on the bowlers, and whether that square cut that he got the previous over just got him going.
Anderson bowls. There's a wilder swish outside the off stump. That wasn't far away. And Anderson looks really disappointed they didn't find the edge, and Head goes away and gives himself a bit of a talking to there. I think the beans were just bouncing a bit, and he followed that and really threw the bat at it.
Yeah, got a bit excited. Hit a few boundaries the last couple of overs, and I think this one bounced a little bit more and went away.
Oh, it did move.
Yeah, so good luck edging that. I think he missed it by about 4 or 5 inches.
He did. Flag still fluttering behind Jimmy Anderson as he turns in the distance. Heads over his bat again. Anderson runs in hard, bowls him, thumps into his pad, rolls away into the leg side. Now, Glenn, you've been to Melton Mowbray, haven't you?
Have I?
You have?
Yes, I have. Of course, Aggers.
Well, what did you think?
They're a nice little village, isn't it?
Well, it's a bit bigger than a village, but it's a nice, friendly.
No, it is
easy.
very friendly people.
Yeah.
You're going somewhere with this, Aggers?
Well, I'm just reeling from a report from one of our favourite tabloids. In comes Anderson, bowls outside the off stump, and there's no stroke from Travis Head. It's the end of the over. There was a survey, apparently, amongst 393 local authorities for happiness, anxiety levels and life satisfaction. 393.
Nice round number. Yeah.
Guess where Melton came?
Well, there's 3 different categories there as well, isn't there?
Just an all-round number. This ranking out of 393.
I'd like to think they'd be quite happy.
Yeah.
Anxiety, hopefully not too much.
It came 393rd.
In which category?
All of them.
All of them? In happy and anxiety.
Everything.
What were the other 392
think of the pork pies. For goodness, if they don't bring you happiness, then you don't deserve to live there. It's nonsense. Think of the pork pies. Think of the cheese. Think of all those lovely things. There's broad bowling turned away down to backward short leg, and there's no run. Those lovely breakfasts. That's what you
exactly. Yeah, no. Friendly people.
Yeah.
So, who was
know.
top of the table in that?
I'm devastated.
Yeah,
Melton used to be nice, says local David, aged 59. It was a desirable place, but now it's a dump.
David. Did he say why?
This is shattering.
Don't believe everything you read.
Over the wicket is there now and bowls. Pitched up, clipped away down to mid-on by Labuschagne.
Not David Gower, that was it?
Well,
David?
no, he's more than 50.
Is he?
Wow. 393rd out of 393.
Is it because the pork pies are so good that they make the rest of life seem like an anticlimax? That can be the only
It's a
explanation.
good thought. I mean, the second paragraph, Melton Mowbray is world famous for its pork pies, but it's proving unsavoury for residents. After it was named the worst place to live in Britain. In goes Broad, of Melton Parish, by the way, bowls outside the off stump, and there's no stroke. He was born within the sound of St Mary's Church bells.
There you go. Maybe the pork pies are bringing a bit of a dodgy character to the area, are they?
Wow.
That's it, you're done for the day,
Wow.
are you, Aggers?
Poor old Melton. The samosas we've had today, they're from Melton Mowbray.
No, very harsh, very harsh. I love the Midlands of England.
And of
One of my
Cleves
favourite
pub.
places.
A boat. In goes Broad, bandana on over the wicket, moves in, bowls an in-swinger. It's tucks Labuschagne up, rolls out to a very strongly packed leg side field. Mowings there at square leg, 1 of 4, and there's no run. Well, there we go. Not sure what the Well, the evidence for all this was where the data was gathered.
So does David still live there? Did it say?
Well, I'm rather hoping he has moved on. Dump. Jim's been to Melton. What sort of dump is it, Jim?
Most of it's all right, yeah.
Most of it's all right.
Most of it's all right. Here's Broad bowling on the leg stump, tucked away. Mowins again there. It's quite a leg. And there's no run. Well, people of Melton will revolt at this, I'm sure.
You don't want to be named David in Melton, Mowbray.
No, I don't.
Do you know many Davids?
Not many. Oh, well. Well, we'll have to get our act together, won't we?
So there was 393 in each category. What were the 3 categories? Happiness, anxiety. You don't want to be number 1 in anxiety.
No.
And 3 was general, what?
Just general happiness.
Well-do.
Then goes Broad again, bowls, and that's driven us. A lovely shot. Labuschagne leaning into this and driving Broad for 4. Well, rolls into the extra cover boundary. And Broad a little wearily takes his hat from umpire Wilson, who's had a good day so far. Our old friend from the Caribbean. Got an early LBW right.
Good decision.
It was a good decision. 167 for 3.
Yeah, this partnership moves on to 47. Wickets have fallen few and far between. It's not in clumps at all. The Australians will be happy with that. England have to keep hanging in there. No hesitation at the toss. Win the toss and have a bowl. They love chasing. I don't know if they've factored the weekend in, whether there's going to be rain around or whether this is how they play.
A bit of both, I think. A bit of both. I think they would like to think they can create some panic on the last day of the match, even though it's reduced. See, Jim, I've already read it. You have to flash it up on your great big screen like that. It's devastating. In comes Anderson, bowls outside the off stump, a wild swish from head, taken low down by Bairstow. 18 coffee shops in Melton.
Yes, I'm one of them.
Well, how can that be dull and boring? 18 coffee shops.
So does David own one of the coffee shops?
Oh, maybe it does.
Jim,
does seem quite a lot of coffee shops.
What's the population of...
Well, no, I'm not sure it's sustain 18. It's a lovely market. Alistair Cook goes and sells his sheep at Melton Market. Here comes Anderson, bowls, pushed away out to cover. There's no run. It's a weekly newspaper.
Well, there's the stand off to the left. It's all happening in there as well.
Here's good old John. I used to live in Melton Mowbray, he starts. The mix of the Pies, the Stilton, the Anne of Cleves pub, one of the oldest pubs around, was just incredible. What a place. Go Melton. Thank you, John. It's the sort of support that we need. In comes Anderson, bowls, flicked away through mid-wicket. Good shot. Won't go for 4. There's a couple of fielders there pursuing this ball around that leg side boundary to our right. And so take 2 runs, in fact. 169 for 3.
What's the positive thing to look at, Aggers, is to say there's 393 amazing places. If Melton's the worst of them.
What were the other 392?
Oh, they must have been unbelievable.
I'd love to know where number 1 was.
Maybe the Beaver was number 1.
Well, I think we'd include ourselves in the...
Maybe they're being very specific.
Yeah, they could have been. Anderson moves in, sun shining, bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from Travis Head on Beaver Castle. That was in the Crown. Okay, they said it was Windsor Castle, but even so, it was the Beaver.
You are very loyal, Aggers.
Oh, I am. It's
good to see.
My part of the world. To see it described as a dump. Anyway, I shall be cheered up at tea time because I've got a very interesting chap to talk to at tea time. I'm looking forward to very much. Used to watch him a lot on the telly. Anderson round the wicket, bowls and headers work that away. A bit of bottom hand there, across his hip, down to Moeen at long leg, and they take 1 run.
So who have you got at tea?
We've got
50 partnership.
Yeah, 50 partnership in 14.3 overs.
People will get this very easily, I think. Longest serving question of sport, Captain. Rang the bell here today. Start of play.
I missed that one.
Very well known England rugby captain. Head of World Rugby now. Engineers are guessing. Don't you know yet? This is outside the off stump, and there's no stroke from Marnus Labuschagne, collected by Johnny Bairstow. I can see John trying to work it out next door. 170 for 3. Yes, he's a big fella, John. That's him. So Bill Beaumont coming to see us at tea time. So looking forward to meeting him. But he did ring the bell this morning.
Nice little honour. He's from this part of the world.
He is, but I don't know what his cricket credentials are, but I suspect there must be quite something for him to ring the bell on the first day of the Ashes Test match at Old Trafford. So we shall find out. Moeen's coming on. He's taking his hat off and he's pacing out his run. In the lead wickets here. They've got 25 minutes to go till tea. Thank you, Glenn. Good to see you. And the field for head is being set now. Deep square leg. Mid wicket's quite deep. Slip. And the man out on the deep point boundary. I'll trust you to come in now.
What's that? Why is that?
Well, just sort of digesting this. Anyway, Victor, it's lovely to see you.
I'm looking forward to Billy Beaumont.
Yes. You're a rugby man, aren't you?
I like rugby, yeah. I can remember, I shouldn't say this, but when my first child was born, Billy Beaumont was near his pomp.
Right.
And my first glimpse of my first child, blimey, she looks like Billy Beaumont.
Yeah.
She's changed a bit since then.
No, there's one turn there. Well, it did spin. Darted in, short of a length, and head on the back foot, tried to flash it away through the covers, and it did turn quite surprisingly, quite substantial.
Off the wicket and a bit of bounce, actually. Well, Travis Head will be interested in that because he's Australia's prime spinner in this match.
It is. Moeen again from round the wicket, bowls, Head comes forward and treats that with respect after that previous ball. I'm not sure her daughter were very pleased to hear.
No, I'm rather hoping she wasn't listening, but I also remember, I'm old enough to remember Billy Beaumont leading England to the 5 Nations, probably, at that time.
Moeen bowls, that's pushed away square into the offside. Broad will field that, and they take a single.
He's an interesting man, but he doesn't live in Melton Mowbray.
No,
never mind.
He doesn't. Were you a player, rugby player?
I played at school and I played a little bit at university, but not very seriously. Yeah. I was a very had very quick hands at scrum half.
Scrum half, yeah. I was going to say
mainly because I wanted to get rid of the damn thing as quick as I possibly could before someone hit me.
It's like a Caesar.
Yeah,
scuffling round the extremities of the scrum. Yes. Labuschagne comes down the pitch and then blocks the ball back for Moeen to field,
urging my forwards to protect me rather better.
I'm sure.
I used to actually, another friend of, I used to throw the ball at Jerry Lloyds, who of course played cricket at Somerset and umpired.
Indeed. Labuschagne again down the pitch. It pops up in the air. Bairstow catches it. There's an appeal for a catch. Umpire Wilson's not interested. Ben Stokes has arrived on the scene, saying, "What do we think, lads?" And I think the general consensus is that he
probably didn't hit it.
He didn't hit it.
Joe Root is looking interested. England are looking a bit desperate, I think, probably correctly, but we'll have a look in a minute. They're not going to review it, but we'll have a sneak peek. But I would have thought it didn't seem to do enough. It hit him, it turned a little bit again, actually, but it hit him on the thigh, and on its passage to the thigh, I don't think it brushed the glove. No, it did turn.
Moeen again, and Labuschagne blocks that. Fielded by Moeen to end the over. So there's 20 minutes to go until tea. And I was going to hand to Jim there, but
You better stay here.
I'll stay with you, Victor. So, yeah, it often happens that when the ball pops up and it looks very exciting.
Well, I'll tell you this too, from my vast experience, is that if the ball goes quickly to short leg, umpires get more interested. When it bobbles up slowly in the air, they're generally less interested, and maybe because it's less likely to have hit anything. But
time to think about it, perhaps. Jim has arrived. I'm not sure where he'd been, but here he comes. And after thoughts from you, Victor, Jim will take us to tea.
Well, England, I don't think they've bowled too badly in this session, but they have got little reward. They've got rid of Smith, but no one else. And the score is mounting. We're getting to tea in just under 20 minutes, just 3 wickets down. I mean, so far, Australia's day. Oddly, a little bit of turn in that over from Moeen. Not only the ball that beat the outside edge of Travis Head, but a couple that just turned into Labuschagne. But relatively plain sailing. And Labuschagne, he's not raced along, but I don't think they'll be worried by that in the Aussie dressing room. Wickets in hand, nasty weather forecast, get a big total in the first innings, and, well, how does England win this game? Not easily, especially if the weather doesn't behave. So you must be pretty, typically confident mood, Jim.
I love watching Travis Head bat the more I watch him, I tell you.
Well,
he'll be the number one batsman in the world very soon.
He may be. He could, therefore, be one of the ugliest top batsmen the world has seen.
Well, we've got all of them. We've got Labuschagne, Smith, Head. But they're all. But they all score runs. Have you noticed?
No. I noticed that. I noticed that, and I acknowledge that what it's all about is not how beautiful you look, but how many you get.
A slip in the gully, and Woakes bowls short, and it's parried around the corner to fine leg, getting over the bounce with a swivelling horizontal shot down to Moeen Ali, and another run. The extraordinary thing about Head in this series, every time he comes out, they spread the field all over the place. Right? They just don't go and bowl normally at his outside edge. They have a fine third man, and then within a couple of minutes, I noticed today, they're all coming in a bit. And he did get one in the grill and another on the gloves.
He looks uncomfortable.
Yeah, he does. But if he gets through that early period, look out.
Well, also, I think if he does get through that short pitch period, then his confidence is already high because he's overcome that challenge, I guess.
So 2 slips into gully. Woakes in from the Anderson end, and he's cutting at this. That's 4. He got over the bounce, a little bit of width, and it's skated away down towards somebody wandering around the boundary from one of the teams. Looks like the Aussie team has collected the crumbs and tossed it back, and it's 3 for 176. Thank you very much.
You'll be able to help me out with this, but I imagine someone like Travis Head has to score more runs to get in the Test team because he looks uncomfortable so often than, say, I don't know,
Labuschagne.
Well, Labuschagne, but I'm going back a few years. Mark Waugh always looked beautiful.
Woakes is bowling straight, full, pushed away by Labuschagne.
Maybe Greg Blewett or someone like that, who looked. Do you remember the contrast between Greg Blewett and Darren Lehmann? Greg Blewett looked sort of glorious, or classical in a way, lovely drive. Darren Lehmann it was a scrapper. They're both from Adelaide, but from different bits of Adelaide. And I reckon someone like Lehmann has to score more runs to get acknowledged. And did that happen to Travis Head? Because he's not someone you watch for 10 minutes.
Woakes bowls full length, and again Labuschagne defends.
You don't watch Travis Head for 10 minutes and say, my goodness me, look at this bloke.
It's not that long ago that he didn't play in the first test in India.
Right. Yeah.
Everyone thought, what? This bloke's just been the number one batsman in the last series at home. They didn't pick him in the first test because they thought, he had a bit of a perceived weakness against spin. And they picked Renshaw. It was extraordinary.
Yeah.
He was back after that. And, you just have to watch him in this series to see why. As he drops a little short, it's tugged away well by Labuschagne. It's going out towards square for 4. It's just up inside the boundary down there. Moeen Ali did brilliantly to get to that, running away around from fine leg to backward square, right on the boundary. But it's 3 to Labuschagne and another half century for Labuschagne. His first of the series.
His first of the summer. He had a couple of good innings against India in the World Test final, 26 and 41. It's the first time he's reached 50. It's his 26th in tests, 10 hundreds amongst those. His 8th 50-plus score against England, 1 century in Ashes cricket. It's only his third in his last 21 innings, despite having had 18 double-figure scores in that time now, and he's not scored a century in that run.
Yeah, comparatively, he struggled against Head's batting, and Head drives brilliantly through the covers for 4. That goes like the old shot out of a gun away towards the scoreboard for another Travis Head 4. He's scoring quickly. That's what he does. He's 44 from, what's that say there, 50 balls, I think. And all of a sudden, 3 for 183 for Australia.
And he's a kind of touch player too, that if he gets through the tricky bit, he just lets himself go, he trusts himself. And that was, I've been a bit unfair to him because that was not an ugly cover drive, that was a pulsating cover drive. It was in the slot, but my goodness me, I don't think a ball's been hit harder today than that. Big follow through, raced away to deep extra cover, grassy outfield. So he now he hurts you quickly, does Head. Labuschagne is in many ways just as valuable, but he'll take his time, grinds out the run, especially when he's coming back into form. Played a couple of nice shots actually in that over off the back foot to get himself to 50. I mean, it's looking difficult for England and for Stokes. The sun, the sky is full of blueness. That's not what they wanted. They wanted constant cloud cover.
Now, Moeen Ali bowls, hits him on the pad, the bill for LBW, not out.
They might review that. He might be just outside the line, but that's hitting.
They're going to think about it. It hit him on the front pad.
I think they're reviewing it.
And they're going up for the review.
I think this will be hitting the stumps, but I think he could be just outside the line. Just spun a little bit.
Yep, it was
from
well
outside
bowled.
off.
Well bowled. He was trying to work it away.
Okay, TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW.
Kumar.
Field decision is not out. Confirm it's a fair delivery. You can go to front on spin vision.
Kumar Damasena is the man on the lounge upstairs.
Nice and slow.
He's been prodded up.
Is he
have a look at this.
Is he outside
it's
the
turning.
line?
Where did it hit him?
It's tight.
Yeah, would like to see the ultra.
That's pretty close to being wicket to wicket.
Waiting for the ultra.
It's missed the inside edge. Yep.
I can see clear daylight between the bat and the ball.
It could be an orange.
Line.
It's very
no
close.
All. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready.
If you're bowling, you're celebrating, Victor, aren't you?
Well, I'm certainly appealing with vigour.
Oh, it's so close.
Line.
And he's gone.
And wicket sitting.
It's out.
Wicket sitting.
Yeah, he's gone. Moeen Ali deals with Labuschagne again. This time a bit more convincingly. He's not just a buffet bowler. He gets the old man out.
The umpires are under the gun again. It was umpire Menon a while ago who did not give Smith out on appeal, and it was overturned pretty decisively on the DRS, as was that, because it clearly hitting wicket to wicket. Wasn't outside the line. It was hitting top of middle and leg, and it's 4 for 183. Marnus Labuschagne is out for 51.
Well, and you can tell he's totally exasperated because he was just got to his half century. He was playing increasingly fluently, and it was a good delivery, but not an impossible delivery. He was just whipping it a little bit too much on the leg side. Just turned a fraction, hit him square in the middle of that front pad, and he had to go. My goodness, England needed that wicket.
Now Marsh is coming in ahead of Cameron Green.
Well, he did get 100 in the last game, I suppose, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a magnificent 100. He timed the ball. He played with the freedom of a man who didn't think he was going to be playing this match. And his head is clear. It's a bonus. And he went out and batted gorgeously. And you watch him play like that, you think, how has he not been playing in the last 20 Test matches?
Well, if he gets in here, look out, folks, because this looks a pretty good pitch to bat on. And he's got an amazing eye and the power. Not many players have got his power.
Yeah, and he took the attack to England pretty quickly. Let's have a look, see what field there. And they must be wondering, it's just before tea. Moeen's getting the odd ball just to turn a fraction. And you'd think they must be calling for a helmet to go at back pad, just in case of the little inside edge onto the front pad. Even Marsh, who's a natural aggressor, will think, well, let's look at the clock. 10 minutes, no more than that, until the tea break. I'll just be a little bit cagey. There's going to be a delay because the forward short leg's going to put his shin pads on. He's got his helmet. Interesting that the ball turned a little bit, though.
It did.
And it has done in this little spell.
Well, Travis Head will be interested.
He will, actually. He's probably an underrated bowler as well, is he?
He is.
I've seen him bowl briefly, and I thought he looks okay.
He's picked up a few test wickets. He's quite handy, but...
He might get a bowl in this match, all being well. Anyway.
It's a lovely sunny day. You'd win the toss 99 times out of 100 in bat, but England don't do that, particularly when they're one test down and they worry a bit about the weather.
I think that would be they like bowling first anyway in this regime, but I think the state of the series and the weather forecast would have encouraged them to bowl. And Pat Cummins would have bowled, he said, just. And it was actually at 10:30 when they tossed up. There was a lot of grey cloud up there, I suppose. Anyway, here we go.
It's Marsh who's facing. Moeen Ali bowls and he's forward. Just about the same length as the previous delivery, but he pushed his bat and it hit it and it went away on the offside. So a slip and the short leg in place. The backward square, deep square.
That's the one I wouldn't have now. I wouldn't have that deep cover.
Young chap at deep cover, yes. Now Marsh forward again. There's the single. That's why. That is exactly the reason to have him in, because Moeen Ali had to chase that towards short cover, and Mitch Marsh was jumping on it. I think he was looking for that single before the ball was bowled.
Exactly. He saw that gap, and it was enticing. It's a huge gap between square cover and mid-off because they're having the big, deep extra cover. Now then, can Moeen get another couple to turn at Travis Head? They've got a fairly conservative field, which I don't object to with Travis Head. There's a long off. So the lofted straight drive, there is a significant deterrent.
Around the wicket and on the back foot. Head hits it hard, wide, slightly wide of the man at cover, who makes a good stop in the end. As it went away to his right.
That was Duckett was wondering where the ball had gone after a while, but he found it in the end.
Found it on that strip. Moeen Ali bowls, and it's driven hard towards that shortish mid-off extra cover, and Brook, who's fielding in close there. Slip backward point, deep cover, extra cover. Another man near him, short cover, and a long off, and another ball up on a length is pushed away to end the over. Successful over for Moeen Ali. They've picked up 4 wickets since sending Australia into bat, with Khawaja out for 3, Warner 32, and since lunch, Smith 41 LBW to Wood, and then Labuschagne LBW to Moeen for 51. 3 LBWs in the innings, which stands at 4 for 184, and Travis Head is up there on something or other. There he is, 44, and Mitchell Marsh 1.
Well, they've got the new batsman on strike just before tea. So an opportunity for Chris Woakes.
So we've got...
Mitch Marsh, he can do damage, but he won't be looking to do damage before tea, but he might do if he's still batting.
Well, he's hanging around in half an hour, yes. So 2 slips in the gully. Still a bit cool down there. Most of them have got a sweater on. A little cool breeze, but it's bright and sunny as we look out from our perch in the Statham stand, looking down towards the old pavilion, the James Anderson end. Woakes moves away from that and bowls to Marsh. Marsh goes back and gets a thick edge to backward point, and it's fielded there, and there's no chance to add to the score. So
do you think Jeff Marsh has come back from Bali or not, or has he gone home by now?
He was here, yes. Yeah, that's right. I don't know. They come and go a bit, the tour leaders, but he was there with I think Big Merv Black Moustache. He looks like a lout, Merv Hughes.
Well, I saw them both on the TV cameras. What impressed me is the huge numbers of Aussie supporters in their uniforms.
Here's Woakes bowling. lets it go, bounce outside the off stump.
But what impressed me was that when the camera zoomed in on the Aussie supporters, there was Jeff Marsh, who I played with years ago and have a great fondness for. But I'd have thought, the English old players, when they go, they dump the supporters and then they go off and swan around. But Jeff Marsh is sitting with them 6 hours of the day, right next, all in that block, and he doesn't move an inch.
We're far more egalitarian in Australia, you know that. Your leaders chuff off to the committee room and have a couple of freebies. Here we go. Wax charges in and bowls. He's on the push and he's almost edging. He walked down into the line of that, just a half step forward, and then he did him off the pitch with a bit of movement and nearly nicked the edge of the bat.
Yeah, well, I think Woakes got him at Headingley in the second innings when he was trying to leave the ball. Like everyone else, he's a dangerous player, but he will be at his most vulnerable now.
Yep. So Woakes is hitting the pitch with just a little bit of movement here, trying to nibble off the batsman. 3 slips and a gully behind him. Woakes goes in and Marshford gets a thin middle, a thick edge away square of the wicket on the offside. So 4 for 184. Again, the game just a little bit delicately placed with a loss of a wicket. Travis Head's going well enough, banging 44 from 55 balls.
If these two make it till tea, the first hour after tea will be quite interesting because the instincts of both will be to take the attack to England.
Well, they scored 155 out of 263 up at Headingley. Now back he goes, hit on the pad and appeal for LBW. Did he get a nick? They're not so excited behind the stumps.
Well, I think one of the aspects of Stokes' captaincy, which is impressive, is that he's pretty good on the reviews, isn't he?
Very.
And very quickly there, he's at square cover at the moment, so that's a good place to see the height. And he indicated to one and all that I think the issue is there's a definite issue with height there, and no nonsense, let's get on with it.
Yeah.
He could be a first-class umpire after he retires, but I'm not sure he'll take that route.
Woakes bowls walking forward. Marsh again on the pushy shot, sends it square to the wicket on the offside. So a maiden over bowled by Woakes. There'll be one more over before the tea break. A full house here, and really is a great scene. Looking around this new and improving ground with its brand new hotel away to our right, not yet occupied, but it's got a couple of people just trying the balcony out at the moment.
Now, I gather, and I recollect this, you like your racing, Jim, do you not?
I have, yes. I'm what they call a victim, yes.
OK, well, you might be interested in the name of the horse which won the 2:30 at Bath this afternoon as the 11-10 on favourite.
11-10 on favourite. I wouldn't normally back those, but what was the name of this horse?
Bazball.
Bazball.
Yeah. Bazball wins at Bath.
Bazball.
Will it win at Old Trafford?
Bazball.
That's what
I wonder
if our researchers have told me. It must be right.
Now it's bowled by Moeen Ali and pushed away on the onside. Well, it might be owned by Brendan McCallum, of course.
Because
Brendan has a great interest in horse racing.
Oh, right.
He owns a number of horses.
He wouldn't want to call it Bazball. He doesn't like
Well, no,
Bazball.
he doesn't like it, does it? I think it was Andrew Miller's creation, wasn't it?
Yeah, possibly, yeah. And it's stuck. It has stuck. I don't like it that much, but...
No. I think it's a bit of Bazball to me, but anyway, it's pushed away on the offside.
You call it Bazball?
Bazball, yeah. It's sort of reactive name. Anyway, it's stuck. We know that as Moeen Ali's pushed away again by Travis Head into their covers. Bazball. So put that in your black book, folks. 11-10. You mightn't get that next time, though. It might be shorter. I wonder what its breeding is. That would be interesting.
That I can't tell you, Jim. I'll leave that with you.
Now forward, he shuffles the ball very fine down towards the Jimmy Anderson stand. It's skating down the hill there, and I think as it made it, maybe just cut off by Woakes on the chase, and they get a 3 on the twiddle down to fine leg from Travis Head. He moves along to 47 and with that neat little leg glance, and Australia to 4 for 187. Do you like Bazball as a description of the way England play? Or is
I don't particularly
a bit overrated?
I don't especially like the term.
Right.
but it has stuck. It's a shorthand that the journos and everyone else now can't resist. I quite like the notion, though, essentially.
And
I mean, occasionally I disagree with what they do in individual cases, but the actual concept of it's not so far different, actually, from the way Australia played under Steve Waugh and Mark Taylor for a while.
Now, Muhammad Ali draws Mitch Marsh forward, pushed up the offside. It's far more out there as an expression to describe aggressive cricket than the Ted Dexter 62-3 team in Australia. We're here to play brighter cricket. Muhammad Ali bowls, and it's pushed away into the
five
covers.
draws or four draws?
Oh, there were a few. They were much more boring cricketers in those days. But there we go. There were some good ones too, to be fair. That's tea. We're going to have a break. We're going to have Baz bowling or something. 4 for 187, and Travis Head is 47 of those, and Mitch Marsh is 1. And the details of the day's play as we go into the tea break. Australia sent in to bat. Khawaja leg before Broad 3. Warner caught Bairstow bowled Wokes 32 since lunch. Smith, LBW Wood 41. Labuschagne, LBW to Moen for 51. Moen has 1 for 22. Wood 1 for 44. Wokes 1 for 35. Anderson 13 overs. That's the most. None for 29. And Broad 1 for 47. Okay, we're going to tea. A quick comment from you, and Aggers is coming into my chair, Victor.
I think Australia will be reasonably happy. 4 down at tea. If they have a good session, they'll be in control of this match, or in control of the series. England need a brilliant final session. It's turned a little bit, though. It's a pity I hope that forecast is wrong.
Yes.
It would be hilarious. Well, not hilarious. It would be interesting if this pitch really did turn.
The game rattles along at a million miles an hour.
Anyway.
Well, we can keep our fingers crossed. Thank you, Victor.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We're talking to one of our favourite rugby union figures in a moment. But first, ahead of that, let's check on today's other cricket action. Kevin Howells is... you're at Edgbaston, aren't you, Kevin? Watching Warwickshire, Lancashire.
Have a chair. Okay. Enjoy the chat. Yeah. Enjoy the
No, I think Kevin is otherwise engaged. It must be having a cup of tea himself. If we get through to Kevin, we shall bring you those scores. But he's at Edgbaston watching Warwickshire, Lancashire. There's commentary on the BBC Sport website and the app on all the games that are taking place today. So, right, let's hand a pair of headphones over to my right-hand side. Because ringing the bell here at Emirates Old Trafford today was a legendary figure from the world of rugby union, a former England captain. He led his side to an unexpected Grand Slam win, it says here, in 1980, and also captained the British Lions Tour in South Africa. After retiring, he's been chairman of the Rugby Football Union, chairman of World Rugby, and of course became a household name as the second longest serving captain on A Question of Sport, taking on people like Willie Carson, Emlyn Hughes and Ian Botham, and of course it is Bill Beaumont. Good afternoon to you, Bill. It's lovely to see you.
Delighted to be here, Jonathan.
Excellent.
Absolutely looking
And
forward.
look at this. Look at the view.
This is a typical Manchester day. A typical day in Manchester in July.
You see, you can say that as a local.
Indeed.
But
I might live 50 miles north, but on the Fylde coast.
50 miles north?
50 miles north on the Fylde coast. But sort of Manchester is, I think Old Trafford is a special place. I think so. I've always been brought up with cricket. My father's side of the family, they were rugby players.
Right.
On my mother's side, they were all cricketers. So, and my uncle, he was the last amateur captain of Lancashire in 1962.
Wow. And what was his name?
Joe Blackledge.
Right.
And he served here on the committee for many, many years. And so I've had a great love of cricket.
Yes.
Real love of cricket.
So 62, so you would have been very young, I guess.
10.
Okay.
At that time.
So how would that whole amateur status have worked then? I mean, he must have been quite posh, was he? Was he a wealthy fellow?
He had a few bob at Repton School.
Ah, okay.
And that he played sort of second-team cricket, I think, in his teens, early 20s, and then realised he probably wasn't going to make it as a full-time player for the county. Played league cricket all his life.
Yes.
And then got a phone call and said, would you like to come and captain the county?
Isn't that extraordinary? I mean, doesn't it seem bizarre looking back on those sorts of days?
Well, it seems strange because he used to tell me that he'd have to go and have lunch with the committee every home game. And you almost had separate changing rooms, separate entrances,
yes, of course,
for the amateurs and the professional players. And I think in his pomp, if he'd sort of been appointed captain at a younger age, I think he would have made it more of a success. But unfortunately, it was only one season.
And did it sort of seem normal? Again, you're only 10, but that whole strange segregation of the different gates and the amateur status and the lunch with the committee, I mean, that was just the way it was?
I think that's the way. I just didn't. I was oblivious to it, really.
Yes.
10 years old, I remember coming to see him play a couple of times. He got laid out, sort of hit on the head. There's no helmets in those days. But a Hampshire fast bowler called Butch White.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
very well known Hampshire bowler,
yeah, quick bowler who laid him out.
Really?
Yeah, okay.
And he was
I remember
all right.
a half term from school, I came to watch him play.
Right, and was that the time he was laid out?
Yeah, that's right, yes. I remember coming to the match, yes.
Do you remember which end it was? Because, of course, there were different ends then, weren't there?
Yeah, it's all changed. It's all changed now, sort of. But it's still a good atmosphere here, I think, sort of. One thing about the North and Northwest, we love sport.
Yes.
We love live sport, and it really is a hotbed of sport, really, I think, in this area. We are extremely lucky.
Yes, well, you can see the football club is down the road. I mean, this is really, absolutely. So what about your cricket, Bill? If you've got a very famous uncle as captain of Lancashire, did that sort of feed through? Did you?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
Not really. I was more of a boring sort of opening bat. I played league cricket for Chorley in the Northern League, where there'd be professionals. But really, when I sort of left school, and then I sort of rugby became my sport.
Yes.
And also met my wife Hilary, and said she probably put up with 80 minutes on a Saturday afternoon watching me play rugby, but then to spend all day sort of watching me play cricket on a Saturday was probably not as good.
What about Chorley? What was the standard of that?
Oh, pretty good. Yeah, you'd have professional players who played there, and no, it was hard league cricket.
Yes,
and I really enjoyed it.
Yes,
really honest people.
Yeah. And just to sit, so I mean, what's happened here is quite remarkable, isn't it? I mean, you talk about being a hotbed of sport and so on, but this place is transformed. I mean, your dear old uncle, I mean, he wouldn't recognise any of it now, I don't think.
No, that's right. They did serve on the committee for many, many years, but I just think how they've changed the whole ground round here, that sort of, you're looking here, what a fantastic position to commentate on cricket. You're right behind the bowler's arms, you can see everything here. But in the old days, the square ran a different way.
Yes, indeed.
You wouldn't see it at all.
No. So you rang the bell this morning.
I did. What a great honour. What a great honour that was.
And when did they ask you to do that? Weeks ago?
About half an hour before I arrived. So I was told to get here at 10 o'clock. I arrived around 10 o'clock. Said, we're glad you arrived. Would you like to come and ring the bell? And a great honour. And I thought of my uncle, actually, when I was doing it.
That's really nice.
I thought of him.
He'll be really proud of that.
He'd be really proud of that, yeah. So it's one of the great things to do. Before an Ashes Test match, to ring the bell. And the applause of the crowd, I thought it was something special. I will live with.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
Now, I've got to mention, I'm going to mention Ian Botham first, because I think he's over there, isn't he? You've been sitting with him, so I've got to mention the quick question of sport, which is where so many of us remember you from and so on. But Beefy's here today, is he?
Beefy's here today.
How is he?
He's on good form. He's on good fettle. We've been... had a couple of glasses together, just to purely for medicinal reasons.
Indeed.
Yes. But no, he looks well, Beefy. He looks on good form. It's good to see him again.
Yeah, you were. Well, I'm assuming you were quite close. You seem quite similar characters, I'd have thought, for that question.
Very close. I think our wives, Kath and Hilary, got on very well. He had 3 kids. We had 3 kids, and it was a bit sort of when we sort of. Had Question of Sport. It was just down the road here on sort of Oxford Road here in the BBC.
Oh, was it?
In Manchester. And all the kids would get on well together. They went to school. Ian's kids went to Rossall School. My kids went to Arnold School in Blackpool. And there was sort of rivalry between the kids, which school was better than the others. So, it's good to catch up with him.
Yeah.
Fond memories for the Question of Sport.
Yeah, I've been doing that programme together. I mean, tough as I talked a lot about Question of Sport, because I'm amazed at at actually how much he knew. And I've only been on it once. It happened very quickly, and it sort of flew past. And he said, "Oh, I never do any work. Never research." I think, but you must do. You can't do that program. But then I think of Beefy, and I'm not. I mean, Beefy likes his sport. But I'm not sure I could see him pouring through every day's newspapers particularly.
But as you know, he's probably one of the most competitive people that you've ever come across.
Well, that is true.
He didn't like losing.
No.
Didn't like losing. I was probably a bit more steady-Eddie, a bit more to Geoffrey Boycott, I would have thought, about it. And I would read the Daily Telegraph all the time to find out what's going on in the world. But you've got to remember, in those days, there's only 3 TV channels.
Yes.
ITV, 2 BBC programmes.
You had millions.
That was it. Now, sort of the myriad of sort of different programmes.
Yes.
And the BBC had all the archives, of all the great events that had taken, whether Jim Laker taking 19 wickets here.
Yeah.
And so the BBC had the rights for the Five Nations rugby, the Test match cricket, soccer,
everything.
Horse race. They had everything. Whereby now, obviously, it's changed.
Was it just chance that you got that job? Because it must have. It must have. I mean, not quite changed your life because you had rugby and so on. But to move you on after playing, it's often quite hard to know what to do when you've stopped playing at that sort of at any level of professional sport or amateur sport in your case. But you need something to go into, and that. Just did it sort of fall into your lap, or were they?
I think the difference was that sort of when I played, it was an amateur game.
Yes.
So everybody had a day job. So when you finished playing, Monday morning, you just went back to your day job.
Of course. Yes.
Whereby for the modern player, it's a lot more difficult because they've been sort of brought up as a professional rugby player. All of a sudden, that contract finishes and think, where am I going to go?
Yes.
And so for me,
cricket too.
Yeah. So for me, I was fortunate, and I got a phone call when I packed in playing. David Coleman, the late David Coleman, rang me up and said, "We're thinking of changing our captain on Question of Sport. Would you fancy doing it?" I thought, would I ever?
Yes.
And it was fun. I did it for 14 years. And I absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
I would have done it for nothing. Well, it probably was nothing, the fees that we used to get in those days. But it was good fun.
Yeah.
And what it did do, it enabled me as somebody who'd been involved in sport at a very high level, all of a sudden that disappears. And then to still mix with the sporting superstars of the day
coming on
who came on the programme.
Yes.
So that was a great transitional period for me.
Yes. Would you like to have played in the professional era? I mean, rugby particularly, it really has changed the game enormously, hasn't it? I mean, 3 clubs have gone bust.
Yeah, that's right. Unfortunately,
this season. I mean, what's wrong? What's wrong with professional rugby from that perspective?
I've got a son who's a professional rugby player. My youngest son, Josh, who's been a pro player for 10 years at Sale Sharks, just down the road from here. And I talked to him about it, and it's a job. They still love playing, and they still have the fun, the Mickey take humour that you would have had.
Yes.
Cricket and rugby were very, very similar.
Very true.
That dressing room was unique in a way, wasn't it?
Yes.
Sort of nobody can actually replicate, I don't think, what happened in the dressing room. Cricket and rugby, didn't matter what walk of life you were, what colour you were, what religion, made no difference. You were just accepted,
Correct.
a part of the team. And so I think it is unfortunate that 3 clubs have gone bust this year. I think it's a real shame. I feel sorry for the supporters, I feel sorry for the players, but maybe it's a reality check that sort of our salary's too high.
Yes.
A
club like Wasps, I mean, that's a legendary name, isn't it? I mean, that's to see that go.
And I suppose if you look at Wasps, historically they're a London club.
Yes.
They then moved to High Wycombe. Then from High Wycombe they then moved to Coventry, which sort of from that area.
Yes.
But the old Coventry club was a very strong club. When I played, they were probably the best team in the country. The David Duckens of the world, the Peter Priest, the Jeff Evans, all these guys. Coventry were probably better than Leicester Tigers and all these other teams. And then for them to go there, it didn't work out. So now there's 10 teams in the Premiership, and hopefully things have settled down now. And I think there's sort of good dialogue between the regulatory body, the RFU, and the Premiership clubs to come to some sort of agreement of how they can move forward together.
It was at the Leicester Tigers that I'd rather cut my teeth on broadcasting, not knowing anything about rugby. We're going out and doing some outside broadcasting there with Paul Dodge and Dusty Hare and Les Cusworth and Dean Richards and all these sorts of people. Have you got happy memories of that? That would be your kind of generation.
There would have been Peter Wheeler. Peter Wheeler was he was the hooker. I think all the international matches I played in, Peter was the hooker.
Right. He's still going strong.
He's going strong. I saw him a few weeks ago. Dusty.
Yes.
Dodgy.
He was a good cricketer. Dusty Hare was a good cricketer.
Yeah, good play for Nottinghamshire, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, also I remember Peter Squires, who played for Yorkshire. Played on the wing for England.
Yeah.
One of your former colleagues, Alistair Hignall.
Yes.
Iggy played for Gloucestershire.
Chris Old's brother, Alan Old.
Oldie played for Durham before they were a first-class county. So there's a lot of cricketers and rugby. They're always very, very sort of similar. But, Leicester Tigers, the big game when you got selected for the play for the Barbarians.
Christmas.
Welford Road at Christmas.
Isn't that a fantastic fixture?
That was a great game to play in.
Yeah.
A really good game to play in.
It's some amazing rugby. There's some Cavalier throwing it around.
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah. Very good club. Good club.
Can you see rugby changing? Like, I don't know, the influence of the coach. England got a newish coach now too, haven't they? But I mean, we've seen what's happened in cricket with Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes and trying to play this very, very attacking form of cricket, which I guess you've seen a bit of over the last year. I mean, could rugby be ever become sort of transformed into that sort of a way?
Well, I think if you watch certain teams who play, they will play that way. Over the weekend, you saw New Zealand play outstandingly well to beat South Africa. Argentina played some great rugby to beat the Wallabies. I think that the rugby is a game that you can play any way. If you've got a strong pack of forwards and you want a kicking game, scrummaging game, you can play that game. If you don't have those sort of personnel, then you've got to play it a different way. I think it's a bit like a game of chess, rugby. How you manoeuvre the players around the field. But I think we're in a good state at the moment. We've got the World Cup coming up, starting in 6 weeks' time in France. And, that'll be fantastic.
And the head of world rugby, what a title that is. I mean, that is not an understated title, is it, Bill? But that's an enormous title. I mean, what responsibility comes with that?
Well, I think the responsibility that you want to hand it over in a better state than you inherited it. But deep down, my DNA is a rugby person. And if I'm on a Saturday, I'll go and watch my local team Fylde play. I'll go and watch England play the week after. I'll go and watch many countries play. But it gives me a fantastic insight in how the game is played. Places like Chile, Uruguay, Samoa, Fiji, played to Georgia, for instance, all countries that I've visited, and just sort of understand what they want out of leadership out of World Rugby. And basically what they want is competition.
Right.
That's what they want.
I was going to second guess you and say resources, but...
Well, I think everybody wants resources.
Yeah.
And obviously we try and fund regions, we try and fund countries where we can. But I think sort of deep down, what they want is competition. Right. They want regular fixtures.
Yes.
And I think that is a challenge that we have in World Rugby. And it's something that we're now looking at to sort of underpin. So you've got the established competition like the Six Nations, the Rugby Championship in the South. What we've got to make certain is that below that, there is a strong competition. So we've got this Nations Cup that hopefully will start soon, where there'll be promotion relegation between teams. So hopefully that will give encouragement. I went to Madrid a month ago. What a great sporting nation, the Spanish. And you've got to help them. You've got to help them succeed.
And will they come through Spain?
I think they will do.
Yes.
I think they will do indeed.
But the World Cup, I mean, is that likely to be dominated by the usual, I don't know, four teams? Is that...
I think probably, Jonathan, this year, I think it will probably be closer. I think if you look at it, you've got South Africa are the holders, who will always be very competitive.
Yes.
You've got Ireland, who are the Six Nations champions, beating the All Blacks in a series in New Zealand.
Yes, unheard of.
That takes them going. You've got the host, France. Yeah. You've obviously got the Kiwis, the All Blacks.
Yeah.
Don't write them off. And then you've got Australia, you've got England, you've got Wales, you've got Scotland. So it'd be a great tournament, because I think for the first time for a while, you can't predict who's going to be in the quarterfinals or the finals.
Yeah, lovely. Well, you'll enjoy that. Look, we've got the umpires coming out here. If you enjoyed what's happening here today, we're kind of hoping that the weather forecast has proven completely wrong, Bill. And so this game is going to move very fast, and Saturday's going to be like this, bright and sunny.
Well, the forecast isn't great, but I would encourage anybody to get down here because this is a great occasion. You know, to come here for an Ashes test is something special. So thank you very much for inviting me.
Well, but it's been lovely to have met you.
Yep.
Really, some lovely memories there. Thank you so much. You've been away from Ian for about 40 minutes now.
I know, it's a bit dangerous, that.
I think it's very dangerous.
Dangerous.
You are entering dangerous territory.
He did send me a couple of bottles over, so I think I have to be very careful when I get back.
Lovely to see you, Bill.
Okay,
thanks for coming to see us. Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Bill Beaumont, of course, who rang the bell here today, and his uncle was the last amateur captain of Lancashire. There you go. You learn something every day. So the players are in the middle, and the sun is still shining, which is lovely. And Australia resuming on and looking around at all the various scoreboards on the ground, and not one of them are giving a score, actually. 187 for 4, thank you, Andy. So they have taken those forward. They're sort of chipped away, really, but they've been held up here by this very good innings from Travis Head. 47 from 62 balls. He's hit 4 boundaries and has withstood a fair amount of short pitch fast bowling yet again. He got a nasty clank on the side of the helmet, but he's fine, and he got checked over and so on, and he is going to resume his innings now. And in fact, Stuart Broad's having a change of ends, so he's coming on from the Anderson end. He's bowled from this end up until this moment, so he's still looking for number 600, and maybe a change of ends will do him good. And Michael Vaughan's alongside me, I think, for our first time today, Michael.
Yes.
The very first thing when we did the toss.
Yes, that's right, Jonathan. Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, Stuart Broad, one away.
Yeah.
From 600, and the game is very similar to the previous 3 games. On a knife edge.
It is really. Yes, it could go either way this session. So first ball of this final session of the day. Broad's on his way, running towards us. Bowls to Head, short down the leg side, swatted away down towards the boundary. There's actually a fielder down here obscured by a camera who throws it back, so they take 1 run.
I've never done an Ashes series where you watch the game and you feel one team's just about to grab it. You know, you had Smith and Labuschagne, and they were in. They're on 30 odd, and they're in. And then all of a sudden, Smith gets out LBW to Mark Wood, and then an hour or so later, Labuschagne gets to 50. He's playing great. He's done the hard work. Moeen Ali's doing a little bit with it, and he just laps in concentration. He tries to work it a little bit too square on the onside. Gifts Moeen Ali another. That's 2 in 2 that Moeen Ali's done for Labuschagne. And it's been the story of the whole series that when you think a partnership's just going to go and go big, there's just a wicket falls from nowhere.
In comes Broad, bowls to Marsh, on the back foot he goes, tall right-hander, ball rolls away into the offside for Stokes to field. Really nice meeting Bill Beaumont. He was kind of one of my, he was always on the telly, all those years of questions. A year on for years, wasn't he?
Was he captain with Beefy?
He was.
Or Emlyn Hughes.
Well, he certainly was at Ian, because he's over there now. They've
oh, I see.
He's done a bit of catching up.
Oh, Sir Ian's over there, is he? He'll be thirsty.
Well, I think he is. Then comes Broad. In the sunshine, past the umpire, moves in now, bowls to Marsh, who goes on the back foot and plays a nice looking shot, only probably for 1 out there to the wide mid-off fieldsman. And Marsh moves on by 1. 189 for 4.
About the size of his hands.
He's huge.
His hands are
He's an absolute monster.
Imagine tackling him.
Sort of felling a tree.
He's
lovely. What a gentle face, though.
Yeah. Loves his cricket.
Absolutely. Because you've got relatives who played here, haven't you? You did. It comes Broad again, bowls, bounce up, Head ducks underneath it. The Tillsleys.
Yeah, the Tillsleys. Yeah,
were
in earnest. Yeah.
Were they uncle?
No, my mum's side of the family. So my great grandparents.
Great.
I think they're certainly back. They're back in the 1920s and 30s.
Yes.
I have I've told this story many times. We have the Rose Bowl from when Lancashire won the title in the 30s at the house.
Wow.
Used to get given a Rose Bowl back in those days. Don't know what they get these days for winning the title.
In comes Broad, bowls, and that's hit in the air, down towards fine leg. It's caught, and Broad's taken his 600th Test wicket through a very good catch down down in the deep at long leg. It was hit hard. A full-blooded hook shot, really. And Joe Root has taken the catch. Down at fine leg. A very disconsolate-looking head. Departs, peeling off his gloves and looking at the replay. But Stuart Broad has got there. He needed 2 today. He took the first and he's now taken the 5th. Hugs all round. And I hope he waves to his mum, who I spoke to this morning and who didn't know that he needed 2 for 600. So, Carol, if you're listening, there you go. And he's waving to the crowd. What a moment that is. Think back all the years to that very young, fresh-faced fast bowler who made his debut for England on a broiling hot day in Sri Lanka. And here he is now, 600 wickets later. Great career. And of all the ways that you think you might get it, and he might have visualised it a bit as to how he's going to get his 600. I'm not sure he'd necessarily have head caught on the long leg boundary.
Well, I'm not so sure with the way that head's played in this series. It's been a tactic that England have used a lot. But what an effort from Stuart Broad to think. I think I was his captain that gave him his test cap in Sri Lanka in Colombo.
Oh, it's hot, do you remember?
2007. It was 16 years later, he's got 600 test match wickets. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And that dismissal actually sums up the whole series. Travis Head set, Warner was set, Smith was set, Labuschagne was set, Travis Head was set, and then you just get out.
Yeah. Well, the crowd's up now. Cameron Green's arrived. Towering giant of a batsman. And Broad's on his way from the Anderson end, moves in, bowls from him, beats him outside the off stump. Although 1 or 2 there in the slip cordon think they heard something. But Broad didn't. He's taken his hat from the umpire and he will head off into the long grass somewhere, a very satisfied man indeed. And the crowd rising as the announcement made is shown on the screen. 600 Test career wickets. And he's giving everyone a little wave there, slightly sheepishly. Well. Talk about Melton Mowbray. He started his career at Edgerton Park, playing there right in the town centre. They'll be so proud.
Absolutely. I tell you what, it was a good catch. Joe Root running in down at wide fine leg, just down to his left. He should be taking it, but he gets nice balance, gets it right in the heart of the hands. Moeen Ali going to carry on just after tea. That is a huge wicket because Travis Head scores quickly. The 2 all-rounders out there now. The man mountain Cameron Green, Mr. Headingley. There you go. The leading wicket taker is on the screen. Stuart Broad, 5th now. He's 19 away from Anil Kumble.
Here's Moeen, and this first ball's tucked away into the leg side. Broad's after it. And moves on to 190 for 5. They're chipping away at these wickets. And, Green checks his guard. And Moeen, with a slip and a short leg, moves in. Bowles tossing it up. Oh, it slides way off the outside face of the bat and spins and beats the diving fielder there at point. Nasty one for him to try and stop. Is always just spinning away from him, and they come back for 3.
Yeah, I just feel with Cameron Green, he's a good player, but I always feel he's very nervous early. You feel that if you can get the ball in the right area often enough, as soon as he goes out there, just even that nervous prod to Moeen Ali, there's nothing really on the ball. He just prods forward, the outside edge is found. We saw him playing Mr. Stuart Broad the previous delivery. I think he's the kind of player that you can't let get in.
Moeen again, and there's a peel flag before wicket. Umpire Wilson says no. As Marsh there prodded forward, similar-ish to the Labuschagne dismissal. They're not going to review this one.
Wouldn't be surprising if Mitchell Marsh dances down and tries to whack one now.
Well, mid-on and mid-off are up. They're tempting him. Moeen moves in, bowls short this time, and he cuts hard for 4. Fielder won't cut that off. Not a great ball from Moeen, and an Australian flag flies way over there to the left where the ball ended up. So dragged that down. I think maybe he thought, similar to you, Michael, that he might face the charge there.
Bit of spin though, the previous delivery from Moeen Ali, going down the leg side, but there is certainly a little bit of tweak there. Is he going to dance down now?
Moeen, no, toss it up. He's patted that back. The ball rolls back up the pitch. Moeen picks it up, gives the ball a polish, looks up at the scoreboard, 197 for 5. Marsh on 7, over his bat again. Moeen over the wicket, bowls. It's just prodded away defensively, carefully, picked up by Moeen to end the over. 197 for 5. And Old Trafford absolutely bathed in sunshine. It looks fantastic. It really does. The bright red of the Point building and the hotel down there at the far end.
I wonder why the new hotel isn't red.
I think it will be.
You reckon?
I think they haven't quite painted it yet.
I don't think it's like panelling, isn't it?
Okay.
At the Point's like a red panelling. So is the
I see what you mean.
Hotel, and this new hotel to the right is like a light blue grey.
So
maybe it will
metallic.
turn red.
I thought, yeah, it would look good if it was red, I think.
Yeah, I think it needs to be.
Now, Broad on his way, moves in, bowls, and a late decision there from Green.
Just got to hang it there, just keep it there for an over. Try and get 6 around that zone. You just feel he is once he's in, he's a really good player. He gets his movement going and gets forward and back. He's got all the shots, but like any player, as soon as they go out there, some are a little bit more nervous than others. And I just feel with Cameron Green, he is that kind of just an itchy starter. He's not quite sure how to play it at the start of his innings.
He's waiting now, stock still, as Broad runs towards us, bowls to Green. That's edged and lands just in front of second slip. The crowd howl in anticipation. It didn't quite carry to Crawley. The genuine edge. You've seen that a few times today. The ball is keeping a little bit lower. It might be that it rolls out nicely for tomorrow and is a bit of a flatter pitch tomorrow, but that
I think it's been a good pitch, hasn't it?
It has.
A little bit there for everyone. There's a bit of seam movement. There's been a little bit of spin from Moeen Ali. Been some good strokes played as well, which says as a batter, if you get a ball that you can hit, you can just hit through it. What's going on at the far end? Just a bit of a delay.
A little bit of movement down there.
Probably Bill Bowman arriving back, isn't it?
There's a steward on duty. In comes Broad, bowls, nice shot from Green, that driving up to mid-off. Take 1 run.
So which room is with Ian Botham in today? Is he?
I don't know.
Is he in a?
Well, the committee room is usually the one to the right.
Is he with the committee? Is he beefing?
I don't know. Well, he's
chairman of Durham.
Yeah,
he'll have to be. Yeah, as a chair.
The Knight of the Realm. He's a Lord of the Realm. He's a Lord of he's everything. He is.
He's on
trade envoy to Australia.
He's on every advert going on television. Every afternoon I'm watching telly and up pops Beefy, advertising some kind of gadget.
Yes.
Helps your knees and
leg treatment.
Yeah.
198 for 5. Sun behind cloud. Broad's on his way. Bowls. Oh, what a wonderful shot that is. That's the Marsh from Headingley. On the back foot, he's just laced that past Stokes at the cover. Whew. What a shot.
He kind of leans back. It's just slightly short and he just uses his power. It's brute strength. And one thing's for sure with the likes of Marsh, Cameron Green, Alex Carey comes, Stark, Cummins, the scoreboard will tick.
That was a great shot. I mean, that's the shot of the day. And you talk about the pitch. That just illustrates it's coming on nicely. What a stroke.
He just stands there, Mitchell Marsh, and he's dead still. Doesn't have the trigger movement. It's just a big unit, dead still, stares at the ball, just looking to hit it hard.
Here's Broad again bowling, turned away down to long leg. Moeen comes trotting in and throws it back. So 203 for 5. Yeah, so going like 4 and over at the moment. So it's a decent enough scoring rate.
Yeah, I just look at, they've batted for 51.5 overs. If they bat another 30, they'd hope to bat a bit more than that, but another 30, that gives them over 300.
Yep.
Seems to be the going rate at the moment in this series, doesn't it?
Yeah. 4 slips waiting now. Green on 4. Here comes Broad, moves in, bowls to him. Forward he comes. and plays the ball carefully down to mid-on. And there's no run, so the end of the over.
Stuart Broad, the fifth player, as you said, to reach 600 Test wickets after Matteo Muralitharan, who has 800. Shane Warne, 708. Jimmy Anderson currently 688. And the Indian leg spinner Anil Kumble, 619. I mentioned Broad's difficult start to his career, averaging 40 in his first 20 Tests. If you break it into each 100 wickets, his first 100 came at 35 runs per wicket, his second 100 at 27, and 24, 30, as he had a little bit of a career dip for a couple of years. In the last 200 loads of 100 wickets have come at averages of 22 and 25. He's had a fine...
Did he get a wicket in his first Test match?
I think just one.
Yeah, so who was it?
We were out there for a long time.
You were. It was red hot. Now Moeen starts a new over, and it's played off the back foot.
We used a lot of sun cream.
Wow.
We were there for 2.5 days.
I can't remember much about the game, but I do remember. I do remember how hot it was.
We batted first.
Last game of the series, isn't it?
Yeah, we batted first.
Moeen bowls. That's hit. That's the one you're looking for. High, hard, and for 6, I reckon, down below us. Umpire Wilson raises his arms. Didn't come absolutely out of the middle of the bat, but that is Marsh territory. Over long on it went.
I think it's not a bad thing for Ben just to put himself back on the boundary for someone like Marsh. It's almost an easier shot for him to go over the top than it is to hit it down the ground for a single. Yeah, he's so powerful.
Remind us of that game, Andy.
It was the second Test of the England series in Sri Lanka, late in 2007, played at Colombo. England 351. Vaughan top scoring with 87.
How many balls did I face? I reckon I scored at quite a quick rate on that.
139.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Quick for you.
Not bad, Jonathan.
Murali 5 for 116.
I think he got me out.
Then Sri Lanka replied with 548 for 9 declared.
How many overs were we out there, Andy, in the field?
186.5.
Oh, crikey.
Ouch.
That's a long time. Did I get any overs in, by the way, in that innings?
Must have done. See, everyone had a go, didn't they?
I didn't bowl.
7 bowlers used, but not...
Just rested.
180.
I was rested.
100-degree heat. Moeen bowls, and that's played defensively this time by Marsh.
Who did Brody get out?
He got out Chaminda Vas for 4. The score at 425 for 7 when Vas was out. So it took him a while. 147th over the innings.
Moeen bowls a fuller ball, flatter as well. That's turned around the corner to short leg.
Jaya Warden get a double.
Who got them all?
195. Michael Van Dort, 138.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
The burger.
Prasanna Jayawardena, wicketkeeper. Good keeper, 79.
And I presume they bowled us out in the second innings, did they?
There's the next one, defended away. And there's no run. Van Dort is from a very small, his burger community. German extraction. Very tall man. He must be the tallest man ever to play for Sri Lanka, surely. And he got 100 that day. So it's unusual background. Here's Moeen bowling, turned away out towards short leg, and there's no run. I don't think he played many shots either from memory.
His 138 to 259 balls.
Yeah, it was horrible.
18 balls. It was not too bad.
It was a long innings.
It was a drawn game. England 250 for 3 in the second innings. So probably tough pitch to make your debut on.
Yeah, very.
It was flat.
Van Dort. How many tests did he play?
A few problems with the stats engine today.
Yes, your internet's a bit slow, isn't it? Oh, there you go.
There we go. 20 tests. That was one of 400s he made. Average 36.9. Got a tidy.
420 tests. That's good. Start of your career.
209 for 5. We've got Broad coming in again. He's bowling to Cameron Green. It's outside the off stump, and he plays no stroke. And collected by Bairstow. So you can watch that Broad wicket now. It's up already. Up on the BBC Sport website and the app. And, of course, the highlights on BBC 2 tonight from 7 o'clock. But a landmark wicket, which spawns all sorts of conversations, doesn't it? Moments like that go back to the first. It's a very hot day in Colombo. Broad wheels round, he's there and he bowls, and that's an edge. He's going for 4 though. Broad's not happy about that. It's just gone past the diving slip fieldsman.
He looks very vulnerable, doesn't he, Green, around that channel. It's probably about 5th stump line. It's the second time the outside edge has been found. It's perfect as a batter though. You play a forward defence. You just see it edge, it goes straight into the ground.
Do you like that?
Well, you just see a little gap, and you see it going towards the gap, and you go, go on. Go on, get in that gap.
Yeah, but you see a bowler would think that was a moral victory.
So you've just got 4 for doing nothing. Can't believe your luck.
No. I think it actually went under Duckett's arm. That's why Broad looked a bit disappointed. 213 for 5 is the score Australia put in this morning. And Broad runs in hard, bowls, beats him. He's in that channel he mentioned, that off stump. His fielder's going to nick one any moment through to Johnny Bairstow.
You always get a sense that Spider-Cam knows that as well. When Spider-Cam starts going low, I think he knows there's a bit of action about to happen.
We're certainly low at the moment.
It's just right behind Johnny Bairstow. No, it's just that area, that corridor. It just doesn't quite work out what to play and what to leave.
Slips are waiting. They sense an opportunity coming here as Broad comes in, bowls to Green, forward, played into the gap in the offside. Anderson is the fielder, tossing the ball back to Bairstow.
That's Stuart Broad's second Test wicket in his second Test in New Zealand when he and Anderson were recalled and replaced Hoggard.
Anderson, Hoggard, correct.
Second Test wicket was Brendan McCullum, his current coach.
And how was he out?
Caught by Strauss.
Slip.
See if we get some detail on that.
Yeah. It'll be slip, won't it? Yeah. That's right, that was the start of the new era, wasn't it?
Yeah, was it the first Test of the series where Cameron Green left one and it rattled into his off stump?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's probably why he's a bit circumspect around that off stump area.
Marsh waits, Broad bowls to him, and he leans into a drive off the front foot this time. A little bit uppish, but beats Stokes. And it won't go all the way out to that boundary. Outfield quite slow today because of the rain they've had here. 2 runs, he's full of really sumptuous shots.
Yeah. Just leant back slightly on that one. I thought just for a split moment it was going to go in the air through that cover region, but you just check the drive. Yeah, I think sometimes when there's a bat, you've left the ball and it rattles into the off stump, it plays tricks with your mind, because that stays with you for a few more games, because you particularly the same ball that you're facing. Stuart Broad's got that ability to nip the ball back into the stump, so anything around 5th stump you think, I've got to play.
There's that series where Marshall kept doing Mike Gatting, wasn't there? Seem to recall. In comes Broad again, bowls and hit on the pad. Some excitement, but no proper appeal there to end that over. So 216 for 5. Well done, Stuart Broad, on his 600th Test wicket. Mum and stepdad here to see it. Not sure if his father is actually. Marsh 20, Green 9. Michael, thoughts from you, and then Jim.
Yeah, the Australians 216. They're scoring at exactly 4 runs and over. England are halfway there to the first 10 wickets of the match. They have to get 20 to win the Test match to take the Ashes down to the Oval, with them of a chance of winning. And the Aussies, Jim, they keep getting on top and then they just keep getting out.
Well, this is a very interesting little period here. We always say that, don't we, about the next hour of a Test match, but you sense if these two powerful players get away, they could make life difficult for the rest of the afternoon. We'll see. Moeen Ali's bowling, and it's pushed away on the front foot by Cameron Green. He's very sort of nervily circumspect, isn't he, when he comes out to bat? He always looks like he's going to nick off against the quickies. Lunging at the ball. A slip and a short leg. Moeen Ali has him back, turning away towards mid-wicket. Stokes is keeping himself up for Cameron Green.
I think that's right for Cameron Green. And make him play one big shot down the ground.
He could larrup it anywhere, miss it, stumped, all sorts of things. Moeen Ali's chugging away accurately, and again he's punched down towards Stokes. They go for a quick single. Stokes rushes in and hurls it back, but they're well and truly home. That was well run. He picked out the chance there with a A good push on the on drive.
Just look what they're doing here to Mitchell Marsh. So he's hit one down the ground. So Ben Stokes is going to position himself at long on. He's put a straight mid-on on the catch, and he's brought mid-wicket, who was on the boundary, up into the kind of position of saving one square leg as well. So they're trying to say to Mitchell Marsh, go on, try and play the sweep shot. Try and hit across the line.
Now he bowls too many, goes back, and he makes a little bit of a mess of it around the line of the off stump. He's looking to get on the back foot most of the time here, but if he sees it go up in the air a bit, he may well try to ding it over Stokes' head or wide of him, cow corner. Here comes Moeen Ali, leaning forward to a full pitch ball. He's on 20. Australia 5 for 217, having lost Travis Head, top edge hook shot from Broad, his 600th test wicket just after tea. He was out for 48, well caught by Root at fine leg. Now Moeen Ali tosses and he's back, and there's a big appeal outside the line of the off stump as it struck his pad, and Joel Wilson says over without any more carry on about a DRS. So probing bowling from Moeen Ali. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 37.
Yeah, he's getting some really good revs on the ball and getting some nice shape. And that last ball to Mitchell Marsh, there was revolutions, but he just hit the shiny side and went straight on and beat the outside edge. He's bowled really nicely from his difficult first 2 overs where the Aussies hit him. Steve Smith danced down and launched him into the stand, then he hit him down the ground for a couple of 4s. And I thought it was going to be a difficult day for the spinner, but he's bounced back really well.
What's your read on the pitch?
Good pitch.
It's taking a bit of turn.
Yeah, I'd like to see a bit more pace, but I just think it's
tomorrow quicken up a bit.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
Now here comes the lunging Cameron Green. Let's see what he does. 2 slips in the gully. Broad runs in towards him, and he's trying to turn. Gets a leading edge. It runs straight to point, and doesn't get a run for that shot. So
there's definitely a little bit of seam, isn't there?
Yeah,
which is good. Bit of spin. And we've seen some really nice cricket strokes as well.
From the point of view of the series, and I'm removing any of my patriotism from this, I think Australia bowled out for 310 today would be about right, wouldn't it? Get England in there tomorrow and see what they can do.
Yeah, it'd be good for the series.
Yeah.
England will bat for 60 overs, get to 310, then probably have another dash at you tomorrow night.
Here comes Broad charging in, and he's beaten outside the off stump. It's like a leg break. Went past the edge of his bat. But everyone's sort of expecting, oh, well, Saturday, give that away. Sunday's pretty bad. So we've only got 3 days. But the weather is not reliable.
No, absolutely not. And I don't think England should be thinking that they're going to get no cricket over the weekend.
Yeah.
It can clear quite quickly in the northwest. It can also stay around for quite a while, Jim.
Yes, well, there's only one other cricket ground in the world I know who's got as bad or as unhappy a reputation as this place when it comes to wet weather, and that's Sydney. So I'll go very quietly. 3 slips now for the poking Green. He waits, he watches, he plays with good defence out there on the offside, and there's no run.
Got to change the Sydney test, Jim, haven't they?
No.
It always rains. Just have it.
We've had Cyclone Michael or something floating around there in the last few years.
Yeah.
The El Nino effect, whatever. But it does have an unhappy history over a long period of time of being a bit damp. You move it somewhere else, it'll still rain. Sydney can be a very wet place.
Well, it must be a period of the year where it's dry.
There is in the winter. Away goes Broad now, and he bowls the ball. It's punched back down the ground. It's going straight, and they're going for a run because it's fielded by Wood coming across from mid-on. 5 for 218. Yes, we've had a very poor run, as you'll recall, in the last Ashes that was played. I know Aggers and the team came out to avoid quarantine, and the rest of it had to be there early. And they spent 2 weeks at Kochi watching and waiting, and it rained for 2 weeks. They were down near the beach.
Still a nice place, even when it rains down at Coogee Beach.
That's true.
Lovely down there. Little Jack's on the corner, Jim.
Yes, there's some good little spots there.
Yeah, the pavilion.
Yeah, here's broad bowling. He's bang, launched straight back over the bowler's head, down towards the boundary. It's gone for a 4. He was waiting on that. You saw that before tee. He inched forward, and that time he said, I like this length a bit fuller. Thanks, Stuart, and bang, hit it over his head for 4.
Yeah, Mitchell Marsh has very similar movements to Andrew Flintoff when he used to bat. Kind of little shimmy forward, big presence, and the check drive straight over the top. It's pure power.
Colossal power.
That's to someone who's just got his 600th Test wicket. Can't do that.
Cop that. Played him like an off-spinner. Broad tries again. Marsh forward. Goes wide of mid-on, who's back a tad there, Mark Wood. They collect a run and quickly move to 5 for 223. Marsh has moved to 25 and Green is 11 at the end of the over. Michael Vaughan making way for Phil Tufnell, and Andy Zaltzman's primed.
Well, yeah, just the shape of this series and the nature of the cricket. We talked about how neither team's really got on top. Neither the bowling side nor the batting side has really dominated at any point. The longest partnership, 32.5 overs by Duckett and Stokes at Lord's. So no partnerships of 200 balls yet in the series, and we're into the fourth test. Just by comparison, there were 7 partnerships of 200 balls or more in 2019, 6 in 2015, 9 in 2013.
Well, here we go again, folks. Moeen Ali with a long on. Stokes about 10 paces in from the line. Marsh is on strike. Where will he go? Moeen Ali bowls and he's forward and he drives him out through extra cover. That's gone for 4. Lovely shot. He went the other way this time and drove him wide of mid-off for 4. But he's so dangerous. And he's now 29.
He is indeed. Afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, Jim. Just slightly tossed up outside that off stump. It's just a flick of the wrists, really, and it's whizzed past mid-off. As you say, he has the ability to turn a test match on his head. Nearly did it at Headingley, didn't he, Mitch Marsh? But England managed to sort of recover, but he's looking ominous at the moment.
Again, buying a full toss. This time it's drilled wide of that extra cover for another 4. Crawley doesn't have any chance of cutting that off into that long pocket of the ground away to our left, and one of the open stands there. 4-4 to start this over. Marsh 33 in Australia, moved to 231.
Yeah, they're going along at a good clip. As you say, that was a full toss from Mo. Just managed to get it before it bounced. But you don't want too much longer of Mitch Marsh if you're an England fan.
He bowls to him again and he goes firmly straight to the fieldsman. This time it's Anderson down there at mid-off. So 2 men out are a deep cover and long on. Can't see anyone else out there, no. Moeen Ali's over the wicket and Marsh is back onto his stumps and forces it deep. Crawley's the boundary rider. They take a sauntering single and Marsh goes along to 34 out of 5 for 232.
Touch a turn, isn't there? The odd one's just gripping. I mean, it's not anything to particularly get too worried about if you're a batter, but there is a bit there for the offie.
Duckett heads to deep mid-wicket. Moeen Ali bowls. Green defends towards short mid-wicket, mid-on. And Moeen Ali's doing a very good job here for England, given all the issues they've had around spin bowling and his sore paw.
Sore paw.
He comes up again to Green. Green defending. That'll do. Dot, end of the over. Back to you, Mitch. The 2 West Australians out there trying to dominate the stage at 5 for 232.
Well, they're a couple of big lads, aren't they? They look pretty dominant, crikey. I mean, they are a couple of big units at the crease, and they bat like it as well. They seize on anything short or full, and they just have the power to just play through the line and disrupt a bowler's length. And that's what they're doing, and they sort of take the attack back to the bowler. England have been hanging on nicely, but hello, Mitch Marsh is coming off. Change of gloves, Brad.
Change of gloves, it looks like it. Normally, what's happened to the Steve Smith routine? He just waits for the servant to deliver them out in the middle. Mitch went halfway off to collect.
Well, he's a lovely lad.
He is.
Yeah.
He is all of that. Now, Mark Wood's coming on to bowl. This could be challenging. in both directions.
He'll take it on. He'll take it on, Marsh. I mean, that's his favourite shot, isn't it? Anything short and even outside off stump, he looks just to rock back and give it a real wallop. So
a
larrup. And I think he'll get a few to take on as well. But a couple of men back, waiting for the one that he doesn't quite get hold of. This'll be fun.
So here we go. 2 slips, backward point, a point, short cover, mid off, mid on, deep backward square, and Moeen Ali down at fine leg. And Mark Wood is bowled with a fair bit of zest today, a lot of pace, but not quite the strike that we've seen. Here he comes, he runs up, and Marsh swings, hits on the body, and ricochets into the slips. As soon as he saw the length, he was ripping it into the crowd, but he missed it.
Just as well, otherwise the people in that huge stand might be catching it. He looked to give that everything. Just nipped back on him and rushed him perhaps a bit for pace, but it won't take him too long to get a sighter. It's just whether one goes straight up in the air or straight into Rose Ed. He'll take it on.
He trapped Smith LBW, which was a surprise decision by the umpire not to give it, and then on review it was pretty clearly plumb as he shuffled across and got hit by a bit of extra pace from Wood. So here we go. Ball 2. Wood runs in towards Marsh. Marsh knocks it away to the onside. He scampers for 1, thinks of 2. It's going slowly, but not slow enough for a second run to be collected. And it moves to 5 for 2, 3, 3 in the sunshine after tea at beautiful Manchester today.
It is.
It is.
It is. Isn't it? It's nice and warm out the back as well. They've very kindly put some sort of like wooden effort out the back there for us to have a break and get a bit of air, and it's lovely out there. It's warmed up. It was chilly this morning.
Yeah, there's still, most of them are wearing sweaters there.
Yeah, there's a bit of a cool breeze which hasn't particularly helped England.
Now, what's going to happen here? Is he going to bowl him a bouncer with 2 men back? Where will it go? Wood's on his way in now. He bowls to Green. Green back beaten outside the off stump. Found at that ball that fizzed through past the edge of the bat. So Green just a little indeterminate with his decision making, and they're hoping to pounce on a mistake or a good one that is nicked. 2 slips in the gully are there.
Yeah, he was trapped on the crease a bit there, wasn't he? Didn't quite know whether to give that a cut or pull or play defensive, and just fanned at it. Yeah, had a little fiddle at it outside off stump.
Be positive. Play, leave. Will he bowl the bouncer? Here he comes now. Wood bowls to him. It's short. He goes back. Gets a run. No. Marsh sent back. Could be a run out. There's a misfield out there in the covers. He went herring off as Stokes came in, and he picked it up cleanly and had thrown at the stumps. He could have run Marsh out because he was a few yards down the track.
You get a bit excited in those situations. Not that I found myself at cover point too many times, Jim, but I did occasionally. And you get a bit excited when you know you're in with a run-out chance. But Ben Stokes, absolutely superb in the field. Just might have bobbled on one of those old wicket ends or something, but he was gone if he'd have hit. Didn't pick it up.
This is your chance to remind us of the direct hit run-outs you effected during your brilliant career as a bowler. 3 slips are waiting. Here comes Woody. Bowls to him. Shorty pulls it and misses bottom edge into pad. How many were there?
Was that Andy there cackling away in the back? I heard someone having a good old chuckle there. Who was that? Or was it perhaps it was just anything? Well, I can certainly tell you.
Come on, you'd remember them.
Yes, I would do.
Yeah.
Yes, and or Christchurch. Simon Doull, pick up and throw from mid-on. Beautiful. At the wicket-keeper's end. And then
direct hit,
uprooted middle stump, and then must have been another one somewhere.
I'll tinker with the database and put some in.
There must have been. Well, I was usually in the deep, wasn't I?
You were down there in that perilous fine leg position or something. Wood's running in again, and Green's beaten, gone right through him around the line of the off stump, and that ends the over. So I'll let you mull over all that excitement. Isha Guha was here.
She was here.
She stepped out.
Yeah.
So you better...
She was probably thinking how, she might not be needed for quite some time, as I was remembering all my run-outs. She's gone for a cup of tea.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
We're going to have more of Mo and Ali at 5 for 200 and that scoreboard. It just keeps losing it. 5 for 233. Thank you for putting it back. Great.
Oh, she's back. She's back.
Isha, come and have a seat and tell us about Mo and Ali's turning deliveries, I better say.
Yeah, he's been unlucky. Been unlucky there, Mark Wood. He's beaten the outside edge on numerous occasions. Just doesn't add him up that little bit of luck just to get him going. England are going to stay strong here during this passage of play. Two very destructive players who can turn the test on you quickly. Isha.
Afternoon, Phil.
Afternoon.
Yeah, they're very intimidating, aren't they? Well, they call Mitch Marsh the Big Bison.
Yes.
Cam Green is 6 foot
What's he?
5 or whatever.
The tall shard.
The
or something.
tall.
Oh no, who's the shard? That's
Lauren
Laura
Bell.
Bell. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, we'll have to make up something as Moeen Ali is in to Mitch Marsh, full toss, driven to mid-off, no run.
What's tall? Well, lots of things are tall, aren't they, I suppose, anything.
The
Empire State.
Empire State, the Eiffel Tower, the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Yeah, that would be me.
Yes. Ali is bowling to Marsh on the back foot, punching out to deep cover. He's pushing for the second. They'll come back comfortably as that's misfielded on the boundary. Zach Crawley running around to have a second go at it as he throws it in now. 235 for 5 then, Australia. It was a really exciting moment in the first over after tea with Stuart Broad going to 600. Only 2 quick bowlers have done that in the history of the game. Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson.
Decent that, a lot of wickets. Very well done, Stuart.
As Moeen Ali bowls to Marsh, who's defending to mid-wicket, no run.
Just seems to have bowled. It just hasn't quite slotted into a length, has he, Mo? There's been a couple of drives, a couple of cuts. This breeze perhaps is just messing with him a little bit, but...
Here he comes again. As Marsh beats the edge, goes through to Bairstow. That line just outside off stump, it doesn't turn, it just goes on.
Yeah, when you get that length right and it just skids past that outside edge, that is a really good delivery. There has been a bit of turn there. That was a genuine... Oh, excuse me. That was a genuine...
That's one way of putting it.
That was a genuine arm ball.
Ali bowls slower and Marsh gets out in front.
It is difficult though when you're bowling a spin with guys who you know like to hit over the top and come down the pitch at you. You've got to keep your nerve, and you're forever feeling that they're going to just anything that's just popped up there a bit slower with a bit of flight, they can just whack it straight back over your head.
But he's got protection now at long on and deep mid-wicket as Marsh is on the back foot and punching out to deep cover. We've seen a lot more of these length deliveries since that pump down the ground by Marsh as he sprints back for 2. He comes back. Really pushing England here, 237 for 5. And this partnership, all of a sudden, 48 from 55 deliveries, they can hurt you. And Marsh is doing the bulk of this damage by being so positive. So after England's strike, Australia have punched back.
Yeah. Team selection's looking good at the moment, isn't it? Keep Mitch Marsh and perhaps pack the bat in with Cameron Green coming in.
At the moment.
At the moment, when it starts dragging.
You haven't seen England bat yet?
No. Oh, it's what they say. You've got to see both sides bat. Giraffes are tall. Giraffes are quite tall. I've just been thinking.
Has that just come into? Has that just popped into your brain?
Super punditry, that. You've absolutely called it.
There you go.
Big lanky giraffe. Is that what you're saying, Cameron Green is?
He covers a lot, doesn't he? I suppose that would have been that would have been the shout for them, whether to play the offie or bring back Cam Green, wouldn't it? He's so good in the field as well, though.
You're missing a gully fielder when he's not there.
Absolutely.
As Wood is into Green, who ducks underneath that one. A short one. That looked like it was seriously pacey from Wood.
I think he's
gathering steam.
I just think he might have bowled a little bit too short for me. Bowled beautifully at Headingley, didn't he? Got that beautiful wrist and got beautiful swing and shape and then used that short ball as the surprise ball. He's just been a little bit perhaps one-dimensional, got carried away with the short stuff.
Just looking over to the party stand. It looks a long way up there to the top.
Oh, mate.
See this? It's like climbing a mountain.
Yeah.
As Wood circles in front of the pavilion. Steaming in again. Green off his hip down to fine leg. Doesn't really need to get on his toes because he's that tall, but Wood turns and trots back to the top of his mark as they come through for 238 for 5, Green to 12.
I mean, just an idea to someone like a Mitch Marsh. Perhaps just to have an over or two, just to try and quieten him down. He's come out extremely strong here, hasn't he? And looked to play those big shots. Perhaps, just hang it a little bit outside the off stump. Take a man across, pack that offside field a little bit. Just trying to get him sort of playing those shots a little bit wide.
He's got 2 men back on the leg side, 2 slips in play. Wood, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket as he bowls now. Green in the air. Sorry, that is Green in the air.
No,
that is Marsh in the air. Playing that 2 mid-off, no run.
Yeah, just straightened him up a bit, leading edge. And that's what I mean, just trying to sort of take his thunder away from him a bit. And if he wants to go after you, well, have a little go outside that off stump from wide.
Bright sunshine here in Manchester. Nice breeze blowing towards us. Wood with the wind. I do find you very interesting, Tuffers, because...
Oh, OK. Well, thanks very much. Got lovely eyes as well.
Yeah. Well, I can see them at the moment because your sunnies are off as Wood has passed the stumps to Marsh, who's dabbing at the ball outside off, 2 point, no run.
Yes.
You never wear your glasses when it's sunny.
No.
But when it's gloomy conditions, that's when you decide to put them on.
I haven't got a lot of eyelashes actually, and so when it's
there's a real
windy,
lack of eyelashes.
Yeah, when it's windy, I get a lot of sort of dust particles in my eye, and it's windy a little bit. So, but we've managed to sort of get out of the wind here a bit, and also I'm a bit light sensitive as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But it's all right today.
Are there no glasses for that, though?
What, sunglasses then?
Yeah.
Yeah, sunglasses.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
as Wood past the stumps to Marsh, clipping that out to deep backward square. Again, he's sprinting to come back. He's been good with those twos as that throw comes in.
It's the 50 partnership from exactly 10 overs.
Yeah, they've gone along at a good counter-attack, isn't it, these two? Yeah, which wasn't very good as a cricketer, because I also had allergic to grass. I got hay fever, and my sort of nemesis was the grass pollen and stuff. And then also, whenever we got a breeze, my eyes used to really go mad. So.
And you played cricket again because...
When did we play cricket again?
240 for 5.
No, when I did play cricket.
No, I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You had a lot of barriers.
Yes,
that's play to mid-wicket, and he comes through for a single. Another pick-up not taken by mid-wicket. That was Ben Duckett on that occasion. 241 for 5 at the end of the over then. Green on 12, Marsh 42.
Yes, a lot of barriers.
So you played cricket, but you were allergic to grass.
That was one of my downfalls.
And you used to get a lot of dust particles in your eyes.
Yeah. And I've got sort of light sensitive eyes as well.
And you're deciding not to wear your sunglasses right now when it's
yes. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, that is my decision. But thanks for wasting 5 minutes of my time talking about it.
Let's get back to whether giraffes are tall.
Yeah. So
there is some cricket in there as well.
There is indeed.
Moeen Ali will continue.
A tough start for Cameron Green, returning to the cricket. For his first 25 balls, 5 edges, 5 plays and misses, a 40% forced shot percentage, which is his worst at the start of a test innings after 25 balls.
He's one of those kind of nervous starters outside off stump, isn't he?
Marsh on strike to Moeen Ali, bowls full. Hits it past him, and there'll be a chase on for England's skipper, who's diving in front of us, and it's in vain as that will go to the boundary. 245 for 5 then Australia, and Marsh picks up another 4.
Yeah, there again, just another full toss on that off stump from Mo. He's bowled half a dozen there, and they've all been put away. As I say, so strong, Mitch Marsh. All he's got to do is get any sort of bat on it, and it's 4.
On the back foot this time, slightly quicker, and Moeen Ali collects the ball in front of him as Marsh is deep into the crease and playing it back. Starting to fire up a little bit in the party stand over to our left as Moeen Ali at the top of his mark, steps forwards through his delivery to Marsh on the back foot and defending down the pitch. No run. He's just having a casual look over to the leg side at the moment, Mitch Marsh.
Yeah, they've got a man there.
That's where that wind is blowing.
Yeah.
Wonder if he fancies his chances as Moeen Ali is through again to Marsh on the front foot and gently patting it back. No run. .245 for 5 then. You just think this pitch is going to get better and better over the next
quicken
couple
up
of
a
days.
bit. Yeah.
England know that their only hope of winning this test match, as Marsh is covering the ball again, no run, is to take another 15 wickets. The reason for Stokes bowling first was that opportunity to try and win the game inside 3 or 4 days before the rain comes.
Yeah.
Marsh on 46. Forward again and respectfully playing that to mid-wicket. No run, 245 for 5.
And when you've got to do that, you do feel that pressure as a bowling side. Andy's little stat there about Green, you just need those little things just to perhaps go your way. 4 or 5 edges, 4 or 5 plays and misses very early on in his innings. Just one of those. You've got to keep taking them at regular intervals. Any sort of partnership just sort of kills you inside a little bit. You never know, though. It might clear. It might clear.
Well, they need something here from Mark Wood.
Yeah, they do.
Supercharged, supersonic spell. We are in Manchester.
Yeah. Good song, that. Supercharged.
As Wood is in, he bowls to Green, who's working that to the leg side, just gently pushing forwards. They're going to push the 2 again to that man at deep backward square, and frustration, I think, here for England. It was Chris Woakes off the boundary. He got there quickly, but still in time for those 2 to run the 2. So 247 for 5, Green to 14. It's just kicking the turf there, Wood, as he strolls back to the top of his mark. It doesn't seem like the sort of person that gets that angry, but you could see that he was frustrated there.
Well, he's such a wholehearted kind of guy, isn't he? Not just cricketer, but fella as well. He's puts everything into everything he does.
He circles and now arms pumping, bounding in. He bowls, struck on the foot, was he? Goes up in appeal. Sent back is Mitch Marsh, looking to go for 2. We'll see the signal here. Was it boot first or was there bat involved?
Don't know. He got
DRS timer ticking down. It was given, not out.
No, not going for it.
They're not going for it, and it's not signalled a leg by either, so bat involved.
Well, it sounded like bat. It was just whether it got a little tickle on a boot before it squeezed.
That was a searing Yorker from Mark Wood. Yeah, gets his bat down just in time.
Yeah.
Just in time.
Yeah, bat first. Good delivery. Say 90-odd mile an hour in ducking Yorker. That would do some damage to your toes.
Marsh on strike. Wood in. Pulls the ball out to the boundary, but Chris Woakes is patrolling there. 1-2 bounces into him as he comes through for 1. 249 for 5 now, Australia.
What have you been up to, Mish, anyway? What have you been doing all week? Bit of Wimbledon.
Yeah, did a bit of tennis.
Yeah.
Which was
what a game
magical
that was.
Experience.
Wasn't it just?
It's a pretty special place.
Yes.
Very privileged to be there. But yeah, it was busy. 128 players in both the women's and the men's draw.
Yeah.
As Wood steaming in now. He bowls again, driven by Green to wideish mid-off for 1. They're just finding a way here against this pace from Wood. 250 comes up for Australia, 5 down. It's bowling about, well, just the 90 miles an hour.
Yeah. He's been unlucky. England need everything to go their way. If they hadn't dropped too many chances this game. But They just need every little nick to carry and every player miss just to nick. As you say, 20 wickets, hell of a lot, especially when Australia's packed this batting line up on a pretty decent pitch. Can't see it going up and down or being too difficult. Young kid won it, didn't he, against Djokovic? 20-year-old.
Alcaraz, yeah. He is special. Special talent. The
really
Spaniard is. Wood bowls down the leg side. That's clipped away down to the boundary. And that's 50 up for Mitch Marsh. And what a revelation he's been in this series for Australia. He came in, he scored a century at Headingley, and here he is. Some defining moments in this test series, and this might be another one of them as he raises his bat and remarks his guard. He knows his job isn't done yet. 254 for 5 now, Australia. And Mitch Marsh goes to 51 from just 56 deliveries.
Yeah, with a 6 and 7 fours, his 7th 50-plus score in tests in his 34th test. 3 centuries amongst that, all against England. Every time he's reached 50 against England, he's converted it into a century.
Ouch.
Don't say that.
Yeah.
As Wood is past the stumps again, as that's driven to mid-off off the front foot. No run at the end of the over. 254 for 5.
Out of all the scenarios, when people were predicting the series, I think Mitch Marsh becoming one of the key figures was probably not high on that list. Came here essentially as a backup for Cameron Green. His previous 7 tests before he came in at Headingley, and he hadn't played since the Oval Test of 2019. His previous 7 tests, he'd scored 164 runs, average 11.7, and has come in with 118 at exactly run a ball. Fined 28 in the second innings before being dislodged by Chris Woakes, and now 51 of 57.
Looked in sparkling form and just carried that on from Headingley. I mean, played wonderfully at Headingley. He just took the England bowling apart. Didn't know really where to bowl him to him in that first innings, and he's doing it a little bit here as well. Forcing bowling changes, getting the caps in the thinking. Very difficult kind of guy just to slot into that sort of top of off stump, because he just seizes on anything so short or just that bit full and just nails it.
Just had a quick chat to Stuart Broad. Mitch Marsh, big smile on his face, one of the nicest guys in world cricket. I'd say Mitch Marsh gets a bad rap in Australia, but he is a fan favourite for a lot of players. And
why does he get a bad rap in Australia?
I don't know. No, both him and his brother. As Chris Woakes, another nice guy, comes into the attack.
I don't have a nice guy filter on my stats.
You should. As Woakes is in bowling to Cam Green with 2 slips. He bowls, struck the pads. They're interested in England, it's given. Woakes with immediate success coming into the attack. He's a nice guy, but he's also lethal. And Cam Green is having a chat to Mitch Marsh. He's decided to take it upstairs.
Full. It's certainly not going over the top. Stunning for length there a bit. It's whether he's got...
TV umpire to director, we have a player. If LBW original decision is out, confirm it's a fair delivery, you can go to front on spin vision.
It's just whether he got a scratch on it.
Is there any bat involved? Kumar Damasina, the third umpire. Pitches, comes in. Doesn't look like that.
Seeing the bat, you can go to outrage.
It might be height though.
Yeah,
might be a bit high.
Between bat and the ball. I'm satisfied, no bat involved. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready.
Hits the top of the knee roll. Remember, it's Cam Green we're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, it's tight.
Because umpire's call, Joel. Because umpire's call, you can stay with your decision out.
Well, it's one of those that could have gone one way or the other. Because it was given out, that decision stays on umpire's call. The ball going on to clip the stumps. And Chris Woakes, well, inspired. 254 for 6 now, Australia. And Cam Green is strolling off. The boos are for Alex Carey, who's sprinting out to the middle. They're getting stuck into another nice guy.
He is a lovely guy. I met him as well. Have you got him on your filter, Andy? I mean, I think we'll have to have a little look on the nice guy filter, but I mean, I think that's obviously...
Yeah, because of the Johnny Bairstow incident.
Because of a little bit of shenanigans at Lord's, but I think they'll quite like it. I think Alex Carey quite likes it, you know. love a little bit of noise as you walk out the back, just get the blood pumping and the feet moving. But crucial wicket there by Chris Woakes, that is for sure. As you say, an inspired bowling change, first ball of his over, and just sort of tailed in. It was a bit of a lazy shot from Cameron Green, just missed a straightish delivery really, but that's got England back in with a sniff.
And another medium-sized partnership, 65 off 12.2 overs. The stands today 15, 46, 59, 63, 6 and 65. That's a pattern, as I said, we've seen throughout the series. Just when it looked like the batting side was getting on top, wickets have fallen.
Can you hear what they're saying there?
It's a bit nasty.
They're on their feet in the Barty stand, hands in the air for the England fans as they're getting stuck into Alex Carey, the left-hander, 2 slips in the gully. Woakes around the wicket as he clips off his pad out to deep backward square, fine leg off the rope, and the throw comes in, so he's off the mark. 255 for 6.
Bit harsh perhaps, but that's it. That's what it's all about, you know. Professional sport and what have you, gamesmanship.
Imagine if he'd done something that was actually against the laws or the spirit of cricket.
There you go.
Well, he's standing at the non-strikers end now. Alex Carey is Mitch Marsh has a quick look over to the leg side. There's 2 men back in the deep.
I don't mind this. I don't mind this. I was thinking about this. Oh, he's just changed it. I thought he was going to have a man on the drive and just hang a few outside off stump to Mitch Marsh, like how he got him at Headingley. But he's just swapped him over there.
That wind getting up again as Woakes sets off. He bowls to Marsh, pushing forwards and defending back down the pitch. No run. Tries to use his football skills, Woakes, to kick the ball up, but he's unsuccessful. Instead, he just reaches down to toss it to his captain, who's giving it a big old shine. We did see some amazing swing bowling in the afternoon session today. James Anderson and Stuart Broad being helped by the wind as well. There was a really lovely period of play there. But Australia were too good at that stage as Woakes comes again. He bowls, Marsh working the ball to mid-wicket off the front foot this time. 255 for 6 then, Australia. And it's nicely poised, as it has been all series. That constant push and pull of both teams.
To and fro.
Ebb and flow.
Give and go. Anyway, left and right. No, it's not quite right.
Up and down.
Up and down. You're right. I mean, that's what's made it such a fantastic series, isn't it? I mean, you just don't know, half hour to half hour, who's going to have their nose in front.
Woakes in. Edges! And it's taken into Johnny Bairstow! He's down on the ground. He literally sticks his right hand out and has somehow clutched onto the ball. And my word, when you're a man under pressure, that is one way to silence your critics. He's removed Mitch Marsh with that catch, and England have another.
What a catch from Johnny Bairstow. Great delivery, gets the outside edge low. Johnny Bairstow just sticks a hand out and gets it, takes it off the grass. I don't think he can believe it either. What a catch. What a wicket to get as well. How crucial could that be? Mitch Marsh got to go for a beautiful 51. But what a catch from Johnny Bairstow.
Sublime. They're all gathered around him. He took the catch and then stuck his hands out and his legs out, starfish style, on the floor because he knew how good it was. And a big moment as well. Mitch Marsh removed for 51. It's the slow walk up the stairs to the dressing room. 255 for 7. We're into the 63rd over here on day 1 of this 4th test.
And the great thing about that catch is he just started to go the other way, and then you've got to transfer your weight, and he just grazed a wicket-keeping sort of glove across the grass, and it's just stuck. I mean, that's a phenomenal catch. That's a great bit of keeping. Delighted for him as well, because he'd been coming in for a bit of stick. But that was a fabulous catch.
I'm going to leave you, Tuffers. It's been fun. Thank you.
Yes. I'll put my sunnies on now.
Was it something I said? One more ball left of this over. Alison Mitchell's coming in.
Well, 2 wickets in the over so far for Chris Woakes. And at tea time, sort of felt you didn't quite know who was on top of the day, or certainly who was going to end up on top of the day. But Australia suddenly now 7 wickets down. And with Carey there, he's now joined by Mitchell Starc. So England are into the bowlers. And now the crowd in the party stand, 8,500 of them are getting up behind Woakes. 3 slips and the gully, Starc the left-hander, the new batter on strike. And Woakes is in, and he's got through Starc down the leg side. It's a take by Bairstow, nothing on it. The crowd got a bit excited for a moment, thinking, was it 3 wickets in the over? But it wasn't. 255 for 7 then, and Woakes, if he's heading off Tuffers to field at the bottom of the party stand, he's going to get an almighty reception.
Absolutely, and thoroughly deserves as well. He's an absolute genius in English conditions on a pretty flat pitch, just gets it there or thereabouts, and has got England into a great position from nowhere. It was slipping away from them during that partnership. Fantastic bit of bowling.
A bit of a niche stat, but one that illustrates Australia's problems in this innings. Their numbers 3 to 6 have all reached 40, but the highest score, 51. Labuschagne and Marsh 51, Smith 41, Head 48. Only once previously in Test history have numbers 3 to 6 all reached 40 without, and then all been out before reaching 60.
That is niche, but it says that nobody in this Australian lineup has been allowed to kick on today. 3 partnerships been strung together, 59, 63 and 65. And as Wood was running in, the umpire stretched out his arms and says, no, we're not quite ready for you. So both Wood and the crowd have had to quieten down, and Wood's turning on his mark and heading back to the end of it. Glenn McGrath, good afternoon to you.
Hey, Ali, good day, everyone. Yeah, I think Ben Stokes was still talking to the field,
An aborted run-up. Wood now whirls at the end of his mark, comes racing in, arms by his side, pumping away now to Carey, who's forward and looking to defend into the onside. 3 slips in place, 2 and a gully really to the left of Bairstow. And England now really can start to see the end of the Australian innings. What did you make of the catch, Glenn, from Bairstow?
Yeah, not a bad catch. You know, I think if your keeper's putting them down, you're not happy. I think the fact that Bairstow just started going the wrong way, got himself wrong-footed, but he still was good enough to get his hand back and take it. But I would have, as a keeper, you expect those catches to be taken. But it also shows there's still a little bit in this pitch. You get it in the right area, it just nips it around, and Woakes is finding plenty.
Carey waiting Wood here, flashes away outside the off stump and doesn't take a single down towards deep third, where it's fielded comfortably.
Interesting.
That is interesting because, Starc, we know, is handy enough with the bat, but Carey wants to keep the strike here against Mark Wood. Maybe he thinks the extra pace of Wood is a little bit too much for Starc, having only faced 1 ball. But that was certainly a single. Yeah, Bairstow with the catch, his weight was going the wrong way, and so I suppose if ordinarily he would have thought more of a regulation take just to move to the side and take the grab, but because he was travelling to the left initially, it was much harder. He had to suddenly rewrite himself and stuck out that one hand. It was low down, so he has to right himself and be able to grab it. And it did look pretty spectacular when he took it. Here's one that's ducking under from Carey. Bouncer from Wood. He's through to Bairstow. He's now standing alone with no slips either side of him, with 2 back on the boundary behind square on the leg side. A deep backward points in place as well.
Yeah, so they've said, well, if you're not going to take the singles, then we're going to protect the boundaries. So, yeah, I think they'll just, get Mitchell Starc in. He's still a quality batsman. He's got a 99 to his name once he gets in there. But then Chris Woakes is bowling well. Just picked up 2 wickets the previous over. Just does enough in the air off the pitch, and he's a difficult bowler.
Yeah, 3 wickets for Woakes, but here is Wood, and Carey's backing away towards the leg side, and Wood followed him somewhat, and he was forced then to defend and angled it away behind points where it's fielded, and so there's no run. But Wood very much alive to any movement Carey might make. There's a short leg in place as well for the ball that he might fend if there's another short one that has him tucked up awkwardly. Carey got quite the unwelcome reception when he walked out to the middle. I think he's going to expect it at every ground now.
Yeah, they're not going to miss you, are they?
Except he's now the pantomime villain of the piece for the England crowds. Kerry's facing up, he's on one, and Wood bounds in. It's a bouncer, and it's a wide bouncer, surely. Well, looking towards the square leg umpire, he says that's a one. But it seemed quite wide in terms of across to the leg side even. Kerry will settle himself again now. Sporting a new haircut as well underneath that helmet. Steve Smith pointed that out on social media.
Yeah.
It's harsh. Apologise for the
harsh when you didn't even go for a haircut and you're getting labelled. There's one of our commentators is being held liable for that. Alistair Cook.
He publicly apologised.
Well,
I think there was some personal
that wasn't good enough for me, Cookie.
Wood at the end of what is his very long run. 2/3 of the way back, it seems, to the pavilion from here. And
another short
Kerry
ball.
Is waiting. The field is set for it, isn't it? Short leg in place as well. Wood bounds in. No, it goes full. Goes for the Yorker. And short leg is sprawling on the ground. Try and stop it. Kerry managed to jab his bat down on the ball into the onside. So end of the over from Wood, who's taken 1 for 58, 255 for 7. Is the Australian score a maiden from Mark Wood?
Chris Woakes having a tremendous contribution to this series. Now 9 wickets for 177 runs since he came back in Headingley. Previously against Australia in 12 tests, he'd taken 27 wickets, average 46, and that over was the first time in his career he's taken 2 wickets in the first over of a spell.
Interesting stat there, Andy. In the first over of a spell on a Wednesday.
Also on a Wednesday. They don't play a lot on Wednesdays, though.
He's made an impact, that's for sure. There's been a wicket for Moeen, 1 for Wood, 1 for Broad, 3 for Woakes. And in he is again, and that's beaten the outside edge because Stark has taken a half stride forward and looked to play defensively, but it was too good by Woakes. Passes the bat and went through to Bairstow. So a real chance here against Stark, who's yet to score. That was only the second ball that he's faced, so new to the crease after the 2 wickets in the over from Woakes previously. Marsh out for 51, Green for 16. Both the all-rounders gone.
Yeah, I thought Mitch Marsh looked really good today, and Cameron Green just never really felt at ease at the crease.
Woakes to Stark, it's full. Stark is forward and playing with no real aggression. Pushes the ball, eases it up to Stuart Broad, who's there at mid-off, having taken his 600th wicket. 2 for him in the innings. Khawaja was 599 and Travis Head was number 600.
Yeah, absolutely incredible, isn't it? You know, you've got 2 bowlers, fast bowlers especially, who've taken 600, nearly 700 wickets respectively. It's an incredible effort. No other fast bowler will take 600 test wickets.
Woakes in, outside the off-stump, left alone. Says the man who's taken 563, but Broad and Anderson are the only fast bowlers to have hit that 600 mark now. Broad becoming just the 5th bowler ever to reach that milestone. And I tell you what, his 500th test wicket came on this ground as well, which was Craig Brathwaite for the West Indies. But that was during COVID time, so there was no spectators in the ground whatsoever. 100 wickets on, full house with the same ground. Woakes to Stark, it's straight and he's defending ball and off stump. Broad jogs forward, bends down to field. You remember your 500th, clearly, I'm sure?
Vaguely. Yeah, it might have been the first wicket at Lords in 2005. But, there was a big milestone for myself. But then to go on for Broady to get 600, and I know Jimmy did it a while ago, but it just says a lot about their longevity, their work ethic, their mental strength, just the way they go about it, picking themselves up every day.
Stark getting in behind a straight one from Woakes again, back up the pitch. Woakes fields off his own bowling.
To run in and bowl, it's tough being a fast bowler, tough on the body, and 2 of the fast bowlers in the top 5 taking over 600 test wickets. The other 3 are spinners, but the fact that I find quite interesting is the amount of tests they played is incredible. For a fast bowler to play, 182 and 166 that these 2 bowlers have done is absolutely incredible.
toll on the body and the mind. There's a shorter ball which has helped into the vacant area. Square leg. It went aerial from Stark. Fractionally behind square as well, but nobody there.
And it's
fine leg set back deep.
And they took a single on the last ball of the over to expose him to Mark Wood. So you wonder what their thinking was previously. I think, they saw it and just ran through. I think Mitchell Stark's good enough batsman to be able to handle, on this pitch. If he gets out, away it goes.
Well, if he gets out, Pat Cummins is padded up and he's the man doing next. And then it's just Hazelwood to come.
Yeah, so...
Can Mark Wood just find that little bit of extra pace that can burst through Stark here and help to wrap up the Australian innings? Because England then, there's still going to be plenty of time in the day for England to potentially have a bit of a bat. I mean, there'll be a point, won't it, when you start getting into that territory where the opener's almost like, do you want that awkward? Do we want an awkward 20 minutes to bat? Because it's always described as awkward, isn't it? No opener really wants to go out for just a very short space of time against the quality of the Australian opening bowlers. But let's wait and see what happens here. Wood is charging in to Stark, and Stark nudges off his hip into the ground, and it's fielded short leg. Sends it away well. Didn't really get up.
So, but it's you'd say England are on top. I think Australia have sort of just crept away. England come back, and this is the first time in the game where you think England are actually on top. If they can pick up a couple of wickets, wrap up the tail for under 300, they'd be happy with that.
Yeah, when you win the toss and put the opposition in, the target is to bowl them out in the day.
So Australia, Pat Cummins said he was going to have a bowl as well.
Yep, that was his preferred. Field still set for the short ball here. Wood is in, and it's off down around the corner. That got up a little higher. It's a fraction shorter, able to take a single. Stark. It's a tall man. He fended it down towards short fine leg where Joe Root is fielding.
Yeah, it's a different pitch, this one. As I said earlier, Headingley was quick, and that makes the fast bowler, especially bowling, 92, 93 mile plus an hour, makes him very dangerous and a huge handful. It's not as quick on this pitch, still quick through the air, but the fear factor is just not quite what it was at Headingley.
I think Stark just wore that one on the right glove as he fended it around the corner, because he's had the glove off at the non-striker's end and shaking out the hand. Carey facing Wood. Wood goes bouncer, and Carey ducks and allows it to pass over him on the leg side, really, and not troubled by it at all. Now, looking at when James Anderson's... he took his 600th wicket in 2020 as well. It was against Pakistan. And so he also didn't have much of a crowd to celebrate that particular milestone. But 17 years for James Anderson from his first wicket to number 600. I think Broad is a little bit less than that. He'd be 16 years.
Yeah. Yes, 15 and 9 months.
Wood is rushing in. Carey gets another short one. He's content to duck underneath. And through to Bairstow it goes. Australia were 4 wickets down at tea. Travis Head and Mitch Marsh, the not-out batters. Marsh going on to make 51 to add to the century at Headingley. But since tea, Travis Head was out for 48. That was Broad's 600th wicket when he had him caught down at long leg by Joe Root. 48 from 65 balls. Then Cameron Green was LBW to Woakes for 16, and in the same over, Marsh was caught behind by Bairstow. Catch where Bairstow's weight almost took him one way, and he quickly righted himself and stuck out the right glove low. The ball stuck, and Bairstow ended up on his backside celebrating. Turned down to fine leg. This by Carey. He'll jog through for 1. Fielded by Crawley. Sends throw in above Bairstow's head, has him leaping to take that one. Australia move on to 258 for 7. But Stuart Broad, I'm sure, will be delighted to have got that milestone, because it was a little while from this morning. He took that wicket quite early to move him on to 599, and it must be on your mind when you're on a milestone. I mean, a lot of cricketers say they don't think about it, but you must know, it's there.
You probably do. I think they do, and Broadie would have, but it wasn't too long. You didn't have to. It wasn't overnight and the next night, and then you're batting, and then brilliant effort.
Stark facing up to Wood. It's a short ball, which he doesn't even really need to duck to evade. It passes by him. A lot of effort put in for not much reward. It's going to be drinks by the looks of it here. 5:20 in the evening. Australia 2:58 for 7, so Carey on 2, and with him Stark on 2. But Stuart Broad had bowled 4 overs, hadn't he? He'd taken that 599th wicket, and the change was made early. Ben Stokes moving his bowlers around and shifting them, and Broad just had that 4-over spell and then was taken off for Woakes and Wood. But Woakes has bowled beautifully for his 3 wickets as well. And of course, you can go onto the BBC website and app as well to look at those wickets. You can view them, and they'll be on the TV highlights programme as well, 7 p.m. tonight on the iPlayer and on BBC Two. Glenn, while drinks being taken, I'm going to make way. Here's Aggers coming in with you.
Yeah, no, it's very finely poised at the moment. You'd say England slightly in front with 7 wickets, only 258 runs on the board, but perfect conditions out there for cricket. Blue sky, good crowd. Good day for Ashes Test cricket.
Yeah, boisterous crowd. Poor old Alex Carey. They really gave him a rough time when he came in, but he's doing okay. He's battling away and just trying to hide all that noise, I think. But the ground staff are doing their bit. They're sweeping up and getting things ready for the last hour and 10 minutes of play today. Overs remaining is there. Thank you. 24. Okay, so
good luck.
Yeah, we're not going to get those. A lot of debate, isn't there, over the last few days about over 8s and fines and so on, and how the ICC are actually looking at it.
What happened after Lords?
Was it? Well, I think it was sort of the slate was wiped clean, I think, as far as I understand it, because they've been good games. So they're talking about lowering the rate that they have to bowl. I mean, it looks like it might come down to 80 a day or something like that.
But then, the West Indies, that great West Indies side, they used to bowl sort of quite a few short deliveries and get through 12 overs an hour, and that's why they changed it.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden they've gone back to bowling a bumper barrage and only getting through 12 overs, and they go, it's exciting, so that's okay.
Well, I think one of the arguments quite interesting is they're coming up with the theory, if you like, that why would a cricketer play Test cricket for nothing when he can go off and play in the franchises and earn lots of money. So I think they're doing it more of a perspective of keeping players interested in playing Test cricket rather than burning off all their dough in over 8 fines.
Well, I was lucky that it was exciting. If it was going nowhere, only getting through 12 overs an hour, I'm not sure that the fans would be overly impressed with that either.
Well, the fact is that the players will bowl at whatever speed they have to go out to bowl at. The overs in a day, if it just dropped to 80, they'll bowl 80. If it's dropped to 70, they'll bowl 70. It's just the way that it is.
Well, we'll get down to a stage. Day 5, they get through 8 overs an hour and to save a match rather than to lose it.
Yeah, you do need something. There has to be something in place.
Yeah.
Now, Woakes is coming round the wicket. They're going to continue. And he's going to bowl to Carey, who's the shorter of the 2 left-handers. Umpire Wilson's up for something. Now he's ready. Arm outstretched. Now he's saying play. So 2 slips and a fine gully, or a 4th slip if you prefer. Woakes runs in, bowls, it's full, flicked away very fine down into the shadows of the point stand. The fielder down there dives heroically. He took a bit of a tumble there. I think it's Mark Wood. See a fast bowler doing that. Sends a bit of a shiver through your spine, to be honest. It was more than just a dive. He actually went over and over. Terrific piece of fielding. I don't think you'd have seen Fred Truman doing that back in the day.
Back in the old days, you'd stick your foot out. Even Curtly Ambrose might have stuck his foot out there, but good piece of work. Just the way he sort of slid, sort of rolled forward as the ball went past him, so looked after himself.
Then goes Woakes and bowls again, and Carey tries to run that away into the offside. But doesn't time the stroke. Duckett fields. Sunshine all around, and a good humoured crowd enjoying the balmy weather here.
Not too hot in that temporary stand out there on the western side of the ground. Sitting in the sun all day, but quite pleasant.
I think they get a nice breeze going through it.
I remember 4 years ago, I think there was a cool breeze going through it. They must have been freezing.
Well, absolutely. And in goes Woakes. Bowls, Carey forward, runs the ball away out to cover. Fielded by Stokes. And there's no run. Bowling figures-wise today, Broad has taken his 600th wicket. He's taken 2 for 68. Jimmy Anderson, no wicket for 29 from 13 overs. Wokes has now taken 3 for 39. Mark Wood 1 for 59. And Moeen Ali began his spell really well, and then I think he was a bit intimidated by Mitch Marsh, actually. But a lot of full tosses, went for about 5 and over towards the end. Goes Wokes again, bowls a bouncer. Carey just bobs underneath it. But he did get the wicket of Labuschagne. And, wickets-wise today, Khawaja, LBW, Broad for 3. That was early on. Warner was caught by Bairstow off Wokes for 32. That was 61 for 2. Smith made 41. LBW to Wood, a decision that was reviewed by England. 120 for 3. That was 183 for 4 when Labuschagne was LBW to Moeen for 51. Travis Head 48. Beautifully taken by Root at long leg to give Broad his 600th wicket. 189 for 5, and then 2 wickets for 1 run, both to Wokes. Green 16 and Marsh 51. In goes Wokes again, bowls full. Nice lovely drive, beautiful stroke that is. Just past mid-off's left hand. Lovely shot. Carey can play, he's pretty low down here. He's at least one place lower than you'd expect him to be at number 8. So a proper batsman. That's a beautiful stroke.
Yeah. Now, it just goes to show this pitch, there's enough in it for the bowlers. A lot of those wickets have fallen off a particular length. It's been that's a little bit over pitch there from Wokes, but just a little bit shorter. That's the length. We've seen 4 LBWs. There's been one short ball, obviously Travis Head. The plan is to bounce him out, and he took him on and paid the price. But there's still enough in this pitch for the bowlers.
Wokes again bowls and Carey's on the front foot. Broad stoops at mid-off and fields, picks the ball up, keeps it, gives it a rub, and it's the end of that Wokes over as Jimmy Anderson peels off his sweater and prepares to hand it to the umpire. So all the bowlers have wickets apart from Anderson, and it must be just starting to search slightly. Well, that's the danger, even the man of his experience.
Yeah.
You see the wickets draining away. They're 7 down, and you haven't got anything in the column.
Yeah, he's only 12 wickets away from that incredible 700 test wicket number, and you would have thought as this series started, at this stage he might have been closing in on it. So it hasn't been his best series to date, but this is his home ground, bowling from his end.
Yes. So let's see how he goes. We've got Stark on strike, and it's an orthodox field with 3 slips. Let's go try and bowl him out here rather than any sort of bouncer ploys. Crowd urging him on as Anderson on his way now, runs in, bowls, and it's edged. I don't think it quite carried. If it did, it was very low to Crawley, who's got such good hands at second slip. And if that had not been a loosener, then I think that Anderson would have had his name on that wicket sheet, but it's waiting for a replay of it to confirm that I think it just dropped a foot or so in front of Crawley. Yeah, that's all. It's a tiny amount. When it's not quite your day, that's what happens. Still 3 slips there. Anderson dips his head and runs it again now. Bowls, and Stark stands up very correctly. Plays up the front foot to mid-off. It's fielded by Broad. 264 for 7 the score, with about an hour to go of play on this first day of the 4th Test match. Slips in conversation there, quite animated about something or other. Anderson turns round in the distance. On his way again, bowls to Stark, who just easy as you like, goes on to the front foot. This is the 68th over, so 12 to go until a new ball can be taken. So that'll happen at some stage this evening if Australia are still batting. Last 15 minutes or so of play, perhaps. 1 or 2 projectiles being lobbed around in that stand now.
The old, what do they call that snake?
Beer snake.
The beer snake?
Yeah.
I've seen a few long ones through the stand there today. They're trying hard again.
Helicopter buzzes overhead as Stark forward plays Back for Anderson to field. And there's no run. There's one very long snake there. So they're trying hard to connect. Well, they're singing his name.
Yeah, they want him to get a wicket here, don't they?
They do. Trumpeter's going as well. Anderson on his way, comes in and bowls to Stark, who flicks out through mid-wicket for 4. Really good shot to a ball. I talked about searching a moment ago. That felt like a bit of a searching ball. It was full Midland leg. And Stark has put that away ruthlessly. Through mid-wicket, little flick of the wrist. Fine shot.
Yeah, no, that was looking at the seam. Anderson was looking to take that away from Mitchell Stark. Just got a little bit too straight. Mitchell Stark, he's a good hitter of the ball once he gets in. He's got a good eye. He's got a pretty good technique for a tall, fast bowler.
Here's Anderson again, bowls. Trimmy repeats the shot. Hits him through mid-wicket. And that's destined for the boundary as well. And Anderson turns. He looks disgusted with himself. He runs his hand through his hair. Takes his sweater from the umpire. And very well played by Stark, you have to say, but balls round about that area where players of his calibre can hit them for 4. He's on 10. Carey 8. 272 for 7. And the 68th over has now been bowled. Looks as if Moeen's coming back. 2 left-handers, that makes sense.
Jimmy Anderson in this series, just the 3 wickets now for 259 in 91 overs. He has had 3 chances missed off his bowling. But previously, since Stokes and McCullum took over, up to the end of the New Zealand series at the start of the year, taken 45 wickets, averaged 17.6 in 10 matches with a strike rate of a wicket every 42 balls. So it is, relatively short dip that he's enjoyed in this series so far.
Yeah. It can happen. If you play long enough, and Jimmy has played long enough, you're going to go through little patches like that. But you hope you can come out the other side. And the question for Jimmy Anderson is, can he come out? He's obviously good enough and experienced enough. But, you want a calibre of player that he is to go out on their own terms.
Yes, you do, absolutely. But he's out mid-on, and Moeen is back in the attack. He found some spin earlier, and he comes in now and bowls. And Carey prods the first ball to a fielder on the drive there in the offside. So there's a backward point, deep point, 2 in the covers. And mid-off dropping quite deep now. Moeen adjusting his deep square leg fielder. So just 1 out on that side, mid-on. And short fine leg as Moeen swings his arm, bowls, and Carey again on the front foot finds Crawley.
Yeah, there's good breeze out there, isn't it?
Moeen's bowling slightly into it, and Carey with a wrist flicks that away into the leg side. They've taken a sliding stop from Anderson. Keeps them down to that single. 273 for 7. Run rate just dropping below 4 for the first time in a while. It was when Marsh was at the crease. It lifted up above 4. Now Brooker's getting the helmet on. He's got the short straw coming into short leg.
Yeah, be keen to see how Mitchell Stark goes here. He does like taking the spinners downtown, as we say.
Well, they're tempting him, aren't they? Mid on and mid off. They're sort of halfway back to the boundary, so certainly the clean straight hit is on. Moeen moves in, bowls, and Stark on the front foot plays that back to the bowler again.
Well, see if Moeen Ali is going to toss one up here. That was a little bit low and flat, and I think mid off, mid on, just giving themselves a little bit more room.
Stark again plays out to short cover. Amazing array of electrical gadgetry outside our window here. If you ever wonder how the pictures reach you at home, or the sound of the crowds on the radio or the television and so on, all sorts of other stuff as well. It's all on the balcony in front of us. So the last ball of the over is played back to Moeen, And there's no run. You've got, 3 cameramen, and I mean television cameramen, all more or less pointing in the same directions, but all working for the same company. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 6 sound microphones pointing out in the middle there, more to our right. Amazing, really, all this kit. Some of the still photographers have their cameras pinned to the rail as well, and they're remotely set off from wherever the cameraman is sitting around the ground. They press a button and they all go off. Now, what can Jimmy Anderson do? He's going to come round the wicket. They're taking a slip out, and deep square leg goes back. So, 2 changes. Alex Hartley's here.
Good evening.
I thought you might be marinating your meat by now, Alex, but obviously taking your barbecue casually on Friday. In comes Anderson, moves in bowls, driven hard. Lovely shot, that from start. There's Carey out to cover. And there's no run. I'm very much looking forward to this this culinary feast.
Yes.
On Friday evening.
Friday evening, I'm going to have everyone from the TMS team at mine for a barbecue.
Very nice. What's on the menu, do we know?
Well, we'll do some crisps and dip.
Right.
They're more of an emergency in case the meat, the burgers, sausages, chicken wings, they go wrong.
All right. In comes Anderson, bowls, turned away into the leg side. They'll take a single. Pulled pork's often a nice one to do for a barbecue.
Yeah, I'm not doing that for you, I guess. I have got bad news for you, though.
What?
The chef of the house, my partner Harry, is at work in the office on Friday, so he can't even do the cooking.
What about you?
Well, I was thinking I'd just sit back with a nice glass of wine while he cooked for all the TMS crew. I'm going to have to do it.
Yes, you are. You are.
Vorney, you can help me
You can't
out.
just get Deliveroo out and bring out a load of stuff. We're not having that, Alex.
Don't you worry. It's a brand new barbecue as well.
I'm looking forward to seeing it.
You put me onto an electric one, didn't
Yeah,
you?
looking forward to admiring this. So as long as you're prepared.
That's one thing Alex Hartley and prepared don't come in the same sentence.
That's why I'm just raising a bit of a red flag here. 274 for 7. Anderson bowls. Stark stands up, defends it. Ball rolls away out to mid off, and there's no run. It's around about the time that the thunderstorms are arriving, isn't it?
Yeah. I might even get the barbecue firing up, get it hot and ready to go. Just on Harry's break from work so he can come back and cook.
So where's he working in the evening?
Well, he works over at the BBC, so he works over in the studios.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so he can come
Oh, well,
back.
that's no distance.
Yeah.
Anderson bowls, back goes Stark, running it away out to backward point, and there's no run. Nice brisket. I put it on all day.
I've got work, Aggers.
Just leave it.
I don't trust myself.
Looking forward to this, Andy?
Well, it's first I've heard of it. Very excited.
You are invited.
Thank you.
I didn't drop you in it there, right?
I'll bring my pens. Do some stats on it.
You're sure? In comes Anderson again. Bowls down the leg side, short. Well taken by Bairstow. Bit of a late swing there. And there's no run. 274 for 7. Well, there we are. You've got one of those temperature probes, haven't you, to make sure that things are cooked?
I haven't. Thought I'd just wing it. Taste test.
It might be a few no-shows on Saturday morning. In comes Anderson again from the far end. Bowls. Stark up on his toes, plays that carefully into the offside to end the over at 274 for 7. Rather an annoying little partnership building here.
It is, and it's something that Australia have done throughout this series. Their tail has wagged, probably wagged a little bit better than England's, if we're going to be totally honest, throughout this series. This partnership is frustrating. England, they're still within a chance of bowling Australia out for 325. One stage it looked like they were going to get 400 plus. But yeah, they could do with breaking this partnership.
Well, Moeen is in discussion with Captain Stokes about where his fielders are going to go here. And now Stokes himself, still with that, I suspect, throbbing shin, which took a horrible blow this morning, comes trotting back to long off. He's not going all the way back to the boundary. And Moeen round the wicket, moves in, tosses it right up, low full toss, driven down for Stokes to field. Now, are they going to tempt Stark here into going for a big hit? He likes to attack the spinners.
I would. I definitely would. He's more likely to make a mistake.
Well, Brooks going to short leg, and let's see how deep Stokes goes. Not very is the answer to that. So there's room over his head. I'm sure Stark has noticed. A slip as well. Moeen moves in, bowls, and Stark is quite happy to defend this. Duckett is the fielder at point, and now Stokes changing the field again, brings up the deep point fielder, saying, come on, Mitchell. There's runs to be had here if you take a bit of a chance.
Well, he can't bowl wide outside the off stump now, Moeen Ali.
No, he can't. And he goes again, round the wicket. Bowls, pretty straight. Stark defends it. Finds Wood at mid-wicket. 275 for 7. Moeen swings the arm again. Trots in. Bowls to Stark. That's a nice length. Stark on the front foot defends. Duckett again is the fielder at cover. Some of that noise out there, increasingly random, I think, at this time of the evening. Sort of general sort of footling of the trumpet. Difficult to pick out exactly what tunes they're playing now. Stark drives down to mid-off, and they'll take the single. Stokes a little bit deeper there. 276 for 7. Stark to 11. For Carey, Brook comes out of short leg and goes on the drive at cover. Hands on knees. Moeen bowls, turned into the leg side, thinks about a single. It's not there because Jimmy Anderson is instead. It's the end of the over. We've got 50 minutes to go of play today. So more thoughts from you, Alex, and then you'll be joined by Jim.
Yeah, Moeen Ali there into his spell. I think, as you were saying earlier, I think Mitch Marsh did intimidate him ever so slightly. Just kept bowling full bungers, which he's not really done to anybody else, but maybe that's the aggressive way that Mitch Marsh bats. As a spinner, he didn't allow Moeen Ali to settle. So he settled a lot better since then. Hello, Jim.
Alex, good afternoon, good evening, and hello. Yes, we're sort of slinking towards the end of the day as Anderson bowls, and it's pushed away by Stark down towards mid-off. So these two have been there for a bit since the wicket fell at 255, 2 in the over, in fact. If you're thinking about what's happened during this fluctuating day, with England deciding to bowl, chasing a victory here to level the series, but it hasn't quite gone as they would have wanted. Australia still batting. Not a lot of big partnerships, but some useful ones, as Anderson has the useful Stark prodding away. So sent in Khawaja was LBW to Broad for 3. Warner caught Bairstow bowled Wokes 32. And then in the next session, Smith LBW Wood 41. Labuschagne LBW to Moeen for 51. And then Head just after tea went after Broad short ball. Top edge to Root, who galloped in and took a good catch at fine leg. 48 from 65 balls for Travis Head. Anderson 2 slips behind Stark, and Stark is beaten. Good ball, missed the edge. Anderson just can't get that wicket. And then a good partnership between Marsh and Green took the score from 189 to 254. Green adjudged on a squeak LBW to Wokes for 16. 4 LBWs today. Same over Marsh. Well caught by Bairstow, flinging himself low to his right off Wokes for 51. So Wokes is the key bowler here, 3 for 43. Anderson looking for a wicket. Bowls to Stark. Stark swings and gets it away out into the deep. And there's just a single out towards Wokes. He's fielding in front of the new hotel, whatever it is called. What's it called? The Alex Hartley Hotel? What has it got a name, that hotel?
Helps if I turn my mic back on, doesn't it? I think it's just an extra part of the Hilton.
Oh, I see.
It's just extended.
So it's Conrad Hilton or one of the girls. What's their names, the two of them? They slink around the place a bit, yes. Probably one of them. 2 slips around the wicket. Here comes Anderson. He bowls it and it's pushed away by Stark down towards mid-off. So the show rolls on. There's a few people around the hotel, but I can't see too many actually in it.
It's not finished.
October, they're saying it opens?
Well, it was meant to open for this Ashes Test match. I think it looks peculiar that it's not red and it's staying grey as well. It's not.
Is that right? Why?
Yeah, I don't know, but it looks silly, doesn't it?
It's got to be red. The Rose. Here comes Anderson. Forward goes Stark. Pushes back down the onside of the pitch. We've got the pillar box over there with people hanging about over the balcony. And we've got this strange-looking pavilion at the other end, which is variously anointed, assorted, or whatever with advertising. And Jimmy Anderson's name, if you've got binoculars, you can see it there. And we've got a very sunny day here with a lot of people enjoying the contest, which goes to... that scoreboard again, it's gone. Where is it? 7 for 277 with Stark and... what's his name? Kerry out there, 2 left-handers battings. Kerry knows this place. He and my namesake, didn't they bundle on 200 and something in a one day?
Yeah, it was a fine. He got a century on that day. I'll get the scorecard up.
It was a huge partnership. Yeah. But Kerry's made 100 here. Now, Moeen Ali bowls and Stark drives out through extra cover, not quite. Duckett dives and stops it. So... England struggling to come up with the wicket-taking ball at the moment to disturb this partnership, which is more solid than enterprising, with a slip and an under the nose on the offside. Mid-off, mid-on, back a tad. Enough for a quick single. The only man out is deep square. And Stark goes forward again, looking at the ball, drifting up towards him, and pushes it away. So are we going to see any pyrotechnics from Stark before the end of the day? He likes to slog the spinners.
I think he'll have a little dip.
Fields up a bit. Temptation. Moeen Ali bowls it and he creeps forward again and blocks the ball down towards mid-off. How many balls has Stark faced down?
He has now faced 34 balls for his 12. Carey 25 for 11 runs.
Yeah, they've been watchful. Very watchful. Very careful. Around the wicket, Moeen Ali draws him forward. Block, down the pitch. And we're moving on towards the close of play after how many more overs to come after this? We've got a few left, haven't we?
17, theoretically.
Well, we won't get those. 6:30 is knock-off time here. Under the nose goes to Roadblock on the onside. And forward goes Stark. Pushes away down the onside. So this seems to be just holding the game afloat, alive until a new ball.
Yep.
This is the 73rd over. Moeen Ali tosses up. He drives it with a whack and a stop by Moeen Ali. And prevented a run or two, although it would have crashed into the stumps at the non-strikers end. So he's bowled a maiden over. And Andy's got something very important.
Well, on that one-day international you mentioned here at Old Trafford, it was the third and final match of the series at the end of the 2020 summer. So again, played with no one in the ground. England 302 for 7, recovering after Mitchell Stark was missed. Jason Roy and Joe Root with the first 2 balls of the match. A fine century for Johnny Bairstow and 50s for Billings and Wokes. And Australia were 55 for 4, then 73 for 5 when Glenn Maxwell joined Alex Carey. And they put on then 208 to take Australia to the verge of victory. Glenn Maxwell 108, Alex Carey out for 106 before Mitchell Stark came in and hit 11 in 3 balls to take Australia over the line for a dramatic win to clinch the series with 2 balls to spare.
It was around that time, it was 2019 when the World Cup was on. I remember Steve Waugh being a supernumerary with the Australian side saying this Alex Carey, he could bat in the top 6. Well, he's not quite in that spot, but he's at number 8 and he's useful. But he might nick off, you never know. Here comes Wokes, and Wokes has him driving down towards mid-off. Wokes, the key bowler today, and Jimmy Anderson battling on his home ground to get another test wicket and push on.
He's battled throughout the test series, didn't play at Headingley. Rested, dropped, probably more dropped than rested, to be honest with you.
Well, the question keeps coming up. Are we seeing Broad and Anderson together for the last time here at the Oval? Will that be it? As Wokes goes in and back and across, defended by Alex Carey. So it's all quiet out in the middle. It's a little more restless in the stand, as you can hear people having a little bit of a sing-along, trying to keep themselves entertained as they watch Australia go about the business of just batting here, not really forcing the game, just allowing it to happen as they thread their way towards the close of play. 10-6 local time, and Wokes comes up and Carey plays away off a thickish edge down towards third man. It's heading out towards the boundary, and it goes for 4. Don't think he intended to play it there, but he got a very useful thick edge. And as you all know, these bats have very fat, thick edges. And it went for 4.
Well, before that delivery, the previous 32 balls had only gone for 5 runs. England really putting the squeeze on the Aussies here. And then just that thick edge that runs away for 4, so 33 balls, 9 runs.
It's a peculiar waiting game that's being played. Australia, you wouldn't say they're waiting for the new ball, but England perhaps are doing that, and Australia just playing every ball on its merits, as Wokes has Carey guiding the ball away from the off stump to deep point for a single. Only a single, and so he moves along to 16, 7 for 282, which I think you'd take if you've been sent in to bat. Fair score. They might get past 300 with a bit of kick in the tail. They've got these two, Cummins and Hazelwood, to come. But quite a few of their batsmen got a start without going on to something big, which just tells you a bit about the surface, I suppose. There's been a little bit there all day. Wokes from the James Anderson end, bowls a ball that Stark nudges away into a gap on the offside. He should get 2 if he hurries, but he doesn't, so they only get 1. And Stark moves to 13, 7 for 283.
Well, Alex Carey wanted the second there, but Stark had absolutely no interest. Just sat on his bat handle as soon as he reached the non-striker's end.
You're the senior pro, he's saying. Joe Root seems to be rolling his arm over at slip to get an over or 2 in perhaps before the new ball. And just another little shift in the field as bright afternoon sun casts shadows across this wonderful old ground. 1884 they first played a test here. It was only a 3-day test, I think 4 ball overs, and it was a wet draw. But since then we've had some amazingly good games, close games, a couple of them. Wokes bowls, and he goes off an unintentional outside edge, Carey, to point, and that's the end of the over. Spider Cam's running around the place like an unwanted wasp, and it goes past our vision again to end the over at 7 for 283.
I don't think it's been told off today, though. And
naughty corner, no?
Yeah, I don't think he's been in the naughty corner. Spent quite a lot of the previous tests having been banished from the Aussies.
Yeah.
Well, such a thing as a wanted wasp?
Well, you have to ask its relations, I would think. But as far as we're concerned, no. Yeah. Fair comment. Moeen Ali is coming in to bowl another over. Picked up the wicket of Labuschagne LBW. Knocked back by the umpire. DRS turned it over. Now here he is around the wicket, and Stark just pushes away to Duckett at cover. Stark's denying himself here. I'm sure if normally he gets anything in the middle and leg at his end of the pitch, as it were, it'll have a dip. No, not there. He pushes it back down the pitch. He's in denial.
Very solid in defence at the minute, Mitchell Starc. 13 off 40 deliveries.
He wants to swat one into that stand, but he's playing for the team, it seems, as Moeen Ali has him forward again, pushing back up the offside. You won't get too many freebies with a new ball. He's only got 5 and a bit overs to go.
And that's why I'm surprised he's not actually had a bit of a dip here against Moeen Ali.
Moeen Ali bowls and Starc forward, playing down the pitch. Well, I'm sure most of these fellas who have played as much Test cricket as he has take their own decisions. They're not, we're doing this because we had a meeting about it. We're doing this because that's what I think I should be doing. Is he plays hard into the body of the close-in fielder Harry Brook. 2 more balls to go. You'd think this will be a maiden over the way he is approaching it. Moeen Ali lobs it up and he drives up. There you are. He drove into a hole on the offside with the deep field and Woakes. He gets a single and moves to 14, 7 for 2, 8-5. So commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds and via the BBC ABC in Australia. But Radio 4 long wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast.
Do you never get tired of that?
I will eventually, because I won't be able to do it.
Oh, I know.
I've got a great banner over there, which I think a few have seen on social media, a tea towel showing all of the places that are mentioned and the shipping news.
Have you got a favourite?
Dogger.
Yeah, Dogger's my favourite as well.
It's got to be a Dogger. And, well, I didn't want to say that about the Australian batting at the moment. They're dogging it a bit by not having a pump, a punch, a wrench at the bowling. They're just cruising. And we all want to see the game move along. And we know Test match cricket, any game is a game of moods. But this is a fairly cautious one by Australia, leading up to the taking of a second new ball. So more of the same. Woakes it is from the pavilion end who bowls, and Starc leaves the ball outside at the off stump. So that's the way it is, folks. It's just dribbling along here with Australia in contemplation and England in waiting for a new nut, as dear old Sam Loxton used to call it. When are they going to take the new nut? They will in about 5 overs, Sam, if you're up there, Celestial, watching it all unfold as you would have when you were here in 1948.
Be very surprised if England don't take the new ball.
Woakes is coming up and it's short and it's tugged away. A half-inch horizontal back swat to deep square, backward square for a single. He turns the strike over. Starc 15, Carey 16, 7 for 285. Drifting along here. Root at slip. Crawley alongside him. Bairstow, who got his mitt round a wide low chance from the bat of Marsh, who made yet another useful contribution. 51 today. Woakes goes into Carey. Carey forward, playing down and away hard towards Stokes, who's out there at mid-on. So magnificent looking sward of grass all over this ground. We've had some rain on it, so it's probably a bit slower than it can be. We've had, as you can hear in the background, a good crowd, full house, and they're waiting for something to occur. They're hanging about until the close. We're pushing 6 o'clock local time. Woakes tries around the wicket now on the angle and pushed away by Carey. No problem for a single. It dribbles away on the onside. And welcome back all you doggerists who have been at the shipping forecast and other places around the globe. Do you know all the names?
Well, the chromaticians will be rejoining us as well.
Chromaticians. Cromarty. What is Cromarty exactly? Is it a region or on the map? Shipping map. He's back over the wicket. Stark chases the short one and misses it. He's had enough of that short stuff. He tugged one earlier in the over, but he missed that one. Cromartie, yes.
I'm going to have to check out this tea towel of yours, Jim.
It's in the bag if you want to inspect it.
I'll go and have a
look. It
look.
was very nice of whoever it was who sent it to me, a cartographer, I think it was, who had it made up. And there it is.
It's a thing of beauty.
It is. Yep. All the names are there. You can waggle through them when you get a chance. It might be coming after this ball. Works us into ball and Stark. Hit on the pad. Sliding down leg. And umpire Menon says over. And at the end of the over, it's reached 6 o'clock rock. And it's time for a change in a moment. Looks, Aggers is about to come in. And, oh, it's Allison. Right. But she's... Okay. We'll keep going. Where were you? You're on the flag.
I was. I was just looking at your
Fitzroy, Biscay,
Viking,
Shannon, Fastney, Rockall, Mallon, Hebrides, Bailey,
Fisher.
There's Cromartie. Right. Cromartie. It's Scottish. Near Aberdeen. Well, anyway, I won't read the whole thing. Moeen Ali's about to bowl, and everyone's wondering. As he's about to say, this is the last time the Test Match Special is being broadcast on Radio 4 long wave as he bowls, and he does have a swipe and sends it around the corner. But don't worry, there are lots of ways to listen to the cricket. 5 Sports Extra on digital radio, which a lot of you are listening to now, online on the BBC Sport website. Moeen Ali bowls and another block to the offside. And the app, or on smart speaker, just say play Sports Extra and you'll be able to hear it. So, yeah, this is the last summer it's on Radio 4 long wave.
You could even do it in the way that you say the shipping forecast. You can say play Sports Extra.
We'll do that. See what response we get. There's an edge. Pushing forward, a thick edge pass slip. It wasn't a chance. It's running away down towards the third man boundary where it's pursued, collected and thrown back by Stuart Broad. And another one of those rare threes goes into the scorecard today. Australia moved to 7 for 289. The game, as I say, diddling along here with Australia playing patiently and England just in hope of a new ball to get something creative going and clean out the Australian tail. But they're lingering. They're all malingerers at the moment. And Stark standing in the shadows of the light tower with a slip into short leg. And Moeen Ali draws him onto the back foot. He punches it to extra cover and there's no run. Victor Marks, good afternoon, sir.
Hello, Jim.
The game's just muddling. England, not making enough happen at the moment. And Australia content to push and prod, and Stark does that to finish off the over. Ali Mitchell's about to come and join you. Thank you very much for your company today.
And yours,
I'll
Jim.
see you tomorrow.
Yeah, well, it's some of these tail-enders, so-called, are imposters in that Alex Carey's been batting at 7 and has looked a good number 7, really, throughout his time as a Aussie keeper. But there's the kind of the extra batsman, or the extra all-rounder in this side. Mitchell Stark, usually very aggressive, but passive. I think Australia are aware that it helps them to bat time in this match. We keep going on about us. I mean, perhaps if the Met Office have been deceiving us, they've been deceiving Australia as well, because they've given up hunting for runs. They're content to make sure they're still there overnight, and why not? England, without that forecast, this has been a pretty good day. It's just that a whole day's been used up, and still Australia are batting. There's a half an hour to go. There's a new ball in prospect in 3 overs' time. I guess they'll take it.
Hello, Vic. Well, it's Mark Wood again from the pavilion end of the ground, the James Anderson end, and he goes bouncer to Carey, and he ducks underneath it. It's spilt by Bairstow as he gathers. But again, the field's spread for some short balls. It's been a very sedate last hour, isn't it, in terms of
certainly
runs.
by the standards of this series. But intriguing nonetheless. I mean, it's noticeable how Australia, having lost the little flurry of wickets, are keen to just put a plug in it and stop the bleeding.
Yep. Ever since Woakes took those 2 wickets in 2 overs, the run rate has really been stemmed. Wood going fuller this time, looking to turn it into the leg side.
And doesn't take the single. That's quite interesting, isn't it?
It's not the first time Carey's turned down a single, particularly when it's Wood, I think, early, wasn't it? One to Stark.
So, I mean, Stark, I wonder what Stark makes of that. I know he got cleaned up by Wood at Headingley with a beautiful ball, actually. But I'm surprised by that, because Stark is not... He's not a mug with the bat. He's got a test record that is acceptable in and around almost 20, I imagine. Has got valuable runs in the past. So I'm surprised that they don't take every run that's on offer.
Seems as if it's about staying there, keeping these wickets intact. A switch of angle here from Wood. He's going to now come around the wicket to the left-handed Carey, who's on 20. Australia 289 for 7. Here is Wood bounding in, and Carey backs with the leg a little bit, makes some room, exposes his stumps rather though, but does bring the bat down and defends it out to Broad in the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, there are gaps on the offside. He knows with the way the field is set that it's going to be predominantly short balls at the body. Hence, he's given himself license to
trying to free up,
get a bit of room, and if the ball's in the right slot, there are plenty of gaps on that offside.
Wood was interrupted in that familiar wheel around the corner. He starts his run up, practically with his back to the pitch, and then wheels around in a 360-degree, very tight circle, but he had to abort that. So now he's coming running in, front on, and Carey awaits, again makes some room and carves this out behind point, finds Moeen though in the deep, but that's what he's looking to do by creating that space with the angle from around the wicket. Open up that offside, because there's only Moeen at deep backward point and then Broad in the covers. There is
He's carved that all the way to the boundary and still not run. I don't get it really, because runs are runs, and it's not as if he's batting with number 11 Hazelwood. He's batting with a perfectly acceptable number 8. In fact, he's batting number 9 in this match, Mitchell Stark. What's his Andy? What's his test record, Mitchell Stark? It's quite handy, isn't it?
Wood is rushing in here again to Carey, and this time he struck on the back because he turned as if to half duck and then didn't go through with the duck and allowed the ball to ricochet off his back, and it's then landed in the hands of Joe Root, who's fielding at a leg slip position.
Stark's overall test record, this is his 81st test, closing in on 2,000 runs, needs another 48. He's averaging 21.6, 10 half centuries, most of them in the first half of his career, but he's been reasonably productive in recent matches.
So it is curious that they're not taking every run available, and I don't think England will mind, frankly.
He played a very good innings in the World Test Championship final not long ago. Wood in again and ducking underneath it, goes through to Bairstow. This time a little bit different. He took a stride forward towards the offside, really, and then ducked the head, got out of the way. 289 for 7 then at the end of that over. Just a little bit of advance warning. I know you'll be pleased to hear this, Victor, as well, because we've got John Holder with us tomorrow.
Oh, right.
To tackle everybody's umpiring conundrums and queries. So we want all of yours for everybody who is listening.
We do.
You can email us, tms@bbc.co.uk, or get in touch via our social medias, at BBC TMS if you're on Twitter, or on Instagram, it's at BBC Cricket. So you can find us on those channels. If you're on email, tms@bbc.co.uk. So John Holder with us for Ask the Umpire, which is always a very popular slot. A little bit of a delay here just now. Alex Carey is getting a little bit of treatment.
I don't think he got hit on the head. It's more he got hit on another part of his body.
Well, I think when I described that coming off his back, I think it was actually more of his elbow, and he ducked.
Right.
It's from the angle where we were. His elbow was obviously sort of slightly tucked in front of his body. So I think they're having a little look at that right arm of Alex Carey's.
Well, he should take his singles. That's the answer.
Get off strike.
Yes.
Well, Mitchell Starc, he's got such long levers. I mean, he can hit sixes. He can play aggressive hand, which is not really needed in this situation. But he's been playing Moeen Ali very sensibly without taking any risks. They're clearly not.
I think he's comfortable playing Moeen Ali.
But also, I mean, not taking any risks in terms of pushing on the runs either. They're quite content just to keep it ticking over in this sort of about two and a half and over as it's been in recent times.
Well, this partnership is 34 from 15.1 over, so 2.2 and over. Mitchell Starc has 15 from 50 balls. 21st time in his Test career. He's played 50 or more balls, his fourth lowest score after 50. Also, he has had a few other innings where he's dug in at the start, including against Pakistan in March of last year.
Well, the physio is having a good look at, you're right, the right elbow or stroke arm of Alex Carey.
Well, it gives us an opportunity to remind people of what's happened today on this opening day, because I suppose at the moment the story of the day is Broad's personal milestone, getting his 600th Test wicket. But he started things off with the wicket of Khawaja. It came quite early that he got wicket number 599. Khawaja was LBW for 3, so that was the leading run scorer of the series dismissed. It was Woakes who got David Warner, second wicket to fall in the 15th over of the day, 61 for 2 at that point, caught behind for 32. And Steve Smith was LBW to Wood for 41. For Labuschagne, LBW Moeen 51. Australia got to put together a number of 50-run partnerships without really going on to make big stands. Moeen is continuing here to Starc in a bit of bat and pad, perhaps.
Just going down, I think.
There's a short leg in place there and a slip now for Moeen.
Yeah, the ball didn't turn. It was missing leg. He kind of misjudged the pace of it. But
striking him well outside the line of leg.
Yeah.
Moeen around the wicket again. Starc forward defensively. Ball rolling out into the covers and there's no run. Travis Head made 48 from 65, and that was Broad's 600th wicket when he hooked Broad down to long leg and the catch was taken by Root. And then Woakes striking twice in the over with Green and Marsh both dismissed. Marsh having made 51. Moeen is in. Turn into mid-wicket with a forward silly point now in place for Starc. If he pushes forward and there's a chance of a bat pad catch. Moeen with his finger spin, the off spin, turning the ball away from the tall left-hander who is Starc. Forward he comes, looking to press to get to the pitch of the ball. Moeen picks up off his own bowling, moving across to his right-hand side. Shadows are getting a little bit lengthier beneath the feet of the players now because we've got evening sunshine at 6:10 here local time. Moeen around the wicket again, floats this one up, and this is heaved over the leg side for 4. Starc, with those long levers, reached for it, got down low, and finds the boundary.
Yeah, well, he's been very passive against Moeen, but that delivery was just a bit wider of off stump, and he thought, I can use me levers, possibly, and he dragged it mid-wicket. Nothing wrong with that delivery, but it's a good shot.
Moeen in again. More of an angle from around the wicket into the left-hander, and no run, rolled out into the covers. So 293 for 7. Australia getting up to that 300 mark, and I'm sure when the 7th wicket fell with 255 on the board, they were certainly eyeing up bowling Australia out for less than 300.
Yeah, but I mean, Carey is an imposter at number 8, really, and maybe Starc won at number 9. And they've batted really well, but in a very subdued fashion, but they'll be liking it in the Aussie dressing room.
But before that boundary by Starc, he'd scored just 5 singles from his previous 38 balls since hitting Anderson for successive 4s in the 68th over. Old Trafford has been generally a pretty good place to bat first in recent decades. South Africa were bowled out for 151 in 53 overs last year, but other than that, 10 of the previous 11 first innings have been over 300, and 9 of those 10 over 360 since 2001. Wickets in the opening innings of Test have fallen at 40 runs per wicket, making it of the regular Test grounds in this country the best place to bat first since 2001.
Australia looking to stick in there and make the most of this 8th wicket stand and try and be able to come back and carry on batting tomorrow. That's their aim. But 15 minutes left in the day today. So it's Mark Wood to continue, and he's carrying on with this around the wicket angle now to Carey, who has a short leg there and 2 slips also. As Wood is in and he's tucking in behind a ball on a length up to Broad at mid-off.
Well, he's changed the angle, but he's also changed potentially the length, in that he's removed, if you like, the out-and-out bouncer field. He's got 2 slips in. He's got
2 back on the
might
leg
have
side.
2 men back on the leg side, I think. Well, I can't see one of them.
Yeah,
I think
there is
there's one down there.
The backward square, there is a long leg as well, Crawley.
But he's going back, if you like, to a more conventional field and a more conventional length, with the odd bouncer, no doubt.
Rushing in is Wood. Carey awaits. And into the ground and to short leg.
Yeah,
It's a fraction short of that delivery.
Yeah, well, it's sort of aimed at the rib cage, and he played it safely enough, but it was in the air just enough for Wood to raise his arms in hope, but nowhere near Harry Brook at forward short leg. It bounced way in front of him, but
Keeps short leg.
glimmer of hope.
Particularly if that front elbow, the right elbow of Carey's, has taken a knock already, which it has. Wood wheels around and races in. Australia 293 for 7. A leap at the crease, and there's a fuller ball which is driven by Carey, but only as far as Stuart Broad, who kneels and fields securely. Just looking at Mitchell Starc down there, that 4 he struck. I'm pretty sure he's still batting with Elisa Healy's bat. His wife's bat was the Australian captain.
Really?
Yes.
You'd hardly think that was big enough for him.
I know. Well, he apparently has been using a bat of hers for about 7 months now. And he was using it when he hit his 41, I think he made of the World Test Championship in the second innings.
As they just cut down on their baggage, excess baggage.
And share. In goes Wood, getting in behind this one, Carey, drops it into the offside, and there's no run.
So who gets it if they're playing on the same day? Or do they all have spares?
I'm hoping they've got more than one between them. Apparently...
I mean, years ago we'd have known the answer, but we're not so sure now, are we?
Well, I've had a bit of a problem with family and stealing bats. My son is now big enough to use my bat, and he's declared it his, and we only have the one bat between us.
You're not going to get it back now, are you? Well, I think Mitch apparently liked the...
Well, all this work you do, you'll have to buy another bat.
I think the only adjustment he made was put an extra grip on it, just to make the handle a little bit thicker. But apparently Elisa had borrowed one of Mitch's once as well, as Wood races in, Fuller again, and Carey defends, and there's no run. But she lopped part of the handle off it to make it more suitable for her height. She's substantially shorter than he is. So, of course, he obviously can't then use that bat again. She could probably take that one and whip off the grip and carry on using it.
Yes. Well, that is amazing. That's a good piece of research there, Ali.
Well, Stark's talked about it.
Right. As for our scorer, perhaps you could get a sponsor. TMS scorer, Zoltzman's. the Zoltzman or something.
The Zoltz. That sounds like it could hit the ball a long way. 293 for 7 still. Wood in now to Carey, and there is the short ball. He swayed that time, allowing it to pass by him through to Bairstow. Ends the over from Wood. So Carey stays on 20 with Starc on 19.
OK, well, we've got 15 minutes, just under. And we have the potential to take the new ball, and I think they'll be taking it because there's much movement. The helmet of Harry Brook, who's at forward short leg for Moeen Ali, has
the umpire is waving
been removed. There's a
Martin Saggers.
Yeah, he's probably got a new ball in his pocket. Stuart Broad is, I think, no, he's not.
And
it looks like actually Chris Wokes has been.
Well,
the youngster. He's only 34. He's going to get the new ball.
Well, he has bowled well today, hasn't he? From the few wickets that he's taken. So here is the ball being held aloft by umpire Menon, and now the crowd might come alive a little bit more with the prospect of a new ball and what it might bring.
Well, Chris Wokes has had a good day, another good day in his comeback. He hadn't played for England for a couple of years, and he's come back into the team. at Headingley. He got 6 wickets in the match, as well as getting vital runs. He's bowled really well today, and you think, where's he been for the last couple of years? Why?
Headingley was really the match of the comeback kids, wasn't it? You consider Mitch Marsh.
Yeah.
Hadn't played a test since 2019, the last Ashes tour of England.
So he's had a good day so far. Can he cap it with a couple late wickets?
Well, it's Stark, who's a brilliant exponent with the new ball himself, but he's now having to face it. And it's Woakes who's bowling. 3 slips are in place here. Woakes over the wicket with the new ball. And Stark is hitting it back up the pitch. Drops in front of Woakes. He's fielded it. And he's down on the ground. But it wasn't timed by Stark. I think he was rather eyeing up more through the cover region. But he went for a drive.
Yeah. Quizzical look at his bat there. Why didn't that go for 4? In fact, if he did it any better, he would have created a caught and bowled, but he sort of clossed it and it didn't reach Woakes. For a second, thought he might have a caught and bowled chance.
Yeah. Starks on 19. These two came together with 255 on the board when the 7th wicket fell. Woakes in. That is uppish, but it's safe. It drops well in front of Broad at mid-off. So the first 2 shots from Stark are not under control in the way that he's looking, but he's playing shots.
Well, sometimes that new ball, it sort of excites batsmen because it's so hard. It whistles off the bat usually, and that actually went very quickly, but in the air for a while to Broad at mid-off.
Woakes tosses himself a catch, and now he's ready to run in. Stark awaits, hovers over his bats. Woakes is there, it's down middle and leg and turned behind square on the leg side, and Stark's able to get down to the other end for a single. Picked up in the deep. 294 for 7. It's come off the pad, in fact. Didn't get any bat on it. A leg by is signalled by the umpire. So Carey.
There's been very little swing today, really. England would have hoped that it would swing around. They would have hoped for more overcast conditions, but I don't think Anderson, who's obviously the master, got the ball to swing significantly. Woakes is a swinger of the ball. Not very much have we seen of movement in the air. It's a lovely, clear evening at Old Trafford.
Woakes bounds in. And that's a half leave. England think there's something on that. Is there a catch by Bairstow? It is. The end of Carey, who's walking down towards Stark, but he's pulling off his gloves. No sense of a review. And the 8th wicket does fall. 294 for 8. Woakes has got 4. The new ball has done it.
Yeah, we've seen that dismissal a couple of times of batsmen trying to leave the ball. Mitch Marsh got out like that at Headingley against Woakes. It's almost as if they're slightly surprised by the pace of the ball. It's a line where they want to leave, but they're not quite sure. And he belatedly tried to raise his gloves, get his bat up, and it must have just brushed his glove. There's no hiding place now. He didn't wait for the review. He knew it had brushed his glove. So another little twist, dogged little stand, but it's 8 down. Who's this coming in? I'm just trying to work out from the crowd reaction. Oh, it's Pat Cummins.
Which you would never have imagined that Pat Cummins would be a man to be booed to the
No.
It's all a hangover from Lords, isn't it?
Yeah.
Carey's departed. The captain comes out. So 294 for 8. Can England yet wrap up this Australian innings inside the day? Aggers is going to come and join you, Vic, as we've got just under 10 minutes to the close.
Well, every time, it's a weird day's cricket, this. It's a weird series. Every time you think Australia are kind of pulling away, getting into a position of real security, a wicket falls. It's not a bad return when you put in the 294 for 8, but there have been moments where you thought, well, 380s on the cards, 400, and then England have got a real mountain to climb unless the weather relents. But now they just keep nicking away England somehow, or Australia can't quite consolidate. Here's Cummins, here's Aggers.
Yeah, here's Woakes. The crowd absolutely deafening as he brings Cummins forward and plays wide of mid-off. And there's no run. It's just something to lift the crowd at the end of a pretty long day out there in the sunshine. It's unusual dismissal, just not quite getting the bat out of the way in time.
Was it bat or glove? I wasn't watching.
I think it's bat.
Replay. Okay.
It's running off the edge of the bat and straight into Bairstow's glove. So an unusual dismissal, but reward for bowling in the right place, basically, because there's some uncertainty there in the batsman's mind. 3 slips to gully, waiting as Woakes moves in and bowls a poor ball there, fired down the leg side. He can't quite believe that he's bowled that. Looked very disappointed. 294 for 8, though. He's made the breakthrough. That stubborn partnership was worth what, Andy?
It was worth 39 and 17.5 overs. So Australia's now had 5 stands of 39 or more, but the highest of 65.
Thank you. And it just took time out of the day as well, that partnership.
If the weather forecast was different, i.e. 5 clear days, I think England would be very satisfied with this day, actually, because it's a pretty good pitch, this. You know, there's just a little bit of bounce there. It's hard, but it's true, and there are runs to be had. It's also a huge outfield by modern standards, so it occurs to me that if England come up against the bouncer ploy, it's more dangerous still on a pitch like this, because the boundaries are a long, long way away.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's Jimmy Anderson with the new ball. And he's bowling to Stark. Here he comes and bowls, and Stark, as he does, he plays a lot of time on the front foot. And that's picked up by Stokes at cover. So I imagine that England, and he may snort at this, but they'll want to get Australia batting again by tomorrow night, I think. They're going to come out, they'll go Bazball it tomorrow. They're going to come out and smack it about. And if they get bowled out for 20 and 60 overs, 70 overs, I guess that's what their plan's going to be. In comes Anderson again, moves in, bowls. Poor shot from Stark will bring him probably 4 runs down here, just out of our sight at the fine leg boundary. Looking to pull that away into the leg side, but got a bottom edge. 298 for 8.
Well, they've got to get more runs than the opposition, so they've got to get some runs.
Yeah, but they've got to come out and they're going to play a lot of shots tomorrow.
Well, we'll see. But they've still got 2 weeks to get. But I suppose forecasts can change, but it's been pretty consistently telling us that Saturday is a wipeout. But that could change. As I say, the T20 Saturday was reckoned to be a no-go area.
In comes Anderson, moves in, bowls. Stark on the back foot, clips that away to mid-wicket. Goes straight to the fielder there, there's no run. A long shadow of the pylon stretches over the pitch now. There'll be 1 more over after this, I would imagine, if the umpires' clocks are coordinated with ours. This is showing 26 minutes past 6. Play ends at 1:30.
They'll certainly want Woakes to bowl another one.
Yep. Anderson, bright sunshine, bowls outside the off stump, only just. That kept a bit low. Asto diving to his right, gathered that one. 2 balls remain in the over. Stark on 23. It's played a valuable innings here, but they'll come out tomorrow. And
I mean, the quicker way to try and win, you've still got to try and get. Obviously, you're going to play positively, but if you could get 450, you'd do that. You've got to get a lead.
Yeah, they've got to get them quickly.
Yeah. But you wouldn't stop at 320 for 5.
No.
At least I wouldn't.
Well,
I mean,
it goes Anderson again, bowls for Stark. And that dribbles away into the stumps behind Anderson. 298 for 8 with a ball to go in this over, and then 1 more over left in the day.
Woakes 4 for 51.
Yeah,
produced again.
Well, his record in England is remarkable.
There's a tour to India this winter. He's got a very modest record away from home.
Anderson, the last ball of the over is wide of the off stump. Stark to let it go. So Cummins will be on strike for the last over of the day. And Woakes already peeling his cap off, sweeping back his hair, and handing his cap to Mr. Wilson, who's marching in there from square leg. Anderson finishes for the day with no wicket for 43 from 17 tidy overs. 1 possible edge dropping just in front of second slip. Is that one of those rather frustrating sorts of days today?
Well, he's had that throughout the series. He's never bowled rubbish at all.
No.
He's always commanded respect. He's probably been England's most economical bowler. But that final column, wickets, has been unusually barren. We're stuck on 3.
So can Woakes produce something here? It's the last over of the day. Cummins is on strike. There are 4 lined up in the slip cordon as Woakes runs in. Bowls to him, and it's very nicely played, firmly played. Actually, it bursts through mid-off's hands there. A bit disappointing from Woakes' perspective. But they've wanted to keep Cummins on strike as Anderson, who misfielded, is cleanly struck. But really, they'd want to keep Cummins on strike if they could, but they've taken a single. So it'll be Stark.
I mean, he's a very good number 10.
Yes, he is.
Bear in mind what happened in the first Test match. And that was a sweet shot.
So Stokes sets the field. There's 3 in the cordon.
Stokes has put himself in a sort of weird catching position because Stark hit one in the air towards mid-off, and he's come to a shorter-ish mid-off, almost along the line of the umpire.
In goes Woakes. Bowls. Oh, he fell for that. Just dangled his bat outside the off stump and very, very nearly found the edge. Slips are waiting. Crowd waiting. They'd give for another wicket here this evening. They've had a wonderful day, basking in unbroken sunshine, really. Perfect conditions for watching this 4th Test match, and Stark's over his bat again. Down go the slips. Woakes on his way, gathers and bowls outside the off stump. And Stark this time takes the bat out of the way, and it's taken by Johnny Bairstow. Our review of the day to come, of course, in which I expect we'll hear from Stuart Broad on the day that he took his 600th Test wicket.
Bounced another one there.
Did. Some reaction from the Australian camp as well. Not sure who they're putting up tonight. Woakes again, on his way, bowls to Stark, thick edge there, ball runs away down a deep gully. Marnus Labuschagne he put up tonight.
He got a 50?
He did get a 50. Got out in a rather lazy way, didn't he?
Yeah, he would have been fuming because he's been short of runs.
Yeah.
And he'd played well. He was just starting to play better, actually, a bit more fluently.
I think I can spot a man who might be doing television tonight. Bit of product in the hair by the look of it.
I don't spot these things quite as quickly as you, I guess.
Well, look, I'm used to seeing Phil Tufnell.
You don't appear to be doing television tonight, then.
No, I'm not. No, there's no product in my hair. But I see a lot of Phil Tufnell, so I know when he's dressed. I know when he's dressed for telly, and that's a man dressed for telly.
Is it?
Yeah. And goes Woakes round the wicket this time. Stokes. Stark on the front foot, plays down to backward point, created by Brook. And we've got 1 ball to go on this 4th Test opening day.
I haven't anticipated television tonight either, actually.
No, so I say. That's all right. It's what I love, Victor, but catching up with you after so long is just reminding oneself of a familiar wardrobe.
Well, I can't afford to go out, buying a new wardrobe every season.
No. Here's the last ball. Woakes comes in, bowls, and Stark on the front foot guides that carefully. The Stokes is fielding in the offside, and Australia finished the day having put into bat this morning on 299 for 8 with Cummins on 1 and Stark on 23. And he's been out there now, for 70 balls, in fact, he's faced.
He's done a handy job for him, actually.
He has.
In an unusually passive way. It's been a good day of Test cricket. I mean, taken out of the context of, we keep talking about the weather, it's been a very even. England have worked hard out there because it hasn't done a great deal. The wicket is true. We've seen people can play shots. We've got a lot of batsmen. Lots of batsmen have got in. Just about everyone's got to double figures. But the oddity is that Marnus Labuschagne is the only one to get past 50.
Yeah.
Which suggests that there are no demons in the wicket. There's no one who's come out and been absolutely overcome by a very unplayable delivery or difficult delivery. So England have had to work hard. I understand why they put them in. I could see, a short game, it's worth that punt. And you also don't necessarily think this wicket is going to deteriorate very quickly either. but they've had to work hard to get their 8 wickets. The Aussies, well, will be a bit frustrated that 1 or 2 of their batsmen weren't able to go on to get a really significant score. Stuart Broad is getting the plaudits.
He's leading the team from the field, which is really nice, and the crowd there standing as he walks from the field. England players applauding behind him. It's been quite a long day out there for them. They knew what they had to do. They've taken 8 wickets. It does set up a fascinating second day, I think. Tomorrow, just a quick run through the card. Warner 32, Khawaja 3, Labuschagne 51, Smith 41, Head 48, Marsh 51, Green 16, Carey 20, Stark was 23 not out, and Cummins 1 not out at the close. Bowling figures wise, Broad 14 overs, no maidens, 2 for 68. Those 2 of course taking him from 598 to 600. Anderson 17 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 43. Wokes 19 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 52. Wood 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 60. And Moeen Ali 17 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 65. So 299 for 8 Australia overnight, with certainly Thursday and Friday looking calm and dry, but then certainly some unsettled weather due on Saturday, which I suspect will determine how England are going to play it tomorrow. Michael Vaughan and Glenn McGrath alongside me. Let's look ahead to that actually to start, because this is fascinatingly poised, isn't it? And with that forecast, England are going to go for it tomorrow, aren't they, Michael? That's feeling in my bones. They're going to score whatever they can tomorrow and get Australia batting again as soon as they possibly can on, tomorrow night or Friday.
Yeah, that'll be the game plan. It's been pretty much the game plan throughout the whole series, that they'll come out and play aggressively. I'm intrigued by this pitch, because I'm not too sure it's the kind of pitch that you can go and play really aggressively all the time. I think there's always a ball that just does a little bit. There's a bit of seam movement. It might quicken up tomorrow, which might make it a little bit more difficult to play the big drives that England like to play. England will come out and try and score quickly. I thought actually Australia today, the pitch is played decently, but there has been a bit of movement. But I think Australia have missed a massive opportunity. If Australia had batted 130 overs in this first innings, that's pretty much this game sorted. With the weather that's coming, get beyond 400. There was some good balls, but I look at someone like Marnus Labuschagne, he gets to 50 and he was out soft. To a Moeen Ali, just a little off spinner that just came back a little bit, probably lost his concentration, tried to play it a little bit too square on the onside. So I think Marnus will feel that he gifted England a wicket. I think a lot of the other wickets were good bowling. You look at David Warner, he got a good ball, pitched up, it nipped away. Khawaja got a good ball, one that nipped back. The 2 wickets in an over, Cameron Green and Mitchell Marsh, when those 2 were looking set. Terrific bowling. Chris Wokes is a magnificent bowler. His record in England with the Duke ball, he's just a master, and he just presents the seam, he gets a bit of movement, he gets a bit of zip, and he's also got that wobble seam that he turns to. He's a brilliant cricketer for England in the UK.
Yeah. What do you think of Chris Wokes, Glenn, and the way that his record is so drastically different from home and away. It's extraordinary.
It is, and I've always been impressed by him. I think he's a quality all-rounder. I have no issues with that, and he just probably hasn't achieved what I think he should have achieved. But with the Duke ball over here in these conditions, if you just bowl good areas, and he knows it so well, it is something very special. But the problem with bowling with a Duke ball and getting that movement here, to then go overseas and bowl with a Kookaburra, which doesn't feel nearly as good in the hand, doesn't do as much, and it's on pitches that don't offer as much. It's a little bit different. I think Jimmy Anderson found a problem with it for quite some time. But, over here in these conditions, he's just bowls such great areas, nips it around, does enough with the ball, can swing it in the air. He's got great control, and that's how you take wickets, and that's why he's bowling well this series.
I think interesting with Chris Wokes is his preparation into this summer. He turned down the IPL. He stayed here to play county cricket, and I think he's the kind of bowler that needs lots of overs, and he needs to play 4-day cricket, red ball cricket, to get himself in the rhythm. And if you actually look at England this kind of next few months, by doing what he did at the start of the summer to get himself into rhythm, it's made him produce the magic that we've seen in the last 2 Test matches, and it also puts him in good stead to open the bowling in the white ball side, in September, and more importantly for the World Cup in October, November. So I think with certain players, look at Mark Wood, he doesn't have to play any cricket and he can rock up and just deliver. He's just got that kind of ability to do so. But Chris Woakes is the kind of bowler that needs overs. He needs plenty of them.
Just see something nice there. Stuart Broad, who will talk to you in a minute, has gone over to do TV. But actually, Martin Saggers, here's an old bowler for you. 4th umpire. Guess what he just gave him?
The ball.
Yeah,
nice.
He got it in his pocket. Thought Stuart Broad will be out there. So he's got the ball they took a 600 wicket with. That's how bowlers think, Glenn, isn't it? We look after each other.
Yeah, Stuart Broad wouldn't be leaving the ground without that ball. There's no reason why anyone else should have that ball. And he's got it. Only two. He's the second fast bowler to reach that incredible number. The other one's bowling at the other end. So, it's just been an amazing partnership for Broady to pick up that 600th wicket today is pretty special.
Just interesting as well, again, just last thought on Woakes, Michael. Quite a big call, therefore, for Ben Stokes not to give either Broad or Anderson that new ball down at this end. I mean, there's an option. Okay, Jimmy took it at the other end, but he actually gave it to Woakes.
Yeah.
Which again suggests that's where the captain's thinking.
Yeah, and it was the right call. And you could argue that Broad should have bowled from the other end because Broad and Woakes have been really the pick of the seamers today. Jimmy Anderson's not got the wickets. I thought he had a little bit of unfortune. There was a couple of edges that didn't quite carry to the slips. There was that inside edge at the back end there that went past the stumps. On another day, that hits the stump. So, what we've seen with Jimmy Anderson in the 3 Test matches so far, he's not been the Jimmy Anderson that we know. We've got to be honest. He's not the Jimmy Anderson that we've seen in the past. He's 40 years of age. England have picked him this week on the fact that they feel he was right and ready, bowling from his own end. I totally get that. A bit of sentiment. But if anyone's ever earned the right to be picked on a little bit of sentiment, Jimmy Anderson is that bowler.
Yes. Yep. But for how long? I mean, this is going to be a conversation. If England don't win this match, there will be a conversation next week, won't there?
Well, Josh Tongue. The fact of the matter is, Aggers, Josh Tongue has bowled better recently than Jimmy Anderson. But Jimmy Anderson has earned the right to get that opportunity this week to bowl from his end at his own ground. To try and get impactful in this Ashes series. It hadn't happened today. He could come back tomorrow, get the last 2 wickets. He could do some damage in the second innings. So there's plenty still for Jimmy Anderson to bowl for in this game. But England certainly went on the sentimental side of selection rather than Josh Tongue, when he bowled at Lords to the Aussies, and the way that he bowled to Smith and the way that he kind of ruffled David Warner a couple of times. He looked a handful.
Yes, he did.
And on this kind of surface, I think he would have been a handful again today. But I completely understand where England went with selection this week.
Yeah. And sentiment, it is right. But you often don't get that fairy tale ending, do you? I mean, it often doesn't happen.
And for someone like Jimmy, he's just a legend. He's just been such an incredible part of English cricket for such a long time. Closing in on 700 Test wickets for a fast bowler is unheard of. So, you'd hate Jimmy to sort of hang on, just hang around and sort of go out with a bit of a flutter rather than go on his own terms. So I think he'll know when the time is right, and you hope for someone of his calibre to go out on his own terms. Hopefully, he picks up one of these last 2 wickets and gives him a bit of confidence in the second dig, and we see how we go from there.
Do you think it'll be on Rob Key's in tray at all, a conversation with Jimmy Anderson?
Yeah, I'm sure it will be. I mean, I don't think at the minute, it's about getting through this game. It's about going down to the Oval and seeing where England are at. Hopefully England are still in the series. That's what this England side will be hoping for, and then it'll be down to picking the best team next week at the Oval. I don't think they'll be thinking next week, we've got to pick Jimmy Anderson because it might be his last Test match, and it'll be all about trying to win the Ashes, hopefully, for England. But clearly Jimmy's not going to play too many more games. That's why this morning, when Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson were bowling together, it's a privilege and an honour to be here watching, because it's not going to happen that much longer.
No.
Now, we're not going to be able to turn up and see 2 greats of the game with the Duke ball in hand, delivering skill and consistency. And just seeing, and I don't think Stuart was at his best actually this morning. I thought Jimmy bowled better in the first 3 or 4 overs, but then Stuart gets Usman Khawaja out. But that combination of Broad and Anderson, it's just going to roll off our lips for a long, long period of time, because they've been absolutely fantastic, not just for English cricket, but for Test cricket around the globe.
Well, let's talk about Stuart Broad. I can see him on the telly. We'll talk to him in a moment. I remember the first time I saw him, I think it was 4. And he's already about 5'6", he's been brought up in my part of the world. I know the club that he played all his young cricket at. Frank Hayes, of course, who played here for so long, and for England was his coach at Oakham School. It's just one of those really proud moments for people who've been associated with him through his career, isn't it? I mean, we talked about that. His first Test match, a difficult debut. Let's be honest. And on a very hot day in Colombo, on a pitch offering nothing, quite an inconspicuous debut, really. I wonder if you thought then this fella's going to go on and take 600 wickets. I mean, he's very fresh-faced. He had long hair. So he's only a young lad.
No, I didn't think Jimmy Anderson would get close to 700. I certainly didn't think Stuart Broad would get close to 600. But I knew they'd have really good careers, and I knew Stuart was going to be a Test match cricketer, an international cricketer, because of the way that he thought about the game, the way that he demanded his own fields. A young bowler coming into a Test side that we'd only just recently won the Ashes. So we had a lot of seniority in that team, and he was probably one of the first bowlers that I captained that actually said, "No, I set the field." Generally I set the field for Hoggy and Harmy and Freddie. They'd just say, "Right, what do you want, Skip?" And I'd say, "Oh, what about? All right, that'll do." Whereas Stu went, "No, Skip, I'll have this, I'll have that, I'll have 3 slips, and we'll go to this plan." I went, "Brilliant, I don't have to do much when you're bowling. This is fantastic." I thought it was a dream. So I knew he was going to have a really good international career, but I think the attrition and the want to win and to get out there and compete is what stands out for Stuart Broad. In this Ashes series, he's led this England attack brilliantly. There's been obviously Chris Woakes that have come in, and Mark Wood has bowled extreme pace, Josh Tongue, who's obviously played at Lords and did nicely, but Stuart Broad's been the standout innings after innings and setting the tone, and he's been magnificent for England in pretty much most. If you can tell me an Ashes series, that Stuart Broad hasn't done something.
It also used to turn him on, doesn't it?
Oh, he loves it. He is Mr. Ashes. He's been fantastic for England in Ashes series. I don't think he'll make the next one. We'll have to wait and see. I can't see him trundling in with a Kookaburra in 25, 26 in Australia. But if this is the last couple of games that he plays against Australia, he has been. If you were picking Ashes teams of the whole history of Ashes cricket. And the competitive nature of what Stuart Broad brings, I think he'd be getting into most of those teams. And
I like the way that he's improved. That's an obvious thing to say, but I think there have been times in his career where he hasn't quite known what his role was. It was used at the time for bowl bouncers.
The enforcer, wasn't it?
The enforcer. But yet, he's actually, his skills have improved so much. I mean, I know everyone's skills do, but I think Stuart Broad's are particularly improved. Yeah. Because when he first came on, he was a tall seam bowler. I didn't really have much in the locker. But now he's even learned a new ball this year. I know it's a basic outswinger, but he's actually felt bothered enough to go and learn something new at 36 years old.
Well, I think you have to have longevity in sport. I think you have to keep adding to your skill sets, because there's so much information that teams get on you these days, and so many angles of video. And if you don't keep bringing something new to the party, you'll get found out. Just a real good lesson for all young cricketers. Actually, Stuart started out as a left-hand batter.
Yes, exactly.
He didn't bowl much as a kid.
No.
What he's done now, he's got 600 Test match wickets, and he bats 9 and 10 and gives it a right good throttle with the bat. He got that magnificent 160 against Pakistan all those years ago. So he's always been able to bat. But again, it's a great lesson to a lot of young cricketers when they start out. They might start out as a bowler or a batter and end up the opposite. Yeah, that's exactly what Stuart Broad has done.
I think he was 15 when he started bowling. He had some sort of growth spurt, and that was how it happened. What do you think, Glenn? And we talk about the things that he's learnt along the way, and how he's really worked at his game.
Oh, exactly. And you've got to keep working at your game day in, day out. The day you stop looking to learn and add things to your armoury and think you know everything, it's well and truly time to give the game away. And you've got to have that hunger there, and that psychological edge, and that mental attitude, and sort of getting yourself up each morning. There's got to be a motivation there. Okay, what are you looking to achieve out of this game? And whether that's a number of wickets or just the expectations you put on yourself, you expect to bowl your best or to keep improving, keep adding to it. So, there's, I look at Jimmy, I look at Broady, the motivation to get yourself up, put your body through what they've put it through over years of bowling. And fast bowling is tough on the body. And but you've got to have a motivation and a mental strength there to do that day in, day out.
Right, well, he's finished with his television interview. So I'm hoping that he's going to come down here to our end now, and that he'll stick the headphones on, and we can do what we often do in these podcasts and reviews, and actually interview from up here, but unfortunately it's going out of my sight. So it'll be difficult to know when he's actually got them on.
Charlotte Swift has just put the headphones on. Stuart.
Hello, Stuart.
Hi guys, how are you?
Well, I'm very well indeed. More the question, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, it's been a nice day's Test cricket, I think. You know, the sun's been out at Manchester, which can be slightly rare up here. And what was it, nearly 300 for 8? I think everyone's had a pretty decent day.
Yeah, and you've had a particularly decent day. Come on, just stop talking about the team. I mean, this is a day you'll never forget, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, 600 Test wickets. Never in my dreams did I think that would be a thing, really. But very special. It's got a nice ring to it. Taking that 600th Test wicket at the Jimmy Anderson end, I think that's pretty cool. But you know, I think back to when I got my Test cap. Actually, Varney was the skipper who gave it to me, and Surrey and Botham presented me my cap in Colombo back in 2007, and my ultimate feelings there were it never felt like the end game, just getting my Test cap. I wanted to win Test matches, win series, create memories with that. So, you know, I feel like some players sort of feel like they've sort of achieved what they wanted to achieve when they get given the Test cap, but I knew that I wanted more than that. I knew that was just the start, and I wanted to create some memories with it. And I've been really fortunate to play in some fantastic teams along the way, doing that towards 600 wickets. But you know, never did I think that I'd be up in the 160 of playing Test matches and up with some of the greats of the game in the wicket tally.
Yeah. Well, I reckon I've seen most of your wickets, Stuart. I must have done. And what struck me, I think, watching it is how you have developed and how you've worked at your game. And when you did, when you got that debut, there, a young lad bowling on pretty unhelpful conditions in broiling heat. But how you have worked and expanded your game and your skills is something that clearly is responsible for getting you where you are now.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, most of the players I've played with at the top level, the mindset is sort of continuous improvement, and you're always looking for something in your game that you can move forward each year. And ultimately for me, training-wise, that's one of my number one points. I'm always looking that I have something to change or tweak in training, because that brings intensity to my training. And I think, you know, getting the ball moving away to the right handers more, because I'm naturally like a wobble seam bowler that can nip the ball back to the stumps. But I think you saw after tea to Cameron Green for a period of time, got the ball moving away. That's something that I've worked on, particularly in the last 6 months, 7 months, and yeah, just for me, it's almost for my mental freshness to keep having something that I'm working on and tweaking, and you know, I think that just keeps me driving forward.
Has there been a particular coach, somebody who you've kind of turned to when things have either been a bit difficult, or when you have wanted to kind of develop your game a bit more? There's somebody out there.
Bowling coach-wise, you know, there's probably a few to mention. David Saker, who's actually back with us for this series. It's been a pleasure to work with him once again. He was the England bowling coach from 2010 to 15, and he was probably tactically one of the best I've worked with, and he's always talking about how you're taking your next wicket. Technically, I've always bounced back to Otis Gibson, who I played with at Leicestershire and really helped me in my early days, and Kevin Shine, who's at Nottinghamshire now, was with the England side for a long period of time. His knowledge is outstanding, one of the best in the business of knowing about biomechanics and knowing what helps and what levers help the body move in a great way. So I've probably used all of those brains and picked little bits from them at all times, and ultimately Jimmy Anderson, I've been lucky to have been born in the same era and play in the same era as him, and you know, he's one of the best technicians we've ever seen, and training with him most days and playing with him has definitely aided my bowling as well.
Yeah, and a very grounded background, Stuart. I mean, I don't know if she was winding me up today, but your mum claims she didn't know you were on 598 wickets when she arrived this morning.
No, I mean, she certainly hasn't mentioned it to me. She's you know, she's you know, she's been an awesome support for me right back from when I was a kid, and ultimately her mindset's always been you play cricket for entertainment and for fun. So even when I was 12 and playing for Edgerton Park, the first question when I get in the car was, have you had a great day? Have you enjoyed it? Because ultimately in cricket you can have a brilliant day with your friends, even if you get no wickets or score no runs. You know, it's about it's always felt like a hobby to me, and ultimately I've reconnected massively with that under Baz and Stokesy. I think that's been a lot of their philosophy, and I'm not speaking out of turn really to say the past year and 14 months under these two guys as you know, I've loved every moment of it, and it's been an absolute pleasure to play with them, and it's really brought it back to feeling like I'm playing for Edgerton Park on a Saturday for fun.
That's nice. And I mean, you've still got the energy, the drive, the determination to just keep going.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving it. I mean, it was my legs feel a bit heavy today, but I think that's more the Old Trafford outfield after a deluge of rain yesterday. But yeah, I mean, I've loved this series. It's come thick and fast, that is for sure. But you know, I still feel strong, and I'm bowling well at 37. And ultimately, you know, Jimmy's been a bit of an icon for longevity, along with a lot of different sports people around who are playing to a much longer age now. You know, I think the culture a few years ago was probably writing off people when they flicked over from 30, but there's so many role models now who have played different sports at longer ages, and you know, that I take that as a lot of motivation.
Right. Last one, how are you playing it tomorrow, Stuart? I mean, you're chasing this game, aren't you, with the possibility of bad weather? Is it full Baz ball tomorrow?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's I think you have to assess the conditions pretty quickly. I mean, the sun's been out most of the day today, and I felt like the pitch today, probably the most balls were middled from batters today from the whole series. You know, it felt there was some brilliant shots on show. So that, you know, if you miss as a bowler, you definitely go to the boundary. But ultimately, you know, you can never judge a pitch until both teams are bowled and batted on it. It might come tomorrow and it'll be heavy cloud and swing all over the place. So, yeah, we'll be looking to try and get a first innings lead for sure, because that sets up a chase and makes that slightly easier at the back end. But, you know, we've got to win the game. So we'll be doing everything in our power to do that.
OK. Stuart, congratulations from all of us here. Memorable day.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye. Bye, Stuart. There we go. Well, there we go. Memorable day for him, and he'd say he harks back to Edgerton Park. Whoever wrote that article about Melton Mowbray being the dullest place in the country, Edgerton Park is nestled there in the middle of the town, a beautiful playing field where Stuart learned his cricket, and they'll be very, very proud of him.
But it's amazing how many sports people talk about, you know, when they're at their best. You know, they play the game because of what they did when they were kids. You know, you go out with the mindset of just enjoying it, playing with freedom, playing with expression, taking on the opposition, because that's what you did when you were a young child, because there was no huge consequence. And then suddenly you become a pro and you get into the environment of international sport, international cricket, and suddenly there are consequences, and you get a little bit inward and you start to play a little bit in your shell, and you're a little bit scared of situations, you're scared of failure. And it's great to hear Stuart say that in the last 14 months under Ben and Baz, he's kind of freed up and gone back to what he was as a kid. You know, I had it many times in my career when I was playing because I loved it, and then, you know, you get all this pressure put on you, and you put so much pressure on yourself that you don't always enjoy playing the game because you feel that pressure, and you just wished and you hope. And I think this England setup with, you know, everyone that's involved in the management side, from Rob Key to Baz McCullum to Ben Stokes, lots of other really good people around the team, I think they generally are going to buy into trying to make sure that the players go out there to enjoy it.
Yes.
Enjoy it, have a crack. It's not always going to work, but I think it's the right mentality for all players to take on. There will be players that can't take on that mentality on a regular basis, but those that do it and do it on a consistent basis, I'm pretty sure they'll have a lot of success doing it.
And it's remarkable, really, that he's done that, having come back from being dropped, which, of course, it's easy to forget that ever happened now, that reset. Andy Zaltzman, what have you got for us down there last couple of minutes?
Well, let's start with Broad, the fifth bowler to reach 600 in Test cricket. And that's this story of improvement from those early years that you were talking about. His first 20 Tests averaged over 40 with the ball. Since then, taken his wickets at 26 apiece. Jimmy Anderson similarly averaged 39 in his first 20 Tests, 25 since. And in terms of all bowlers who've taken 250 wickets in their Test career. Their improvement as in terms of their average in their first 20 Tests compared with their average subsequently is the biggest. 14 runs for Anderson, 13 runs per wicket for Broad. So it's been an extraordinary story of two players who, in the age of central contracts has helped that the selectors stuck with them, where they might have jettisoned them in the more selectorally lively eras of English cricket. Australia's unconverted starts yet again. Their numbers 3 to 6 all scored between 41 and 51, and it's the first time in the history of Test cricket the numbers 3 to 6 have all reached 40, but then been out before any of them have made 55. So it's been a story really through the series that not many players and partnerships have gone on. The longest partnership of the series still just 32.5 overs. We haven't had a single 200 ball stand yet in this series. Australia's highest stands today 65, 63, 59, 46 and 39. So constantly building something and then it being ended. Chris Woakes instrumental in that, 4 wickets, his second 4-wicket haul against Australia, now taken 104 wickets at 22.3 in England.
Perfect. Thank you very much indeed.